Hello, hello, happy Friday. And hello, Denise, congratulations. It's not easy to pull one over on old Big Hind there, but you did it. Look at you. Is this your? No, I think you've been the first one before, but it was in the pre-Big Hind era. Ever since he came, he's usually been the first. Baldrick tried a few times, failed, and decided to give up and go play board games with real friends. Goodness gracious. But I'm glad you're here, Denise. I'm glad you're here. I meant to reply. So, I like 3 times. I was like, before I go on live, I need to Marco Polo Denise. So things got worse for midnight, or I know you said you're having to take him back to kind of the same doctor. Is it just it's not because he was on the up and up, right? He was recovering, but apparently now that's not the case. It's gone backwards, or just it's stagnated. The recovery is stagnated, perhaps. He was actually, Denise. He was, but well, wait, was he here? I can't remember if he was here earlier. Usually, at least as I recall, he'd been when he has his game night. He does that, and like he ends up coming in a little bit later, kind of like around Vincenzo time. Well, not quite. Vincenzo time is like the last minute, but especially now that he's got his. Oh, maybe he's streaming now. I don't know. I haven't checked, but because I'm sure I think he's got his computer up and running. But yeah, Denise, we're his fallback plan. Fallback plan. We're here. There's a spider ball that I don't know anything about. We're here when his real friends don't want to hang out, or they've got real things to do. Then he's like, all right, I'll go hang out on the stream there. I'm kidding. I don't know if that's. I don't think that's canon. No, and I'm happy for it. Like I said, honestly. It was kind of the same thing I told Honey Badger. And look, I love talking with y'all. I mean, that's obviously that's the reason I don't play games on my own. Like I play games so that there's kind of something here. But you know, if everybody was like, nah, man, I just I was out doing this or doing that, or I was hanging out with this person, or I was doing a stream or something, like I'm thrilled. It's a bummer because there's only so many people. It's like, all right, well, if everybody's off doing their own thing, but that would still be. Like people actually doing things are great, so I don't ever complain about that, especially when it's real life interaction. I think we need to get back to that. I think it's going to happen. I do think people are going to start craving, and everything skips a generation. So you've got a generation of people that were like, oh my gosh, it's so nice not having to talk to people. But like when I started hearing friends, and honestly, I was saying this as well. Like I just don't answer the phone. I mean, I don't do that per se. If I recognize the number, usually I'll answer if I can. But when people are just like, nah, I don't like talking on the phone anymore. It's like, it's nothing wrong with not wanting to talk on the phone, but like, it was almost like a retreat away from interaction. And I think the subsequent generations are going to be so starved of it that eventually it's going to become a desirable thing again. Just like, physical books. We had, Kindle got huge. It's a big deal. People still, use it and everything. But a lot of people are going, if it's a book I really want to enjoy, unless I have to, for whatever reason, use something else, I'd rather just read the actual book. It's been stressful. Midnight had some mixed test results. Some things showing improving, some things worse. He's booked with a specialist. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah. It's hard enough if you're on the road to recovery and it's just going to be a long haul. Like, going through, what do you call that? Not recuperation. Physical therapy, that's still not the right word for it. But you know what I'm talking about, where you're on the road to recovery, but it's just a long, kind of a hard road to get there. Like, that's hard enough. But then to have a setback, or to have something where it's like, well, you're no longer necessarily trending in that direction, then it just sucks all the momentum out of the room. And you're just like, oh, for crying out loud. Like, the adversity at that point should just be recovery, not having to worry about all this other kind of nonsense, like setbacks along the way. I'm going to need therapy after the stream. Well, hello to you too, Lagmeister. So nice to have your sunny disposition here in the chat. It's so nice to have a wet blanket just kind of roll in. You guys ever see the Brave Little Toaster? You're Blanky or Banky, whatever it's called. I think it was Blanky. But you're all wet, you see. All right, well, I guess we should go ahead and light this candle that is Metroid. No, I want to be the lamp. So you do know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to remember the lamp. Was there a lamp? I remember the vacuum cleaner. I remember the car with the Texas Longhorn things on there. I remember, obviously, the Brave Little Toaster. I don't remember the lamp. Brave Little Toaster lamp. Lampy? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, gosh. Not the hanging lamp, I'm guessing. The green one with the... Yeah, no, I'm guessing you mean, like, Lampy. Yeah, no, he was pretty dope. He was pretty good. It's kind of like the Pixar icon or whatever it was called, like initially, like the little lamp. But yeah, how did I forget about Lampy? He was kind of the driving force, wasn't he? Yeah. But no, you're definitely Wet Blanky. Definitely Wet Blanky. Oh, the radio! I forgot about the radio. I would probably be the radio. And I mean, if nothing else, I have an appendage. Like Lampy, he can hop around, but the radio has 4 legs and like an arm antenna that he can do stuff with. He's like the only one with any kind of dexterity in that regard. Maybe on the air conditioner in the beginning. Air conditioner. I don't remember the air conditioner either. How long has it been since you see that? I bet you watched this yesterday. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah, he was freaky. Like, for some reason, I only really remember the vacuum. Okay, yeah, I remember the air conditioner now. I'm seeing it. Oh, didn't he blow himself out? Yeah. No, I think you're... I feel like I could be... I want to be the radio, but I feel like a lot of times I am the air conditioner myself. I think you've still got enough. You got enough of your life left ahead of you. You're not an old fossil like myself. Denise, I'm still recovering from J Money throwing Batman to the wood chipper. I don't. There's no mirth or merriment in that laugh, Lagmeister. No, stop it. It's not funny. Dramatic. Is it should go out? Yeah. There were a few traumatic things in there. That song that they're singing at the end where it's like, the text that I once took a text into a wedding, and it was like this whole big thing, and it's all about them getting scrapped. Like, isn't there like there's a whole thing with like a magnet, and it like crushes the car, like it brings the cars, and it's like they're like in a junkyard or something, and they all get crushed, or that you see a bunch of stuff getting crushed. There were some very I'm seeing a screenshot. There's actually of the AC blowing up. It was one of those kind of quasi traumatizing. It wasn't as bad as like The Last Unicorn or The Hobbit for me, but it's one of those like subtle. It's kind of like Watership Down. You're like, oh, it's a movie about bunnies. How bad can it be? And to be honest, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I've seen enough to go, yeah, okay, I understand why people kind of freaked out about Watership Down. You say there's a movie about bunny rabbits, and nobody's thinking nightmare fuel, but you get that same thing. Hey, it's a movie about, anthropomorphized small appliances. Okay, there's really no. What are you gonna? That can't be anything all that bad. No, you haven't seen the Brave Little Toaster. I think the funniest part is Batman isn't my favorite character. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that. No, Watership Down. You've never read Watership Down, Lagmeister? It was a book. I can't remember the guy who wrote it, but yeah, it's a book about but rabbits and warrens, but there's fighting, very, very intense fighting, and it's one of the few books that I read for like advanced English back like in 9th grade that I actually liked. The Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, I do remember liking that one. I did not like Lord of the Flies. Tale of Two Cities, not so much, but Watership Down and A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, those were, or maybe it was something like A Day in Life. But anyway, it's a pretty intense book. And it made me tear up at the end a little bit. It's got a nice, there's a little bit of a spiritual bent to it. But it's pretty much the whole thing is that there's a rabbit in this warren gets a premonition that the warren is going to be destroyed, and he tries to tell people, nobody will listen, but one does, and he ends up leading a small band of rabbits out of that warren, or warden, whatever it's called, and it's pretty much them trying to find a new home. And they you come across the sketchy suspects and the enemy turned friend and all that kind of stuff, and eventually establishing a colony and everything. But it's very violent. I thought Watership Down is good, but Nightmare Fuel, exactly. Well, and that's what I mean. The Lord of the Flies so screwed up, it was great, but I also hated it. That's the thing. It's kind of like the Scarlet Letter. Well, maybe not so much. I really, Scarlet Letter was just one of those things that gets under your skin. Like, I can't remember Abby, whatever the heck her name is. Because is that the one where it's like, no, maybe it's the Salem Witch Trial. I don't know. There's some of those stories where they're well written, but the characters, the bad characters are so well written as bad characters, and either they prevail for most, if not all, of the story, and you're just like, oh, I hate this. Like, it's a good story in that it's well told and it's got good elements and it's poignant and whatever else, but it frustrates the hell out of you. And that was Lord of the Flies. Like, it was kind of interesting, but you're like, these kids, I mean Jack and his other hooligans. You're like, you just want Piggy to grow a pair and grab a stone and just beat the tar out of them when they come after him. Like, I don't know. Obnoxiously evil people get on my nerves. I'll put it that way. But yeah, Watership Down as a book to me wasn't Nightmare Fuel per se. It was the cartoon. But I didn't see that until I was an adult, so it didn't have quite the same impact. But yeah. I saw a clip from the Adventures of Mark Twain. That was, whoa, I haven't seen that myself. The guy with the mask? Piggy's death. Oh, yeah, got to me. Yeah. Oh, like, so you have seen that. Okay, yeah, Piggy got squished. We actually reenacted that. We did, for that English class I was talking about, we actually had to reenact a scene from it. So we actually made like a paper mache boulder, and I had ketchup packs and everything, and we did I think, because doesn't one of the kids get stabbed and then Piggy gets crushed, and we had this gal playing Piggy, and got her glasses knocked off. It was fun. It was campy, but it was pretty fun. But the ketchup packets sold it because they were like, oh my gosh, it's blood. It's like, no. It was my first squib. But yeah, it's just like I said, rampant evil just gets to me. I hate it. I hate it. And unless there's some major comeuppance, no, I'm probably not going to like it. Evil needs to get what's coming to it. And ideally, the whole movie. Ideally, my ideal movie is evil head pops up, good guy cuts it off. Evil head pops up, good guy cuts it off. Finally, big evil head comes up, and good guy with a bigger sword lops it off, and the end, roll credits. That's what I want to see. How did I know you? I wasn't Piggy James. I was not Piggy Lagmeister. There was somebody. I think somebody gets stabbed during that fight before Piggy gets. I think I was. Is it Ralph? I don't remember who all the. I don't remember much of it. I do remember having a white T-shirt with the packet strapped to my chest and turning away and smacking it and coming back and having the red show through the shirt and kind of trickle down. But that obviously wasn't Piggy, because Piggy gets squished by that. So what it was a trash bag. Took one of those Glad trash bags and stuffed it full of just like trash. And well, it wasn't like heavy trash, but just whatever stuff, and tied it. And that was the boulder. So I think whatever the main guy, whoever that is, I think he gets stabbed, because we took like a big roll of paper and like twisted it and everything so that it was sharp, had it come to a point at one end, and that was a spear. And so I think there's a stab that happens, and then somebody was standing up on a chair and chucked the garbage bag down at Piggy. It was I can't remember the girl's name. A petite little thing. She definitely was no Piggy, but which was what made it funny. That out of all the people, well, we only had 4 of us, and she was probably I mean, I would have made a better. Well, we would have been about the same level of Piggy, but no, I was not Piggy, because I didn't have glasses. She had a pair of glasses she could wear. Because clearly she couldn't have let me borrow the glasses. That's just not a thing. Oh, but hello, Eliza. Sorry, I missed the hellos there. Today's just been people coming in, just boom, 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 just laying it out there. And no, Lagmeister, I didn't know. I did not know that Batman wasn't your favorite. Hopefully, because I've still got a few left. Hopefully, I don't hit on your favorite, because that would just be kind of like insult to injury. So hopefully, I don't touch on your favorite. But I think, like, the whole point of the ones I chose, it was, in theory it's random, but I chose specific ones that I think represent the biggest issues with our so-called modern heroes, and wanting to kind of point those out to make it more appreciable when you find out who the real actual heroes are, and you go, oh, it's because he's not like this guy, and he's not like this guy, and he doesn't do this stupid thing, and he doesn't do that thing, and blah 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 blah. So doesn't mean people can't enjoy it. I will say though that in doing that, I did find it like just the idea that we accepted the premise that a guy running around dressed up as a bat, like, that's why 66 was so good, because he wasn't trying to scare anybody. He didn't think he was scaring anybody. He was just a guy running around in a costume. Like, he just chose that was his masked identity. It was for flavor more so than anything. The idea when they decided to make it like, oh, and I mean, it was from the origins, like from the beginning. It's like, and then his actual monologue is like, criminals are a cowardly, suspicious lot. And I'm like, cowardly? Nah, depending. I mean, that's not a universal thing, but superstitious? When has that ever been a thing? And he's like, I've got to think of something that strikes fear into the hearts of men. And I'm like, well, I mean, results may vary, but I'm going to say a bat is not really it. People really aren't exposed to bats all that much here in America. Gotham is supposed to be somewhere in America, and it's not like, we live in a place that is terrorized by, this is not Tasmania. What do you call that? Where Castlevania, gosh darn it. What is it called? Did I see a crevasse? I saw a crevasse. I'm going to go into this crevasse over here. I think. Can I go into this crevasse? Is there anything in this crevasse? I want to say the word crevasse a few more times. It's okay. I'm excited for the upcoming videos. If it's one of those things where I hadn't put much thought into a favorite superhero. Oh, wait. I didn't click on the link. Oh, dear. Oh. Alright, I'll have to... Well, this is just creepy looking. What in the world? How dare they use claymation in such a horrifying way? I mean, the art's pretty good, but... Oh, that's right. Yeah. I was like, wait, why didn't I try to watch this? I forgot. I can't watch anything when I'm streaming because, for whatever reason, my computer is in that regard. But, I will... Oops. I will check that out as well. And I do address at the very end, we do address, like, why even bother? Like, what is it? And it's not really about having a favorite superhero necessarily, or who the favorite is, as much as understanding what function superheroes have, or to me, what they have. And anyway, I don't want to go too far into that, but you know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily about pooping on people's party or anything. The roast is not the end goal. It's not to make certain heroes look stupid. But I do think some of them, when you really think about it for any length of time, setting aside the fantastical element of the superpowers, you're going, this doesn't really work. Like, why did I think this would work? Why did I think it makes sense? Kind of like me playing this game. Like, why did I think that I would be able to do this? But I know we got the ball. We can do the ball thing. Let me remember if I can... Let's see. There it is. There's our ball. We can do the ball. Whee! We're balling. We're balling up the wall. We're wall balling. And now we're back to us. I don't know why I'm so entertained by the ball. I don't remember being entertained by it in Super Metroid, but... all I know is this is the same difficulty in the exact same game as the original. Only in widescreen. That's canon. They're basically just flying. Exactly, Underhill, exactly. Now to be fair, I did look up. There are at least two different Transylvania. There you go, Eliza. I knew somebody would pick up the slack there for me. Yes, thank you. Transylvania. The thing is, I did look up. There are two different kind of bats. I mean, there's probably more, but like there's two that primarily popped out, and one of them is kind of adorable. It's the one in the video where it's like you can see it's like I think they call it like a fox bat or something. So it almost has like a cat-like or kind of a foxy appearance in the face. And then you got the ones with they look like kind of like pugs with the giant ears and there are certain types of bats that are absolutely hideous to look at. But I still would not, if I'm going to dress up as something, but that's the problem, right? As soon as you say dress up, I think you lose it. You're going to get derision. Like, yes, if you're dressed in black and you creep up on somebody, and it seems like you can't be killed, you can't be shot, that's going to scare anybody. But then as soon as you see the ears and the cape, you're like, what the heck is this? Like if Batman were Flying Mouse Man, he wouldn't be at all scary. Right, exactly. Oh, speaking of which, Danger Mouse. Anybody watch Danger Mouse? I used to love me some Danger Mouse. I didn't realize until much later that actually came out of England, I believe. I mean, they all had accents, but I just assumed it was Hanna-Barbera stuff. But I love me some Danger Mouse. Quick, Panthro. Caw, Chief. Oh, heck. Oh, crumbs. Oh, carrots. That was the first time I heard the weather joke, too. Was it the green guy? Was he a frog or something? He's like, oh, I know why they call it. Because he had a crow. Like, I think he had a crow the He was like, I know why you call it a weather machine. Why is that? Because you don't know whether or not it will work. Ha 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 ha. Oh, blast you. Anyway, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's whatever. American bats are at least carnivorous. Aussie ones just eat fruit, so being afraid of them isn't viable. Who are you? I'm Flying Mouse Man. Really? Yeah. I mean, I kind of glide. I have a glider function. That's the other thing too. Like, it's so patently obvious when it's like, oh, it's like the action figures that they came out with. It's like, this is hang glider Batman. His arms, which are locked into the like long position, push the button, the action feature on his ass, and his arms pop out and his little wings spread. And it's like, but you can't do anything else with it. Like, you can't move his arms or anything because they have to be in that position to facilitate the glider function. And then they have Gatling gun Batman, which has like whatever stuff set up so that he can actually shoot a Gatling gun, or not a Gatling gun. I'm sorry. That wouldn't be Batman, would it? Grappling hook Batman. And then you just have like vanilla Batman, and he has no features. He's just there. And I think if you squeeze his legs, his fist punch or something. But it's like, that's what it was in the movie. You look and you're like, oh, that's clearly a rig that they had to use because there's no way in hell his cape would actually do that. And I'm not trying to go for realism in the movie, but that was a problem. That was what Nolan did. That was his big step and poop moment. You can't try to make Batman real. You just can't do it. It doesn't work. Anyway. Mighty Mouse. Yeah. No. Well, there was Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse. Oh yeah. Well, that was a flying mouse. Yeah. So that would be. You gotta make you gotta admit you use the Adam West clips. No, come on! Like, when you made that comment, like, you gotta be kidding me, Lagwatcher. You can't. There is nothing to take seriously about Batman 66. There is nothing. It is a comedic show. It is not meant to be taken seriously at all in any respect. Like, even when Batman is being deadpan serious, it's comical, and not because it's done poorly. It's meant to be like the he's like. We got to go after the criminal, Batman. Or we got to go after the criminals, Bruce. Not yet, Robin. Have you finished your studies? Gosh, Bruce. No, but isn't fighting crime more important? Not always, Robin. Or not always, Dick. Sometimes educating yourself is just as effective as fighting crime. Gosh, Bruce, yes, you're right. I'll go study and then we'll go after the bad guys. Good deal, Robin. I'll be waiting for you in the Batcave. Like, I mean, that's actually like, that's not very exaggerated dialogue. It's meant to be over the top campy. The only trouble I had finding an appropriate clip was one that showed was actually what they were doing versus what they were saying. Cause they say a lot of goofy stuff. There was an episode, I can't remember what it was. Somehow one of the villains rigged the Batmobile, like they put a bomb in the Batmobile and it blows up in the Batcave and the big styrofoam boulders come falling down or whatever. And they survive because he had some kind of whatever lined underwear. It's like, good thing I had Alfred, make us these, insular bomb-proof briefs. And he's like, gosh, yes, Batman, we could have been rocked into, I don't know, some bad rock pun or something. Like, I didn't have to work very hard. The show is camp. That's what I love about it. That's why I thought it was perfect, because Batman is campy. Like, the entire concept of Batman is campy. Now, Underhill, that's some pretty scary stuff right there. That is gonorrhea, man. Yeah, that's why in the video I say sterilized bat, because technically bats do, one of the dangers that they have is they do carry diseases. So I wanted to make it clear, because some smarty pants, because actually bats can carry all kinds of blah, 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 and they're actually very deadly. It's like, yes, I get it. But a bat by itself is not a big deal. But Batman doesn't say, it's not Batman with parenthetical carrying various diseases, We're supposed to be just scared of the flying rat. But no, if there was a hero that could actually like, I don't know, airborne STDs or whatever. Gonorrhea, I don't think is an STD, but dysentery dude. Like, all he has to do is punch you once and you've got dysentery. Like, that would be a terrifying. I mean, there would have to be a villain though, right? Like, I don't. But how much would that suck? Like, that's your superpower. You want to be a good guy, but all you have to do is touch somebody and it gives them some kind of horrible disease. You're like, well, I mean, I wouldn't care. I'm like, hey, if there's a bad guy, they get what's coming to him, It's just like, you go around to naughty sites, you get a virus. Okay, well, you hold up a gal at gunpoint, try to steal her purse. Well, you get gonorrhea. That's just the way it rolls. I guess cartoon superheroes like Batfink are not going to feature. No, it really is the big ones, because there's a ton of fun superheroes that and there just really are. Like, you pointed out, Denise, in that Marco Polo. What was it? Oh, how am I forgetting it? The name. Anyway, like the one that you mentioned, because I remember I heard of it before. Like, there's a ton, but it's like more like the mainstream and what has kind of grown off from that is more to the point. But really, it's not about being anti anything. I did it partially because it was fun. It's just fun to kind of poke fun at different heroes, not to get anybody angry. Like, I'm not trying to piss anybody off. I would like to think if somebody were to make fun of, and in fact, when I'm done, if somebody wanted to do a mock video of my favorite hero, that'd be totally fine, because it's like, I like the guy and I get it. Like, I don't expect people to go, well, now I can't like Batman, or now I don't like Batman. They should still be like, yeah, I like Batman. I like the motif. I like the idea, whatever it is that appeals to them. I think they should still like him. I just think it's fun to roast. But the whole point is to actually say, here's who the greatest hero is, and here's why he's the greatest hero. And it's the negative space. It's when you look at him in light of what he has that the other heroes lack, or vice versa, that is supposed to help give that little bit of oomph, So I'm not trying to explain an entire concept. All I have to say is, unlike this character that we talked about before, he doesn't do this, or he does that, so it's a little more intuitive. And again, it's fun to kind of, like I said, to think about those kinds of things. Go, okay, does this hero really work out in any way, shape, or form? But anyway, if I want to strike fear in the hearts of many, I will dress as a clown. Exactly. Well, and that's why Joker works. You remember Danger Mouse Underhill? I figured, I thought you might. I would expect Eliza too. Michael Keaton not be able to turn his head. Exactly. Yes. I wanted to do a montage of that, honestly, Eliza, when I was talking about the line, setting Batman's impotency aside. I wanted to just have a montage of Batman doing this, like having to turn his whole body and raise up. But it was like, I was already running short on time. I was like, it would have taken too long. And I don't think he does it all that much, but yes, it is pretty freaking hilarious. I don't know why they thought but it worked. Batman 89 was a huge success. It was a phenomenon, really, when it came out. I wasn't a part of it, of course, because, it's too dark and gritty. I was still watching Batman 66, but yes. And there we go. Okay, there's Eliza. Yes, Danger Mouse. It's like, I expected Underhill. Actually, Lagmeister would expect you to, but I was like, if Eliza doesn't know Danger Mouse, I would be very surprised. So I'm glad to see. There we go. Yes. I don't know. Have they released that on DVD or anything? I need to take a look, because He's the greatest. He's fantastic. Wherever there's danger, he is there. Danger Mouse. Powerhouse. He's the fastest, he's the quickest, he's the best. Danger Mouse. Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. And Denise, you would have heard of that too, right? For sure. Batman Beyond, he could fly. Yep, that's true. That's true. And he had heels too, Lagmeister. That was, I mean, I get it. Those were where the rocket booster things were. It was still weird seeing Batman in heels. And they weren't super heels. They were probably like the OG heels, like when guys used to wear heels to keep their foot from slipping in the stirrups. They were shallow, about like this. They weren't ridiculous, but he was definitely a slimmer version. And I still don't know how the mask worked. Look, I liked Batman Beyond, but like trying to make that real life would be a nightmare. Like his costume covers his lips, but not his mouth. Like he can close his mouth and you don't see anything. He opens his mouth and you can see his tongue and but the whole thing is like, I like it because it really does obscure his identity. Whereas Batman, I mean, granted, most of the time you'd be seeing him, it's in the dark. You're not going to really get a good look at his face. And even if you do, you're not thinking, you know who it is. But anyway, I liked Batman Beyond, but yeah, he could fly. Certainly would agree. You're right about absolutely 9% of the clips were Adam West. Wait. No, the initial one's Lagmeister. I didn't use many clips after we talked about. I said this is when he is most suited, and I think maybe that was the first minute and a half or so. But after that, I used some of the sound effects, but I didn't really use any Batman. It was mostly Christian Bale, Keaton, and then for a chunk of it was the comic. So I think if you look at it again, 90% of the footage is not of Adam West Batman. That's just initially what I'm saying. This is when he's most suited. I said, and there's that point where I say, ironically, once you go to real life, it makes him more comical. After that, there's very little Adam West. So maybe 40%, 45%. Crimes by who the most? Wait. Crimes by who though? Most of these villains would just go away if they get what they wanted. If they got what they wanted. Well, but most of them want, don't get me started on the no killing thing. Yeah. I mean, there is a point where, yeah, I mean, spoilers, Spider-Man, that's one of my, I mean, I get a little heated when I talk about Spider-Man at certain points because he's the most obnoxious one. Batman, and look, here's something that somebody brought up. And I think it's scary. I don't know that it helps the case that much, but I could appreciate this. Let's say, like, there was that show Dexter, right? And it was about this guy who had a desire to kill people, all right? I think he was a killer. He murdered people, actually. And he ends up, I don't know, I've never watched the show, but apparently he ends up working with the cops. And so he does keep killing, but he kills bad guys or something. So if you had to, like, let's just say Bruce, because of what he went through, let's just say, I don't even know what the psychology would be behind it, but let's just say that Bruce legitimately, if he were to kill somebody, he would get addicted to it. Because there are those people, just like with drugs, alcohol, anything else, I'm sure killing can become addictive to some people for whatever emotional, whatever it is, the power, the control, whatever it is. There are people who, if they were to kill, they would be compelled to do it again, not in pursuit of justice, not to protect people, but just out of a desire to take a life. And if it happens to be a bad guy, great. If you wanted to go that dark with it and say this hero doesn't kill because if he were, he would legitimately, like, he's messed up. But you have to say that. You have to acknowledge that somebody who is like that is kind of messed up. Somebody who would be addicted to killing people, that if he were to kill one time, it would be a slip. He would just go downhill. He would just start doing it all the time. You want to write a character that dark, that's fine. As long as we understand it's something that's broken in that person's psyche and they wouldn't be able to help themselves. And that's really weird. But you would still go, okay, I get it. Weird stuff happens to people. But we don't know. I don't think we ever get that with Bruce. We never actually are told. We're told that he keeps saying, well, if I were to do it once, I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Like, that's not a normal human reaction. Normal people don't want to kill. Even if it's a bad person, they don't want to kill. It's not a pleasurable sensation. Like, it's something, again, you do because it's a sacrifice of sorts. And I talk about that a little bit later. But anyway, I won't go off on it either until if you wouldn't go off on it, I'm not going to go off on it. But the bottom line is, I think there are ways you can do it where the person doesn't seem like a sanctimonious idiot, where they're literally like, look, I can't do this. If I do it, it's not my moral code. It's literally I will become like them. Like I will go down a path where I just start killing people. And if I run out of bad guys to kill, I'm probably going to start killing innocent people. Like that to me says, okay, you have to work within that limitation. As a hero, heroes have all kinds of limitations. That's a limitation I could get behind and saying, okay, fair enough. Like we don't want you going down that route, and it's going to make your life harder, and it's going to suck for all the people that you're supposed to be protecting, but I get it. We don't want to make it worse. You want to fight crime, but you don't want to go down a dark road, but whatever. Bats spread rabies more than any other animal in the US. No kidding. Really? I would have assumed dogs just for whatever reason, but damn. I wonder where they get it from. Like where's the rabies factory that the bats are getting it from? Is it from walking around in their own poop? Like, I mean, that can't be how you get rabies, but like, where is the root of rabies and when does it, it's because it's not like an airborne thing. It's not like a virus. It's not like the flu where it just flu season comes around. Oh, rabies are here. Like, where does the fundamental root of rabies is what I want to know. Najee, man, he just hangs sausage and slaps you with it. Wait, what? Najee, man, he just hangs sausage and slaps you with it. Criminals turns around with a bag of cash, gets a big old Johnson right in the face. Oh, gonorrhea man. Oh, I see. Okay. I think that's what you're talking about. Hey, Vincenzo, sorry, man. Yeah, of course, I'm already late, and we just now started. But hello, Vincenzo. Is your computer up and running? How is it? What is it like to be plugged back into the Matrix? But hello, good to see you. It does, actually. That would be quite a deterrent. Just getting a sausage in the face would be enough. Criminals have to fear that at any moment they could get a face full of gonorrhea wiener. Look, so I find that funny, but yet I don't think that's overtly more ridiculous as a concept than half of the superheroes we have. So, I mean, that would clean up Gotham. It would clean it up, but also if gonorrhea is involved, it would also have an adverse effect as well. Count Duckula? You're not talking about Darkwing Duck, are you? I had a pet mouse called Danger Mouse. No kidding, Vincenzo! So, okay, I don't know Count Duckula. I know Count Chocula. And I know Darkwing Duck, but I don't know Count Duckula. That's a new one for me. Count Duckula. Hang on a second. Okay, I have seen it. I mean, I recognize the character, so but I never watched it. I never, ever saw the show. Don't know why. Maybe it just wasn't on when I got out of school or whatever, but I do recall seeing it. Okay, so good. Okay. I was not exposed, but I'm not out of the loop. I am familiar with Duckula. So, but I guess Vincenzo, Vincenzo, you're a decade or so younger than me, and Danger Mouse was obscure even when I was young. How in the world did you know about Danger? Or is that just a cool name you came up with for your mouse that happened to also be the name of an also? Lagmush, how much of Batman Beyond did you watch that you didn't know? You didn't see Terry's high-heeled boots there. I mean, granted, he didn't have them in every. So look, he's got the little. I mean, now it depends on the animator or the because what was it? Return of the Joker, I think. Like there's some where they're more pronounced. Some of them it literally is just kind of like. It looks like the boot is cut. He has heels, but they're not like high heels to any degree. But there are some of them where it actually look now in the comics. I'm looking, it looks like he just has the comic book slipper feet, which I still don't quite understand. As an adult, I go, where did that concept come from? Like, whoever thought this was practical footwear? But yeah, so in the comics, it looks like he has normal. But in the animated series, he definitely had the heels of some kind. But I mean, again, they weren't like high, they weren't stilettos. They were just, I mean, they're probably an inch or two, if that. Gizmo Duck? I do remember Gizmo Duck. Yep. Oh, from DuckTales, I was going to say, but he didn't have his own series. It was, yeah. Yep. Had his little one wheel deal there. I don't know if he was, yeah. He's got a little diaper. But yeah, but DuckTales was great. DuckTales was aces in general. Hey, Honey Badger, good to see you. Two Fridays in a row. Look at that. Look at that. Good to see you, my friend. Bayless hands down the best on-screen performance of Batman we have ever seen. Of course. Of course. I knew it. Of course. Of course. It would be Honey Badger. Oh, Batman. I don't know why Batman turned into Richard Nixon, but that's. I was watching that again for the video. I'm going through these lines. I'm like, how did they let this go by? Like him and Bane, they've got the most ridiculous voices. Like I get it, you're trying to disguise your voice, but nobody's gonna be. Commissioner Gordon's gonna be like, I can't recognize that guy, but I've heard that voice somewhere. You know, that's probably the billionaire Bruce Wayne. Like the need to disguise his voice, and it just sounds so crazy. He didn't offer anything. I'm not gonna say Keaton did. I still think West, like I said, that version of Batman is still, to me, it suits. It fits Batman better. Keaton's Batman was, I don't know. That's the problem with Batman. Like you don't want to see a whole lot of emoting. Like you watch the animated series. I think that to me that would probably be the best one. The animated series, it's kind of a mix. It's not quite Batman 66. It's not campy. It's not goofy, but you know, it's the square jaw, you can't see his eyes and all that kind of stuff. I think to me that works for Batman as well as an action guy. But Honey Badger, no. I'll save that for the video. That there's, I think. The next the three heroes that are left, they're all at least 8 to 10 minutes long. So Spider-Man, oh boy, howdy. There's really very little to like about Spider-Man, to be honest. But hey, you know what? But you're welcome. You the Honey Badger hot takes, we call it. Can always count on you. I'll be doing a 4-hour in-depth analysis of your 4-minute video. Michael Bailey too. Hello, Michael Bailey. Wow, the gang's all here. Look at this. Probably have Enu Strain in here eventually. We've got a D&D session tomorrow, so I'm sure I will be around shortly if he's not here already. Because he's got to be working some stuff for the deal tomorrow, and this is his background. You've watched Dexter in its entirety, Vincenzo. Isn't Dexter an ME for the cops who also murders people on the side? Yeah, that's what so I can give you more context when you get to this. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm falling behind. See, that's the issue though, Underhill. Why? What is it? So we would have to acknowledge that there's something wrong with Bruce Wayne, because if I were to kill a psychopathic murderer who has victimized and continues to victimize people on the regular, his recidivism rate is 100%. He's always getting out, and when he gets out, he always kills people. If I were to kill somebody like that, I don't become crazy. I don't become the Joker. You know, I don't think most people do. If a cop somehow, were to be threatened by and God forbid, I mean, like seriously, this has never happened. There's never been a time where the Joker has put innocent lives in jeopardy while there are cops around, and they never are able to shoot the guy. But if somebody were to kill him, like, they don't become back. So I'm just wondering, what is it about Batman? What's wrong with his brain that killing a psychopathic murderer would make him a crazy person? That's what I'm questioning. Isn't that what a Punisher is? Someone addicted to killing? No. Well, no, because he doesn't kill, and it's like, he doesn't even kill robbers. I mean, like, he doesn't kill criminals. He kills murderers. So it's like he essentially, from what I recall, now I don't know, I'm not a Punisher expert. He declared war on crime, like literal war. That's why he's running around with guns and everything. So he is the ultimate end all for people that actively go around killing other people. So if you're not a murderer, you don't have to worry about the Punisher. Like that, and that to me, that's the big difference when we talk about these things. If we want to really get right down to it, if you say, hey, here's a guy who's going around killing people. We don't know why, he just does it because this guy pissed him off. This guy did this. This guy looked at him wrong. This guy had something he wanted. And I go, okay, no, I don't feel safe around him. No, I don't think society is safe with that guy around. Whereas if you have somebody who says, okay, this guy, when there's a murderer, that slips through the cracks and, doesn't, whatever happens. This guy, somebody, we don't know who he is, but there's somebody out there who goes around and kills murderers who, are second time offenders, or however we want to phrase it. I'm not worried about that guy because he's not going to kill, because I'm not going around murdering people. So I'm not putting myself on that guy's hit list. Whereas the other guy, you're going, well, just by being alive, I might be a victim of this guy. Who knows? But anyway, I mean, that gets into a whole, a dark, different, whatever thing. But, but that to say, Punisher is not addicted to killing people. He has a war on crime, and crime is never going to go away. So he is never going to stop. There's never going to be a time where Punisher will be like, I'm good to go. Like, don't need to kill anybody because murder has stopped happening. That said, Punisher does not have much of a rogues gallery because nobody lives long enough. Like most of the guys, I mean, there's some, I think that he has overlaps with other heroes, and there are some that I think are recurring for him, but most of his villains are one-offs. And that's the crux of the issue, folks. When we get down to it, and I'm saying a lot of the video stuff here, but it's like that is the main reason. Really, you go backwards, you start with outside of the actual media, the comics or whatever it is, and go, okay, we can't have an iconic villain. We can't have a rogues gallery. We can't have this motley assortment of recurring characters. We can't have a nemesis for our hero if our heroes kill them or put them away for life and we never see them again. So you start with that problem, a creative problem. Now, there are ways to get around it. There are plenty of creative ways to get around it, but those can be very difficult and you don't want to be repetitive, whatever. So you go, okay, we need a reason why our heroes keep letting these psychopaths keep doing what they're doing. And so you retcon it. You have to go, you work in reverse. Okay, well, how do we justify the fact that we are not killing off these villains? We need good villains. We need iconic villains. How are we going to sustain that? Because otherwise we're having to create a new villain every single comic book. That's not going to work. So you got to figure, so you go, okay, well, you got a moral thing. It can be a moral thing. I don't believe in killing, whatever. You got the one where, if I were to kill, then I would, just become like them or what. Like you can do a bunch of things, but it really, I got to believe most of it comes down to just the idea that if you kill off villains that definitely should not be in circulation anymore, you don't have people for the heroes to fight. And if the heroes don't have good villains, the heroes are not as good. The better the villain is, the better the hero is. So every time a Joker pops up, you go, ooh, this is going to be good because they've got this rivalry, they got this thing. But it becomes this very unhealthy codependent thing where I think there was an episode, it might have even been in the animated series, where the Joker's like, you need me. Because without me, like your life doesn't have purpose. So like you need me. You need me to be around. If you were to kill me, or if I weren't to be around anymore, then what are you going to do? You got to go after what are you going to go after petty thugs? Like that's not exciting. And I don't think the Batman actually called him out on it and said that was wrong. I don't know, but Dexter's a blood spatter tech for the cops. Okay, gotcha. So his no killing thing is just an excuse for continuing to let Joker escape and hunt him down. Exactly. That yeah. So sorry, Underhill. You said that at 3:35. I'm just now getting to it, but yeah. But Lagmeister, he's already a vigilante, so he has no right to be doing what he's doing to begin with. So he's taking the law into his own hands as it is. So to say, well, I'm not judge, jury, executioner, you're also not law enforcement in no way, shape, or form. You have no authority to do what you're doing. So you're already out of your depth. So if you're going to step in and do what the law isn't doing, if you say the law is not sufficient, I need to take action, then it's not a stretch. It's not ridiculous to say, well, the law is deficient in many ways. And judge, jury, and executioner, these are not infallible concepts. These are not things like, well, you said judge, jury, and executioner. That's funny though. I don't know if you meant to do that or if that was on autocorrect, but I just caught that now. But like juries are not perfect. Juries are not the unquestionable judges. Like our entire legal system is not infallible. Now, I'm not saying do away with the legal system. I'm just saying I'm not judge, jury, and executioner. Who makes them judge, jury, and executioner? People, flawed people. And you put flawed people and flawed judges with bias. You think we get justice in courts? No. Sometimes we do. It's a happy time when it does. But the legal system is not there to give us justice. It's there to satisfy the letter of the law. End of story. And if it happens to give us justice, well, then that's all well and good. And that's ideally what it's going for. But you can have lawyers that get guilty people off. No, people that they know are guilty. They got clients that said, yeah, I did it, but I don't want to go to jail. The lawyer gets them off. The lawyer doesn't think I did a bad thing. I'm an immoral person. I'm a dirtbag. They think I did my job because I served the letter of the law. And by the letter of the law, if I did it better than the other lawyer guy, I got my client off. He was guilty. Well, sorry, the law, according to the law, he wasn't. So this whole like trying to elevate it as this like thing, we can't possibly do that because judges, surely if you put a criminal before a judge, the judge will be just. No, sometimes yes. Maybe we might even say most of the time, but like 52%. But the amount of corruption and just fallacies in the law are enough to say, if you're willing to break the law as a vigilante, I don't know why the heck you draw a line there and say, okay, well, you are judging them and you are beating the crap out of them, but you're like, but no, I'm not going to permanently stop you. I'm going to put you into a system where there is a judge and jury, and that judge and jury are going to decide that this person who has killed a bunch of people doesn't deserve to be in like a maximum underground security prison for the rest of their life. No, they're going to get out in the next 5 years or 2 weeks, maybe, depending on what the issue is. And they're going to kill some more people. And that's where my problem comes in. And I use this phrase with Spider-Man. You sacrifice innocent people on the altar of a false consciousness, or the idea, not a consciousness, conscience, a false conscience. Where you're like, no, it's more important that I have what I consider to be the moral high ground than it is to actually protect people from viable threats. I don't know that a civilized society protects evil people. I just don't know that it happens, but whatever. New PC is amazing. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. That's exciting. That is exciting, Vincenzo. Like, it's one thing to be like, yeah, I got a new PC. It works. It does its thing, but this actually sounds like it's incredible. So I expect you to be on your A game tomorrow. You're going to have to lead the party with your new PC. Bats have extremely efficient immune system, so diseases stay in there longer because it doesn't have to work that hard to keep it in check. Oh, interesting. See? Biologist. That's happy to have you here, Michael. That's the kind of explanation I need right there. Efficient immune system. Wait, but so I don't question that explanation. I'm just wondering if the immune system doesn't get rid of it, just so it just sticks around. Okay, all right. And there's Io. Okay, he came in 20 minutes ago, but but I knew you'd be here, Io. I knew you'd come. Duckula and Danger Mouse were on about the same time at night. Okay, all right. Maybe that was a little bit later, because I know I had to go to bed after. There were a lot. I remember distinctly in my mind's eye having to go to bed before Danger Mouse was over, or no, like right after Danger Mouse was over. Like sometime I think it came on like at 8:30 or something, and whatever age I was, that was pretty much my bedtime. So like, okay, you can watch, and I think they had like mini episodes. Like it was a 22-minute show, but then they had like 3 like chunks usually, and it was like, okay, you can watch the first 2, but you got to go to bed for the third one. And eventually I was able to bargain and weasel and wind my way to get to see all 3 of them, but then it was past my bedtime. So maybe Duckula came on after that, and that's why I didn't watch it. But let's see. Ironically, that means bats are great at carrying disease. Yeah, that's what I mean. That is kind of like ironic, Michael. Like it's like, yeah, I've got a great immune system, so I'm a great disease carrier. It's like, no, great immune system should mean you get rid of diseases better. But that does explain why they stick around longer. That's a very bizarre, bittersweet type thing. You've got the best immune system, but that means you're going to carry every kind of disease as possible because, however that works. In the microbiological way. My mom watched it. Mouse was albino, so it reminded her of it. Oh, nice. He was supposed to be snake food. But apparently 2 mice was too much that day, so I just kept him. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a heck of a story. Hey, and that actually works because you rescued him out of danger. He was in danger, Mouse. In danger, Mouse. That's and then once you rescued him, you could just drop the in because he was no longer in danger. So then you're just left with Danger Mouse. Bam! What an origin story. That's sweet. That is sweet, though. How long did Danger Mouse live for? I'm just out of curiosity. I know I won't see the answer for an hour and a half, but please leave it anyway. Danger Mouse and Duckula both on TV after school. Oh, see now, because you lived on the bottom side of the world. I can't even do the accent, but yeah, you live. We were topsy-turvy, so that doesn't completely explain it because then in theory it would have come on before school for me. But I know it came on. It was like in Virginia, East Coast time, whatever. The only channel that it was ever on that I saw, it was always at nighttime. I never got to see it in the day. We had DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, and Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Then it was come on, with Baloo and Tailspin. There we go. Rescue Rangers, then Tailspin, and then DuckTales, I believe. And earlier enough, it was Transformers. Like when I was in elementary school, Transformers came on in the afternoon slot. But maybe Rabies Man would be better. See, and that's the thing. Under anything like that, anything where a criminal gets a disease from the hero, I think that's a deterrent. Honestly, I think that would be a deterrent. If there was some hero out there that if he caught you, it wasn't that he was going to punch you or hurt you or even, kill you or anything. He was going to just, tie you up and hand you over to the cops, but you got some kind of horrific disease. Now, granted, then they would just treat you and it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it wasn't curable, I don't know, is rabies curable? I think early on you can do something about it, but otherwise not so much. Basically, Pats get sick and like whatever. Well, I mean, yeah, no, I guess that's a superpower. Okay, there's the DuckTales. Woo! Yeah, okay, so Eliza, again, I'm just hitting all this stuff way after you guys do. But yes, DuckTales. Woo! Danger. Look, anyway, I can't sing, so I'm not going to keep going. Nolan made Batman where Batman wasn't a joke. No, he didn't. No, he didn't, Honey Badger. He did the exact opposite. I was talking with Carlos. I don't know if he's going to show up here. I don't see him there yet. Carlos points out he loves the Joker. He doesn't like Batman too much, but he loves the Joker. Dark Knight was his magnum opus. Like, it was great. It was a great movie for the villain. It made Batman look like a chump. It showed how impotent he was. And honestly, the movie had to bend over, twist around, and grab its ankles and kiss its own butt to make us, to try to convince us that somehow a boatload of convicted murderers and felons are going to be like, oh gosh, gee, we can't blow up a boat full of other people. Not only just not blow up a boat of other people, but to save our own skins. So we have no problem murdering people individually, but the idea of us saying, hey, I want to live, screw these guys. No, we're not that selfish. We're not that bad of guys. We don't care if we live or die. We're not going to blow them up. Like, human beings don't work like that, especially criminals. It does not work that way. So the only way you get any kind of satisfying ending, the only way Batman is right in that movie is that Nolan pulls bullcrap out of the ether. There's no way in hell that doesn't go the way the Joker expected it to. It just doesn't. So Batman Beyond. Oh, not Batman Begins. I'll give you that. I liked Batman Begins. I hated Rachel Dawes. Hated her with a passion, but I liked Batman Begins. I liked the idea of trying to show how a guy could, in theory, do the things that Batman does in the real world. And it wasn't a joke, and it was about as realistic as you could get. But when you got to Dark Knight, it just went down. That one, and then the third one was ridiculous. The third one, literally, I don't know if you saw the video, literally, there is him running around the city with a bomb. Now, he's not holding it over his head like Adam West was, but he's carrying it under his freaking bat copter that didn't have any blades, whatever the heck it was. And he was literally doing the same thing. He takes it out and it blows up. I was just like, come on, guys. So, I don't know. I think it started off well enough. The Batman Begins is where it should have ended. Just like Batman Begins, here's a snapshot. Batman does great. After that, it just goes downhill for Batman. Animated series is awesome. Yes, indeed. They do have a Batman where you guys live. I heard that Batman is no longer a viable career. Yes, that is correct. We would have to say there's something wrong with Bruce Wayne. The dude dresses in a bat and beats up people. I think it's safe to say there's something not normal in his mind. Well, but that's the thing. I agree, Honey Badger. I 100% agree. But I don't know that the comic wants us to think that. I mean, maybe it does, because I haven't read a crap ton of the comics. I know Batman in different media, but like when I watch Batman 89, I don't think we're supposed to get the idea that Bruce Wayne is a little nuts. Now, maybe you guys did. But like as a kid growing up, I'm not looking at that going like they don't make like we're not seeing Michael Keaton going to physical therapy. Now, wait, he does go see a therapist in Batman Forever, right? Dr. Chase Meridian, isn't she a therapist? Now there you go. Okay, yeah, he's got some screws loose. But I don't think we're supposed to believe that Batman is a bit of a whack job. And certainly the Justice League doesn't think so. I mean, He heads up their whole other operations. Everything pretty much goes through Batman for the most part. Like, they don't think the guy's nuts. So, I mean, I agree with you that based on his MO, but I mean, Spider-Man dresses as a spider and beats people up. And I don't think we're supposed to believe that he's crazy. Now, granted, and as I do point out, well, I'm not gonna blow that, but that video is probably at least 2 months away from being done. But like, Spider-Man does not have 4 fake limbs and strap the web shooter somewhere other than his wrist. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't go for the full anatomical spider thing. But like, I mean, he does the same thing Batman, dressing up as some kind of idea, some kind of symbol, and punching bad guys. So, I mean, I don't know that we're supposed to think that just because our heroes do that they're crazy. I think literally every single last person is sick of superhero crap at this point. That's very true, Underhill. Well, and see, that was the thing though, Underhill. That was why. That's kind of why I started making the video, and arguably I should have just started with the guy that I like, and then, and then do the other stuff. But like I said, there is a method to the madness. I just should have done it all in one big chunk. But like I said, it's probably not going to be done for another 2 months. These things take forever. For whatever reason, this kind of timeline editing is very, very, very tedious and time consuming. It was, I think, 30 hours to do that 4-minute video. So an 8-hour video is going to be, you guessed it, probably 70 to 80, which is easily 2-3 weeks if that's all I'm doing with my time. So yeah, it's rough. I don't know if I'm just not doing it wrong, if I'm putting a little too much into it. The audio is done. Like, the entire thing is been recorded and all the audio's out there, but the visuals, I have to go get the visuals from everywhere. But that was the thing, the reason why this hero stuck out to me was because I was in that superhero fatigue, and I was, the boys and Invincible, and just like, it's okay, I'm sick of the jaded. Like, it's like, okay, we're so sick of good heroes that now we're just going to make crappy ones and sickos and whatever and call them heroes and go with that direction. Like, it just got so bad. And it was right around the time that I found this hero, and I'm like, this is actually refreshing. I'm entertained by the guy. He's doing a great job. He's doing great things. He's willing to do the things, but he's not, but anyway, I won't go too much into it, but like, that's why it was so refreshing. And that's why he stood out. And that's why I even have the concept of a favorite, because before then I was like, I'm a grown ass man. What do I need to have a favorite hero for? Yeah, I grew up, I like these guys, but because I like the figures, I like the powers, I like the whatever stuff. I was a freaking child. Teenager, started losing it. I liked the Iron Man movie when it came out, but it didn't make me go, oh my gosh, superheroes are amazing again. It was just like, all right, that was a really well done movie. And it was kind of fun. They did a good job with the visual effects, and they made a B hero, a main attraction. They built a multiverse. But so anyway, I agree, but that's why it stands out, because even amidst the superhero fatigue, as it were, this guy stood out as something special for me personally. Let's see. One of my favorite things about Batman is Stewie Griffin finding the Batcave. I have not seen that. That's an episode of Family Guy, Michael? I'll have to look that up again. Yeah, it's, I don't even know why I have Metro. I haven't done anything. Here, I got to do something. There, I had to do something. I haven't moved in like 30 minutes. You have a lazy Susan for your nuclear car. Oh, jeez. That does sound pretty funny, Mike. I'll have to check that out. And I do, yeah. Lazy Susan for nuclear. He does. And actually, what is it? Batman Returns. Like Lagmeister, you work on cars. Now, granted, I know I'm asking a question that is 20 minutes old, 15 minutes old. Like, you work on cars. Anybody else who works on cars. In what universe can you have a car that shoots down a piston from the center of the car, below the car, from the center of the car, shoots down a giant piston that elevates the car, allows it to turn around in a 360 degree and go back the other direction? I'm pretty sure there are a crap ton of components running under the car that would make that prohibitive, if not just Batman maybe even sitting over it. But I mean, he doesn't. Batman Returns, I don't know. Apparently, the Batmobile is not cool enough as it is. They've got to give it that thing. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, even as a kid, I was like, huh? Because I've looked under the car. I was with my dad when he did oil changes. And I'm like, I think there's a lot of stuff under there. What happens to all this stuff that's under there? Anyway, if Batman is a superhero, then Judge Dredd is a superhero. Well, here's the thing, Lagmeister. Here's the catch. Here, I had to find this out. There's a difference. So, well, I know, to be fair, I didn't make this distinction in the video, but we have our vigilantes and we have our superheroes. Vigilantes are not necessarily, they're not, superheroes do it all. They save people. They go into crises to save people. They're highly visible. They have a lot of public support, maybe even law enforcement, depending on the series, depending on the thing. They have whatever their jurisdiction is. They're considered to be like additional help or something. Whereas vigilantes, they don't really do as much of the save. They're not really in it for the saving lives as much as they are going after bad guys. Like, so your Spider-Mans, your Batmans, your Punishers, your Judge Dredd. Now, granted, Judge Dredd is the law, but So I don't know. But it's interesting. So it would be, maybe he would be. Maybe he would be then. But I don't know. Because I think the superheroes are extra, right? I don't think a superhero can be a cop. Not talking about real life. I'm talking about in the world of superheroes. I think there's a distinction between a cop and a superhero. Like, that's kind of what makes them the superhero is the powers, but they're operating in addition to, extraneous to basic law enforcement. Where Judge Dredd, he is that time period and that setting's version of a cop, right? If I'm not mistaken. I missed it by a lot. No, I only missed it by 5 minutes. Dang it, Eliza. 5 minutes. I missed it by 5 minutes. Okay, I need to remember 4 o'clock is a cutoff there. Dang it. I'll say goodbye. Jeez. Gosh darn it. If Batman is superhero, then Luigi is definitely superhero. Not in the Mario movie. No, wait. Wait, are we talking about Mario Brothers Luigi, or are we talking about real life Luigi guy that did... Okay, no, the other heroic, Luigi's Boogers. Vernon won't... That's the key right there, Vince. If you don't want to roll 3s and 4s in a D&D campaign, you got to upgrade your PC. That's really what it comes down to, folks. It is a little bit of the have and the have-nots. You get a good enough PC, you don't roll 3s or 4s. But yeah, and that's the problem, Michael. Like, at least has powers. Have you seen his jump in Smash Bros? And that's so I do. Look, because when the Mario Brothers movie came out, the debacle, the horrible BS movie that it was, people were like, I know Peach is amazing. She's as amazing as she is in the movie because have you seen her in Smash Brothers? I'm like, either you don't have the character in the game at all, or you have to make every single character in there a viable fighter. Just because a character makes an appearance in a fighting game does not mean that character is a viable fighter. Like, it just blows my mind. I'm not saying that's not you, Michael, in particular, but it was the same thing. It's like, you could put a Goomba in Smash Brothers and you're like, well, it's canon in universe. Goombas are awesome fighters. It's like, no. They wanted to put the character in a fighting game, and you can't put a character in a fighting game and have it not do anything, or have it be like, let's talk about things peacefully, or diplomacy forever. Like, you actually have to fight. Like, but that doesn't mean that the character is a fighter. It means the character was featured in a fighting game, and therefore it has to be able to fight. Luigi, I think in most iterations he's considered to be a little more cowardly. They laid it on pretty thick in the Mario Brothers movie, but I mean, according to that movie, he's got nothing. He's got nothing. Damn, man. Mario has nothing. Unless he has a star or he's not juicing, essentially, with a mushroom or a power-up or something, Mario's absolutely worthless. Anyway, I won't go into all that, but yeah, I think I know who's referring to the other Luigi, which I don't know enough about that guy or that whole situation. It's just interesting. You finally got one under the wire, Lagmeister. If Jamie doesn't read this in 10 minutes, he has to tell us the next superhero to go in the wood chipper. Well, that's fine, Lagmeister. Actually, that's perfect, because I already gave you a hint. It's Superman. Superman is the next one going in. I'm working on him now. It's like I said, it's a 9-minute video, and I've got about 20 seconds of visuals laid down, so it's going to be a while. But Soups is up next. Oh, that's a good call. I know that's a good call. Yep. Yep. 3s and 4s. That's late for Danger Mouse. It was 5:30 for me. Yeah. See, that was it's a travesty of living on the East Coast, because if you lived in California, it probably about the same time. But yeah, well, no. Yeah, 3 hours behind. Yeah, it would have been 5:30 in California. So people on the West Coast could watch Danger Mouse at a decent hour. I had to be able to bargain and finagle my way to stay up late enough to watch it. Set the bar too high. Duck Dodger has canonically been a Green Lantern. Are you seriously? Really? Was it Duck Dodger in the 24th and a half century or something? Yeah. Duck Dodger in the 200... No, are you serious? Hang on. I'm just curious now. Duck Dodger. Green Lantern? Wow. Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, they'll just accept anybody, won't they? Like that's why, I mean, Green Lantern, I thought his ensemble was cool. Like, there aren't a lot of characters that do like the black, green, and white. Like, it's a decent enough look, but I never really, because it just rings, like there is only one ring. One Lord of the Rings. There's only one ring that's worth a damn, and it's the one ring. The power ring, you have to charge it up. Like, they were doing the charging thing before like phones came out. Like, you have to charge your ring. Like, it just. So first of all, it is the thing. Like, your entire shtick is this ring. You lose the ring, you're not the hero anymore. Like, somebody else gets the ring. I mean, and I don't know if it doesn't work unless it's given, but. Like, the idea that, I lost my ring. Oh, it slipped off, or I took it off in the shower. Whatever the reason is, you take out the ring, you're no longer that hero. Like, everything revolves around that ring, and it runs out of juice all the time. You got to charge it in a lantern, and you have to say this goofy little catchphrase that just, in brightest day and darkest night, I will always win a fight, because I will dance and I will sing, because I've got a freaking power ring. I don't know what the heck it is, but it was just the weakest sauce. And that just proves it. Like, nothing against Duck Dodgers, but the fact that he made the core just lets you know that their barrier for entry is incredibly low. %1 of bats carry rabies, but cause the most cases in the US. Like, how many people are interacting with these bats? That's the crazy thing. I guess the reality of that is that the other sources of it are so gosh darn low that 10 people maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the stats are, but like, however many people it is that are killed by bats, it's an exponentially, it's a very, very low number. It just happens to be the highest of the low numbers. Like, I can't imagine people interacting especially in the US with bats enough to get bit and get rabies. Like, it just seems like a wild, like, I don't think I've had a personal contact with a bat in my entire life, 45 years on this planet. I don't think I've ever come within an arm's length knowingly of a bat. I think Danger Mouse lived for 2 years. Okay, that's not bad. That's kind of sad. I mean, it's not bad for a mouse, but it's still kind of sad that he had babies. Oh, he had babies with a brown mouse I called Splinter, who I didn't know was okay, I was going to say, wait a minute. How did he have babies? Okay. A brown mouse, Splintet, who I didn't know was female, all are fed to the snake. What? Oh my gosh. How did I bond with these mice so much that this is a shock to the system? Like, seriously, when you say he had babies, like, he had babies and they were all fed to the snake, like, that just, I don't know why, but that just strikes me as, like, no. There's his happy ending, sort of. Wait, so did you end up feeding Danger Mouse? You fed Danger Mouse, Splinter, and their babies to the snake? And your brother kept one baby and named it Jerry? Oh my gosh, that's a Lifetime movie right there. Okay, I just skipped down for a second. Incredibles? Yes. Incredibles is an amazing superhero film. Yes. I got to go back up, but yes, I would 100% agree with that. It is probably the best one. Tailspin. I wish I could do the last. Tailspin. Chip and Dale. Rescue Rain. There we go. I'm so glad. So even though very few of you are actually my age, I'm glad so many of you know these things. This is awesome. Castration man would be scarier. That's very true, Lagmeister. Now here's the problem. If you have a repeat offender, what does castration man do if he's already castrated? Because again, I think the recidivism, at least in the US, I think, now this sounds high, but I'm pretty sure the recidivism rate for the exact same crime, not a similar crime, but I think the recidivism rate is like in the high 20s, low 30s. So you got castration man, okay, does his thing. What happens when he catches the guy who comes out? Now maybe the recidivism rate would go would drop significantly if castration man was a thing. Like that would be a heck of a deterrent. You know what? He's not going to do much to you. He's not going to turn you into the cops, but you will not be having you'll be dysfunctional from the waist to the knees for the rest of your life. That may be enough to dissuade it if castration man was effective enough. If he could not be stopped, if he was able to get like a kingpin kind of guy, like one of the big bosses and show that nobody was outside of his reach, I think that would actually be a deterrent to at least to overt crime. Like you wouldn't have people doing things without a lot of planning and a lot of stuff to just not get caught. Like he can't catch us. He can't castrate us if he can't prove or doesn't know that we did anything. So keep everything on the down low, but I don't know. Ebola boy? That has some alliteration. I like that. Ebola boy. Ebola boy. Yeah. I mean, we're of no shortage with effective diseases that can be inflicted. But, isn't that odd, though, out of, and this is including everything I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a hero, particularly, but I don't think a villain that actually gives diseases. There are some shows where it's like Decay, where you can actually like touch somebody and have their body turn to ash or just crumble away. Like that, I've seen stuff like that, but I don't know. Like we don't have, food poisoning person or Ebola boy or not gynec. What was it called? What do you call it? Gonorrhea guy. We don't, or AIDS man. You don't want to know how he gives it to you. I mean, really, any which way he gives it to you is whew. So yeah, I mean, clearly we're all on we're all in the right headspace here. That's the important thing. We're nobody wants to go easy on criminals, is what I'm getting here. Everybody's thinking of very creative and horrific ways to punish bad guys, and and that's honestly, I think that's part of the issue that we have is, I think, and again, I'm not projecting this onto you guys because. Like, this is all in fun, right? We're joking. Like, nobody's like, oh my gosh, I really want this to happen. But just seeing that kind of trend, again, it's a joke, but I think we have gotten to a point where it's a little too, our system's a little too happy on criminals. Like, it's a little, like, honestly, like, I would never consider this because it's just not a thing. But it's like, if you were to think about it and go, okay, I'm going to commit a crime, especially if it's not something like, death or whatever. Just go, okay, I'm going to commit a crime. They could make me a millionaire. But if I fail, worst case, I get locked away for 5 years or 10 years in a minimum security prison. It's not going to be a good time. It's not going to be fun. I might be able to get a degree there. I can write a book there, the story of my crazy caper, maybe make a bunch of money there. People dig on ex-criminals. It's great. Maybe I can find Jesus and do some religious racketeering or religious whatever. Like, you can do any number of things and you go, okay, what are the consequences? Like, there's just not. Yeah, I don't know. It was just too much. But the idea, no, criminals need to be. It needs to be a bad thing. Like, it needs to be something where you go, is it really worth me trying to? Is it really worth me doing this? And I'm not saying, because people talk about, oh, these things aren't deterrents or whatever. But I'm like, all we can safely say is clearly there isn't any deterrent, because it's like, even if you get caught, you got to get caught, and if you get caught, you got to have. You got to get tried by the right people or whatever. You got to be found guilty, which is a whole other thing. And then when you get sentenced, it's got to be a certain length. But if you get out on good behavior, like, there's so many things that can result in you not getting caught at all, getting caught but not getting convicted, or getting convicted and then getting a sentence that isn't long. And even if you get a long sentence, one that is effectively cut in half or a third, and you get out scot-free. And what? You know, what you perpetrated on society, and that's for the big issue. The fear, the uncertainty, the all the things that these crimes do to a society, the dysfunction and everything. What are the people? What is society looking? Go, okay, yeah, we've, you know, like the justice is not a vain or empty concept. Like, there is something in people that does want justice. Now, sometimes it can be a warped version of justice. Well, I want things to be done my way, or I want this to happen because I want it to happen. It doesn't mean it's necessarily justice, but there is a sense of justice, and it's not about punishment. That's where a lot of people get it wrong. I think when they focus on this kind of stuff, it's not about, oh, I want you to suffer because you made me suffer. It's, no, you need to not be a threat to society. You need to not be an issue for society. And if we had some kind of thing where you could put somebody into the system and they come back out, not a Demolition Man thing where they come out and they're brainwashed or they had some kind of wiring done to their head. But if you literally had a system where you go, okay, this is the crime they did. If you put them in for 10 years, when they come out of the oven, and I don't mean literally an oven, obviously, when they come out, that part of them that made them think that this was an okay thing to do to somebody is going to be done. Like, that part is going to be wired correctly. They're going to have a healthy understanding of who they are and how they need to be able to function in society. Not brainwashing or anything, but just whatever it is that just makes them go, nah, this is a good idea. That's been corrected. We'll put it that way. And I know that sounds very, you know, dark and sci-fi or whatever, but I'm just saying, in theory, hypothetically, we say that that's what can happen. Then we've got a different story, because you don't have the recidivism rate. Like, you don't have to put an end to a criminal or something, because once they get into this system, they're no longer going to be an issue to society. Now, that doesn't account for what they did, but you don't have to worry about the protection anymore, because in theory, when they get out, they're not an issue. But I mean, but there is a cry out for justice. And like I said, I'm not trying to read too much into this. We're just having fun with crazy suggestions. But there does seem to be a, you know what? Why are criminals getting the cushy treatment all the time? Wait a minute. Hold on. Vincenzo, when did you? No, not you. Io. So Io, I guess you're standing in for Honey Badger for a second, because this is a Honey Badger take right here. I actually enjoyed the latest Batman movie. Oh wait, no. Never mind. Because that wasn't a Nolan. That was what's his face? Patterson, right? Pattinson, the guy from Twilight, right? I didn't see it. I heard the third act dragged a bit, but honestly, right now, that's the most meh comment that I can remember from it. I heard in general people liked it. Obviously, you have the normal tropes. Why don't you shoot at the guy's face? He's got armor everywhere, but not his face. Shoot at his face. But like, I mean, that's just, you got to accept that in a superhero movie. Like, and they can be shooting for the face, but if you ever shot a gun at nighttime against a moving target like Batman, you know, you'd know that it's not that easy to do. But aside from that, and the third act, the pacing being a little bit off, I didn't hear a whole lot of negative stuff about it. So it might have been an okay for a Batman movie. I will always clause it at this point in my life. I will always clause it. It's not bad for a Batman movie or for a Batman show or for a superhero show, because like I said, I think there's a lot you got to accept when you take on superheroes, which is fine. Just saying, there's a standard that I don't know most superheroes would meet when it comes to actually satisfying as a movie. But I thought you meant the third Nolan Batman, because even I would think Honey Badger even would admit the third one was pretty stinky. Like, there was really nothing great about the third movie at all. Like, they didn't even do Nightfall right. Like, Nightfall as a comic, at least as crazy it was, like, to me, that was the most realistic scenario for Batman, where it's like, okay, yeah, all these criminals that you just keep letting out. Well, guess what? They're coming after you now. They're not going after the innocent. I mean, they go after innocent people. In fact, there's a guy, I can't remember his name. His entire body is covered with hash marks of the people he's killed. He's like, and you see him with his shirt off, and there's all like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, we're talking like hundreds. And it's like, oh, can't kill that guy. No, he's got it. He broke out again. Like, he didn't kill all those people in one try. This is him getting out over and over and over again, killing more and more people. And it's okay as long as you don't kill him, right? Whatever you do, don't kill the guy. Like all those victims should have stopped with one. He should, like, bam, I'm gonna do a hash mark every single time I murder somebody. One, ha ha ha. That should have been the end of him. Bullet to the chest, done. Or boot to the head, whatever his Batman would do, that needs to be done. Every single one of those hash marks after the one, maybe the second one, if we want to talk about him, getting out, getting a second chance. Everything after the second one, those are on the legal system. Those are on anybody who pretends to have anything to do with being responsible for stopping criminals. That's on you guys. Like, apparently none of those hash marks meant a damn to you. It was far more important to make sure that one guy who was killing all those people stayed alive. That's the refreshing thing about heroes, right? They care about the criminals so much. They have incredible value for human life, the sanctity of human life when it pertains to criminals. When it pertains to innocent people, they don't have names, folks. You understand that? They're extras. We don't care about them. They don't have names. Villains have names. We care about them. We want them to live. We don't care about, 20 people just died. Oh, who cares? They're 20 people. They're nothing. We don't even think about them. In a comic book, all the people that see dead or explosion, you're not thinking about them. They're extras. They mean nothing. Their lives mean nothing. They don't have a name. They're not above the line actors. They're not important. It's the criminals we got to make sure we protect. Those are the ones that are important. Spider-Man's like, oh man, no, he's killed a bunch of people. It sure depresses me, but I'm sure glad I didn't kill the bad guy because that would be horrible. That's not. It's like you're a moron. Like, you don't understand. When you say I value human life, if you can't end definitively an evil threat to human beings' lives, like innocent people, your moral compass is so far off kilter. There's just no coming back from it. Because you can't say you value human life and then continue to spare and save and make sure you retain and protect an evil person who is killing innocent people. You can't claim to care about the sanctity of human life when the one person who is being inhuman. Like, you got to understand, human beings, naturally, normally, we don't go and try to kill each other. There are wars, there are things that happen in history where it's like, okay, things have come to a head. We're doing this thing now. That's something entirely. But when you talk about a normal day-to-day interaction, normal people don't have it in their heads, even if they get really super angry at somebody, to murder them. That's just not a thing normal people do. When you do that to somebody, especially when it's done with malice, which is what murder is, done with malice, no justification, greedy, this person may be angry, whatever the reason is, you are now no better than an animal, really, in your behavior, in terms of, like, because humans were like, you can't reason with a wasp, you can't reason with a bear, if you happen to be on their territory, you can't talk to them and be like, hey, sorry man, I didn't mean to be here, let me just get out of your way. The bear's going to go and maul you. Like, you're no better than it. You are inhumane. So the idea we need to treat inhumane people humanely is so bizarre. And again, it's not without its deficit. It hurts innocent people. It hurts society to treat criminals, to treat evil people with that level of humanity. It doesn't mean, like I said, it's not punishment. We're not trying to hurt them. We're not trying to torture them. It's not about that. It's going, no. This is somebody who's decided to make it their life goal to hurt people as they pursue their ends. That person doesn't need to stick around. And a hero that allows that to happen and makes it a point to make sure that those villains survive is crap. That's all. That's all there is. Batman Forever best movie. I haven't seen it in a while, Lagmeister. I do remember liking it. Tommy Lee Jones, Jim Carrey as your villains, you can't go too wrong with those guys. They're fun. They weren't really playing up as much as they did like in Batman and Robin. It was a good movie. From what I remember, it was a fun Batman movie. Holy rusted metal Batman. What? The metal, it's rusty, full of holes. To be fair, lots of people in jail for dumb reasons. The U.S. have one of the highest incarceration in the world. Oh, Michael, I will 100% agree with you on that. I will. It's on both sides. You have people getting, like, to me, if you do something, if there's a crime with two willing participants, it's not like, I mean, not that doesn't like robberies, but I'm talking like a drug deal. Like, look, I'm not promoting drugs or anything like that, but I'm saying, if person A wants to sell person B something, and person B, knowing what the drug is, knowing what it can do to them, knowing what it overdosed, knowing that it could be a tainted product, whatever else, and they decide, you know what, I really want this product. And there's no coercion, there's no force, there's no threat. The guy just says, hey, I'm selling this. And the guy goes, okay, I want to buy some. They should not be going to prison for that. I mean, you can say it's stupid, it's whatever, and I agree, but that's not where we should be putting people in prison. And I don't even think thieves. I think thieves need to have maybe a brief window of punishment. But for thieves, I do think it needs to be a repayment plan, because thieves take. And so I think it like having them just sit in a prison for 20 years, that doesn't help anything. They need to be working their ass off and have their wages garnished to pay back whoever and however much they stole. And so it's like punishment fits the crime. If you stole $2 million, you're going to be working your butt off for quite some time. And then if you do something, if you steal to try to pay that money back or something, then you just get thrown away and locked, thrown in prison and locked up and whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to fix the legal system. I'm just saying, I think it's more beneficial for the victim, which is really what we should be concerned about here. Not for the guy to be rotting in prison, but to actually have to pay back, find a monetary value. If it wasn't straight up money, okay, he stole this amount of property, $5,000 worth. He needs to, until he can pay that off, we're going to garnish the wages or whatever. And, maybe he lives in prison and he works. I don't know how it would work, but I agree, Michael. Like, we send people to prison for voluntary things, for purchases, essentially. And I'm not necessarily saying this is all off the cuff. So I'm not saying that I've thought about this and gone, well, this is how it should be. But I agree. People are getting locked up for stupid things, and then people are being let out for things that are far more serious. Like, I don't think somebody who's done the R word to somebody should be getting out in less than 15 or 20 years, at the very least, if at all. Because again, that's not incidental. There is malice behind it. There's intention. I mean, especially, I do think it needs, I don't know. Anyway, like I said, there's a whole bunch of stuff, because then you go, okay, well, convicted versus like 100% absolutely guilty. What are the circumstances? I mean, there's a lot of stuff to weigh in. I think it needs to be a little more flexible than it is. But all that to say, I do agree on the low end of the system. We've got too many people in prison for stupid stuff, and we got too many people getting out for things that aren't stupid. I think, well, of course you would say that, Vincenzo, because one of the main guys has a magnificent mustache. You're biased. 1 minute, 30 seconds. I'm sorry, Eliza. I'm sorry. You got to know. I started off at a deficit. Within 5 minutes, I was running behind. It was inevitable. And I'm only 30 minutes late. Have a good night, Eliza. Hope you enjoy work. But yeah, Vincenzo, you're biased as heck, man. If he didn't have a mustache, you wouldn't like it. You'd be like, it's okay. But my beef with I'm not saying Invincible isn't good, because I haven't watched the whole series. I stopped watching when the guy who's like the hero that everybody likes is actually a bad guy. Like, the subversion, we had this era of subversion, the Last Jedi and all that kind of stuff. We had this time where it was like, let's just take all the good things and turn them on their head. So you had Invincible, and I get it. There's probably more to it, and there's better characters, whatever. Like I said, I'm not condemning the whole show. I just know I'm going, oh man, I want to see a good hero thing. So I'm watching Invincible, like, okay, this looks cool. Okay, here's a mustachioed man. He's magnificent. He's doing good things. Oh, he's a psychopath. He just murdered. Like, and the other thing was, it was Batman, the animated series style animation. Like, it looked like a Saturday morning cartoon. Like, whether it was Batman or Batman, more like Batman Beyond, actually, style of animation. So I'm watching this thing thinking, okay, or Static Shock. You guys remember Static Shock? Came on the Kids WB. I'm like, I'm watching Static Shock. And the next thing I see, well, there's definitely shock, because this guy just ripped out a guy's eyeballs and tore out somebody else's intestines and whatever. And this is supposed to be the good guy. So that's where I was like, okay, like, I was already on the edge. I wasn't like completely sold, but I was like, okay, I'm enjoying it. I'm getting it. And then it's like, oh gosh, oh no, oh geez, oh come on, really? So I'm not saying it's a bad show, but that it just turned me off, because of where I was at, where my mind was at going into it. I wanted to see a good guy do good things, not good guy do horrible things. Invincible isn't the bad guy in the show, and Omni-Man wasn't touted as the hero in the end. No, I know, Honey Badger. That's what I'm saying. No, I didn't make it there. I just Omni-Man was touted as a hero initially. That was my thing. I go in going, okay, Omni-Man's a good guy. We'll see what happens. Maybe he has a crisis or something like that, and his son has to step up. Well, however we do it. It was that it was initially presented that way, and then it was turned on its head. I'm like, I don't need that. The Boys, same thing. I like Carl Urban. Love Carl Urban. Great guy. Well, I don't know him from a hole in the wall, but seems to be a great guy. Was willing to play Judge Dredd with a mask on, with the helmet on the whole time. People didn't need to see his face. Seems like a lot of fun. played a nice variety of characters. I like the guy as an actor. Wanted to really like the boys. I'm like, no, I just I don't. And I mean, and I talk about this in there, like the more immoral, the more carnal, the more base, the more depraved, the more self-centered, the more contemptible it is, a hero is. It's not about showing faults. It's not about not having a perfect character, because I don't like perfect characters. I don't like paragons of justice. I think they're boring. Superman, very boring character as far as I'm concerned. But there's a big gap between super boring and the boys. Like, huge gap, where you don't have to have they can struggle, they can have issues, they can all this kind of stuff. They don't have to be outright a-holes. Because the enjoyment of what heroes give us, me personally, is greatly diminished when I see a hero acting marginally better than a piece of garbage. It's like, okay, well, I don't do all the horrible things. I just, do a lot of the really crappy things, but I've got powers and I'm not the worst piece of garbage on the show, so root for me. Now, I'm not definitive because I didn't watch all the way through. These are shows that I started watching and was like, cool, show about superheroes. Go Carl Urban, okay. And again, Carl Urban seems to be a decent enough character in it, but everything else, I'm just like, I don't like any of these people. It's like Breaking Bad. I couldn't watch Breaking Bad or Mad Men either because I was like, I don't like any of these people. I want them all to just expire. Once again, Nolan made Batman mostly practical and not an absolute joke. Hold on there. Now again, it's just a hydraulic actuator. What are we talking about? I know the last comment I remember from you was about gonorrhea. What is the actuator? But I mean, I would say nobody thought Keaton's Batman in '89 was an absolute joke. Like I don't think he pioneered that. Like nobody was laughing at '89 Batman. Nobody thought Batman was Michael Keaton's Batman reinvented Batman. Like the animated series came after that Batman. He still had the blue and the gray. He had the costume from from the comic book, but the darker atmosphere, the more serious vibe, like there was nothing funny about Batman for like forever. I mean, it really has never gone back to that. After 1989, Batman was no longer a campy, goofy, whatever. But that's a problem because you can't take Batman and the idea of Batman, I'm going to intimidate you by being dressed as a bat. You can't take that and apply that to real life and have it pan out. Nobody would ever. And as you pointed out in the comment section, there are versions of him like Batfleck or whatever his name is, the Snyder version or whatever, where it's like, okay, yeah, he'll just beat you to a pulp, and if you never walk again, case raw, you're a bad guy. That's what you get, which I'm totally fine with. I'm down with that kind of version of Batman, but that's an outlier. Like Arkham, the video game Batman of the video games, and that and Snyder's Batman, those are outliers. Those aren't the norm. Like with Nolan's Batman was not a rip you to pieces, but he would need to be. Like you can't be fighting in real life. You can't be fighting this bunch of bad guys at the same time and not try to put any of them down for good. Like it just, I don't know, or injure them in any way. I don't know. It was the attempts to try to make it seem like Batman could, in theory, exist. It's like, no. At least, again, Nolan's, you said, we're specifying here Nolan's Batman. Nolan's Batman, again, was the no kill, no maim. Like, he could have killed the Joker. Should have killed the Joker. He wrecks his bike and puts himself pretty much where if Commissioner Gordon had showed up, he would have been unmasked and probably killed by the Joker right then and there. Like, that's how stupid Nolan's Batman is. He doesn't work. He absolutely does. He is dysfunctional in the real world because he's fighting real world villains. If you want to have, well, anyway, so... But I would say Batman was taken more seriously as of 1989. But yeah, Incredibles is the best superhero film of all time. I might not disagree with that. I actually think that might be accurate. I'm trying to think if there's a better one. Nope. It had heart. It had it had a good display of superpowers without like being hyperfixated on it. It had them dealing with it in a real world setting. It had comedy. It had some heartwarming moments. I think it showed it was a good portrayal of kids trying to deal with having powers and having to do like, okay, you can't take advantage of the fact that you have powers. You can't exploit them. I think it unfortunately its opening montage had a very sadly realistic view on how society would function with heroes in there. You didn't save my life, you ruined my death. That's what you did. Like that absurdity. We see that in real life. Obviously not superheroes, but we see that kind of absurdity, that mentality where, he may have saved that person, but he destroyed a trash can. Like, we can't have people destroying trash cans just because they're trying to save people's lives. Like, we have idiots like that in the real world. So I would, without thinking too far. Now, Megamind is a villain's redemption story. So I wouldn't call that a true superhero film. So yeah, Incredibles might very well be my favorite superhero movie of all time. Toxic Avenger? I gotta look at that. Is that the big green guy with the... Oh gosh, no, that's Toxic Avenger. You know what his alter ego is? What's the guy's name from what is that show called? Sloth. The Toxic Avenger's alter ego is Sloth from the Goonies. That's canon, by the way. Just so you know. And there's Carlos. What's going on, Carlos? Hello, good sir. We were talking about you probably about a half hour ago. I was just mentioning that you, how you're not a big fan of Batman, but you love the Joker. And I was like, hey, The Dark Knight was a Joker's fan dream, and probably the movie Joker, I guess. But Toxic Avenger is definitely Sloth from the Goonies. That's canon. What about Mexican Batman? Batman? Well, what's the Mexican word? What's the Spanish word for bat? Ooh, is that the real word for it? Hang on. Murcielago? Isn't that the name of a car? Isn't that like a Lamborghini? The Lamborghini Murcielago? Murcielago. Well, that can't be how you say it. Hang on. Murcielago. Yeah. Murcielago. That's the word for bat in Spanish. That sounds badass. If you were to, well, but in Spanish, wouldn't it be hombre de murcielago? That's a mouthful. I mean, Batman, you got 2 syllables. Hombre de murcielago. That would be a mouthful. ¿Quién es tú? Yo estoy hombre de murcielago. I wonder. Now I kind of want to look up like the Spanish like voiceover. Well, and just see what his phrase is when he's saying Batman, like how that actually sounds. But I mean, Murcielago sounds really cool. It sounds a lot better than bat. So I would dig that. Murcielago Man, and that has alliteration too. Murcielago Man. So I think if you can combine, you do Spanglish, you do the bat in Spanish, and then you do the man in English. Murcielago Man sounds like it could be pretty dope. Best Heroes Inspector Gadget. As long as we're talking about the cartoon and not the Matthew Broderick film, I could get on board with that. To a degree. I mean, he's kind of like Batman in that he just has gadgets everywhere. But at least his name was his gadget. So, I mean, I don't know. You have to put up a pretty convincing argument for him being the best. Maybe the best, but not the greatest. We'll put it that way. He may be the best here, but not the greatest. So while the car flipping around would be tough, it's possible. It wouldn't be too complicated. I think the problem would be the frame holding up. Car flipping around would be tough. Oh, okay. The frame holding up. Really? So to have you know what I'm talking about, Lagmeister, right? In the Batman Returns movie, where it's like the width of the car. Maybe not the full width, but it's a giant piston that comes out, like it has to come from somewhere, right? So where in the car is that being housed? And then it has to have a mechanism to push it down that can lift the weight of the car and then rotate it. All of that, I'm saying this incredulously, but not saying you're wrong, because I think you know cars better than I do. But we're just making sure we're on the same page with what I'm talking about here. But you're saying that would be possible. And wouldn't be too complicated. That seems like and the weight, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Interesting enough, there was a fifth wheel on the ancient vehicles that was dropped down to let the car rotate. Wait, what? Ancient vehicles? Samus versus Iron Man? Ooh. Baldric, hello. Good to see you, my friend. Are you back from game night? Is that what's going on here? Are you visiting us after hanging out with your real friends? Which would be awesome, by the way. I think that's awesome that you do that still. And I would ask, what game were you playing? Not that I would know the name of it. I'm just curious for poops and giggles. But yeah, Samus versus Iron Man. The problem is we don't know exactly the full extent of Samus. Like, from what I understand, Samus' suit is actually, and I love how you're actually trying to, no, I'm not saying you're trying to do this, but it's like, hey, remember you're playing a video game? Remember the Metroid game that you're ostensibly, like, the whole stream is about? You haven't moved in like 6 hours. We don't know what Samus' suit is made of. It was by the chorizo, whatever they're called, chorizo people. Isn't that sausage in Spanish? The chorizos. She's got a chorizo suit, but my understanding is it actually is like a second skin almost for her. Like, she can summon it. She doesn't actually literally like take it off per se. It's like something that she can manifest, I think, once she's wearing like the Zero suit, bodysuit or something. I don't know. Apparently it's like in her DNA, but we don't know how formidable it is. So I think it would be hard to say, because we know Iron Man technically, whether it's built out of nanotech or whatever, it's still going to be some form of titanium or whatever. We know that it does have limitations to like certain kinds of fire, power, or whatever. It's gotten destroyed, in other words. I don't know that we really know what Samus's limitation is. And she really only seems to, I mean, she's got the morph ball, but I don't see that really being much of a factor other than evasive maneuvers. But I mean, she's got a variety of stuff she can shoot out of the arm cannon, but that's one. Like, she can do grappling. That's something. I think Iron Man wins that one. But it really depends, because if her suit is essentially beyond the material of whatever Iron Man's weaponry can deal with, then she would just beat him by attrition. You know, fire a few rockets or missiles or mega missiles or whatever they're called, and she could take him out if he could do anything. He does seem to be more agile. I mean, he can fly. She's never been able to fly. She can do the spin jump, but I don't think she can really attack. In fact, I'm pretty sure she can't. She can't attack when she's doing the spin jump, and that's really the only way she can stay in the air. So I think Iron Man takes it. I really do. But like I said, it really depends on Samus, of course, Lagmeister, of course. And I'm sure Honey Badger's going to say the same thing. Oh, let's see. If you just added the ability to activate one rear brake at a time, you could do insane turns. Oh, that's true. That's true, Underhill. Yeah. I actually had a big wheels. You guys remember big wheels? Probably didn't. They didn't last for very long, I don't think. I had a big wheels called the Sidewinder. And it was kind of cool. It had like a snake on the side of it. But it was when you activate the handbrake and it would kick out one of the back wheels and it would make you do like a spin. Which you could do anyway if you just kind of, like you said, you lock up the one of the brakes or something, or one of the tires. You could kind of do that, but this allowed you to do really crazy donuts. But yeah, it was a weird, like, yeah, so because I had a big wheels that kind of did something similar to that, I can definitively say that would definitely work with the Batmobile, which is interesting. But, you know, I guess it's not flashy, Underhill. You know, if you don't have a built-in Lazy Susan, as Stewie would point out, then I guess it's not as cool. I mean, he does, and then he has the miniature, whether it was like the locomotive version of the See, and that's the other thing too. I don't think he uses it in the second one. I'd have to look. In the first one, he needs to go through an alley, so he jettisons the two sides off the Batmobile, and it's literally just pretty much the cockpit that he's in, and then like these little train wheels that are kind of like aligned with it. It's very unstable. You can see it wobbling as he goes out. But clearly, he could not have the piston, the pivot piston, in that version of the Batmobile. So he's just very lucky that he needed to get through an alleyway and not turn around in his 360 for that particular time. Because there was no way you could have both of those, because you actually have smaller tires or wheels on that smaller version of the Batmobile. It was gimmick. It's just gimmick, which it's fine. It's fine. It's whimsical. But I mean, really, it just you go, come on, guys. And in that way, I would say Nolan does a better job of making Batman stuff seem more practical and grounded. But the closer you get to making Batman realistic, the closer you get to pointing out why he doesn't work. So I feel like the Keaton Batman was dark enough that it wasn't campy, but it wasn't serious enough to be taken seriously, where you start really going, okay, wait a minute. Okay, you're trying to make me believe this could be real. So let me look at this realistically. Well, as soon as you do that, it just doesn't work. Batman will fall apart in real life. It just doesn't pan out. The key is to be engaging enough, but not so much where you like when you have something like that where the Batmobile has pieces that pop off and he's able to go through this little thing and you go, okay, well, what happened to those two pieces? Like, do they retcon it? For crying, the bat signal. Wayne Manor is off on its own, way the heck out there. I'm pretty sure the way that the system that Keaton's Batman has to inform him that he's getting the bat signal, it's like it's reflecting off a bunch of mirrors. At nighttime, you look at Wayne Manor and go, why is that thing lit up like a freaking city? Why is the bat signal like reflecting off a bunch? Oh, I guess that's where Batman lives, in Wayne Manor. I wonder if Bruce Wayne knows. Like you can't, like the movie is saying, don't think about this too much. Like, take it seriously. Like, feel menaced by the Joker. Like, take this seriously. When Batman shows up, he's fighting for something. Take it seriously, but don't take it that seriously. Like, you got to turn your brain off a little bit. This is a comic book adaptation. Whereas Nolan tried to say, no, not comic book. This is reality, folks. This could really happen. This is how Batman could work in the real world. And you go, no, because as soon as you open that door, then you start scrutinizing it as if it is presented as reality. You go, okay, even without the movie magic that happens for all movies, where you go, okay, technically most action movies would never happen in real life, could not happen in real life, even though it's just a guy with a Gatling gun, not a Gatling gun, an M50. Okay, dual wielding M50s is not practical, even though they're both weapons that exist, and maybe technically, if you had enough upper body strength, you might be able to fire one of them. I don't know if you can dual wield realistically, but it's something like that where you go, okay, even that is far fetched. But Nolan his Batman just invited too much. And like I said, I like Batman Begins well enough. Rachel Dawes, she could just go. I wish they could have killed her off in the first one, but I was just so pompous and so wrong. Like, we're not supposed. No, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, if you have a character be preachy, we as the audience can't know she's wrong. Like, she's like, Bruce, this is your real face. Like, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do. And Bruce is just sitting there going, I'm Batman. Like, right now I'm Batman. This wasn't before he became Batman. This is after he's became Batman. He's already risked his life doing Batman-y things. And she gets up there, well, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do. And as the audience, we're going, you dumb bitch. Like, he is doing it. He's just not making it obvious for you. So it's like, why would you write your character to be that, like, over the top, like, obnoxious about it when she's wrong? When she's judging from a place where she's outright wrong. Like, if she did that before he became Batman, or if he wasn't doing any of that, if it was still, then you go, okay, you know what? She's kind of setting him straight. But as a writer, to go, okay, I'm going to have this pompous, unlikable character in general lecture Bruce on being a better person when he's doing far more than she is. She's trying to, anyway, didn't like Rachel, but I liked, and not the least of which, because at the very end, Batman says, I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you. I'm like, hey, that's fair enough. He's not trying to preserve evil. He's just not, I'm going to kill you. He's just like, you live by the sword, you die by the sword kind of thing. I'm okay with that. But yeah, but then the whole, this is the mask you wear now. It's like, what do you know? You don't know him. Stop acting like you do. And then she smacks the guy because he's pissed off that his parents' killer's just like hanging out. Like have a little reality check there, Go. It's not like, I mean, whatever. We're not going to talk about Rachel. Samus suit is actually kind of insane. Expand on that, Michael, assuming you're not giving Iron Man one of the plot device armors. Well, and see, that's Okay, and that's my thing, Michael. So what does Samus' suit have that is? I mean, like I said, she's got. I mean, we've got scanners, we've got missiles and rockets, but I mean, aside from that one arm, like, what does she have aside from the Morph Ball that would make her formidable, like in a one-on-one with Iron Man? Iron Man's got repulsors in both hands. He can fly very, very fast too. Maybe, I mean, he has stuff to prematurely blow up missiles. Like he's got the flares. He's got flares. Then he's got the chest. I don't know if he has that in the movies, but in the comics or anyway, he's got like the chest beam. Repulsor beam from Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So I don't know. That's a video game thing. Maybe it wouldn't be what he really has. But he just seems to have much more of an arsenal. And he's got that one thing where it pops out of his shoulders. But again, we'd have to clarify what iteration of Iron Man we're talking about. At least Samus really only has one. We would just say her decked out, right? She went like right where she is now. She is. We can see, like she's stripped down. She doesn't have a whole lot of. She's missing most of her stuff right now. So we'd obviously be going off of fully decked out Samus, obviously. And so it's like she's got a lot of stuff that arm cannon can do, but that's pretty much it. If any of his tech that disables other tech hits her, whatever, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. They're called lanterns, not rings. So yeah, I love that. Honey Badger. First off, they're called lanterns, not rings. So yeah, he has to charge it in a lantern. So he charges his lantern in a lantern. I'm gonna say it's probably better off if we call it a ring, because it sounds less ridiculous to say I'm going to charge my lantern in a bigger lantern than to say I'm going to charge my ring in a lantern. Like if you put a true all-wheel drive truck in low gear, it will turn so sharply because one wheel basically won't turn. Oh, interesting. They literally have vehicles that can flip a 180 on the spot. The Mercedes G-Wagon, for instance. They call it the G-Wagon? Really? Could they come up with a better name than the G-Wagon? That's why I like BMW more than Mercedes. I always have. I don't know why. Like I like the McLaren well enough. More or less, but like BMW's always just, I've liked it better, even though I think Mercedes has a little more, they have maybe a little more flair. But I mean, a name like that, the G-Wagon, come on. Like the M3 doesn't sound amazing, but it sounds better than the freaking G-Wagon. Oh gosh. And it's, oh gosh. Oh, Honey Badger. This is good though. This is good. We want context. In brightest day and darkest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let all who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. Thank you, Honey Badger. I appreciate that. Yes. Nope. That is that's probably a little more accurate than what I was saying. And it does sound better. Yeah. Here's the funny thing about Green Lantern. I remember when the Green Lantern movie came out. Oh, look, I didn't hate it as much as a lot of people. I thought the last act was garbage. I thought the villain was horrible. But as a whole, like I get where they didn't like the suit, but I thought it was a good concept. And for like Green Lantern, the idea that his costume is part of that whole thing. Now, granted, it means if he loses the ring, he's naked. But I didn't have much, and I liked Ryan Reynolds as the character well enough. But the funny thing about that movie is that I heard so many people. They would mention, okay, the costume or the effects or whatever, and they'd be like, but really, it's just so stupid. He's like, oh, I'm going to create this thing and create this. I'm like, that's the character. Like, it's the first time that I heard, because Green Lantern might be DC's version of Iron Man in terms of obscurity. Very few people, even growing up, like, I have the Superpowers collection, a lot of the figures from it. I think I had one friend that actually had Green Lantern, and we never played with the guy, because, again, I got my lantern, I got a ring. It was just kind of goofy, but I think his action was like real lantern lifting or something. I don't even know. I got the figure, but his legs are kind of wonky, so I don't mess with him too much. But it was like he was obscure enough that people actually came out of the theater complaining about his power, and it was like that's actually what he is. Like that's not the movie messing it up. That actually is what Green Lantern does. He imagines things, and they manifest as green constructs. Like I get you don't like it, but you shouldn't have just gone to the movie. You didn't like that idea. Like that's actually the nature of the character. One of the few times where, a Hollywood superhero movie, I was hearing a lot of bashing of it, and it really just had to do with who the actual character is and had nothing to do with, or little to do with, Hollywood doing its stuff to it. Bats are silly creatures, very confused. Is that canon, Baldric? Is that really a thing? I mean, we know they carry, based on what Michael said, we know that they have crazy, cool, and good immune systems, which are actually bad in the broader sense. But are they confused? Is that part of their nature? I know what they can't see, right? They use sonar, some form of sonar to see as it is. So I can understand that. Okay, Danger Mouse and Splinter died of natural causes. Okay, so you fed the babies to the snake, except for Jerry. But Danger Mouse and Splinter died of natural causes. Oh, they lived to a ripe old age of 2. Or, thereabouts. So, okay. Well, that takes away a little of the sting. 45 minutes behind. My gosh. I had a dozen encounters with them, and all of them because they somehow have worse spatial coordination than birds. Well, again, they can't see, Baldric. The poor things. They have giant ears. Jerry died because of a gas leak in the house? What was it, like a canary in the coal mine situation, Vincenzo? You keep mice around so they can let you know if you got a gas leak? Oh, but that's sad. That sucks. I mean, but hey, Jerry died so y'all could live. I mean, if there was a gas leak, and I know you said you were a smoker, so if Jerry wasn't around, who knows what would have happened? And that's not being light about it either. Like that, it sounds like, maybe nobody was home. But as a former snake owner, a lot of animals were sacrificed, especially mice, rats, over mice. Yeah, and that was the thing. Like mice, you're like in my brain, I'm going, this is what happens. This is what happens in nature. Like if you want a pet snake or a snake out in the wild, it's going to be eating things like that. It was just Vincenzo went to this whole thing to introduce us and to name them, and he's like, yeah, we fed them all to our snake. I'm like, what? That was Danger Mouse's original purpose. That snake has eaten so many mice over the past 12 years. But that goes to my point, Vincenzo. So many mice, they don't have names. As soon as you name one, Danger Mouse, now we care about it because it has a name. And Splinter, even if she was erroneously named, and you only found out Splinter wasn't so much of a Splinter as it was. I don't know what do they call it? They have a female Ninja Turtle now. Vincent DeMaio or something, DeGaio or Leandra. I don't know. It's some. No. It's I can't remember now. Anyway, I was gonna say in the original Ninja Turtles, aside from April, I don't think there were any female creatures. But so I was gonna equate that to Splinter, but whatever. We move on from there. Gonorrhea guy, GG. That's a heck of a call sign. GG. No, it's gonorrhea guy. We're just trying to come up with scary things about Batman. That's very true, and you did a very good job. I think universally, anything that you all mentioned would be far scarier than Batman, except for Mouse Man, or Flying Mouse Man. Sorry, Bouquet. Hello, good to see you again. 40 minutes late. I'm sorry, guys. Usually, I'm ahead of things for a little while, or I'm on pace, and then things get away from me. But it was just too much today. There you go, exactly. It's a play on words. Which, if I recall, her son came up with that. Actually, very very clever wordplay there. I knew a street kid whose name was Robin, and it wasn't a Batman reference. It was because he could rob your ass. Well, didn't they do a series recently like Robin Hood, but it was like Robin the Hood or something. It was like Robin of the Hood or something. I don't know. But that, I guess that works. It's certainly more intimidating than Robin as in the bird. That is legit scarier than Batman. Exactly. J Money is 14 minutes behind in chat. 20 minutes ago. He hasn't even started the game. I've started. I just haven't shot too many things. I'm all about the sanctity of life. I'm Spider-Man. I'm gonna go through this as a pacifist. I'm gonna try to just capture and turn over all the creatures on this planet, all the space pirates. I shouldn't kill them. Samus is a true hero. She believes in the sanctity of life, so she needs to capture all the critters and turn them over to the space authorities. And that's her whole goal. Her goal is not to destroy Ridley and rid the galaxy of his nefarious shenanigans. Her goal is to bring him to justice and get him behind bars. That's what we're all about here. I'm your worst nightmare. No, you're more like winning the bullshit lottery, right? Seriously, like think of this, folks. Think of this. If you were this is what it comes down to. How many heroes out there, if you were a bad guy, how many heroes out there by their existence would dissuade you from doing anything bad? Like seriously, if I wanted to, I'm in Gotham, right? It's so full of corruption. Chances are nothing's gonna happen to me anyway. And I know there's a Batman out there, right? Okay, it's a guy in a costume. It's not a real, he's not going to suck my blood. He's not going to give me gonorrhea. He's a guy dressed up as a bat. Okay, he'll punch you. He'll do whatever if you resist arrest. Here's the thing. I'm going to go to try to rob this thing. I'm going to, rob people at gunpoint, get me $1 million, be set up for the next several years. Life is good. Batman shows up. Put down the gun and go, you got me, Bats. Take me in. Like, there's not, and then you just turn me over to the DA who's corrupt and who's going to get me a sentence of nothing. It's going to get whatever, and I'll be out in a year, if not less. Well, there's no risk. Like, I think a hero should, among other things, be a deterrent, not in terms of, oh, I'm afraid, but just going, okay, what are the odds that I'm going to get away with this? And two, if the hero catches me, how bad is my life going to be afterwards? But literally, Batman is just I said he's a mall cop. Because he doesn't even shoot people or have the potential to. He might batarang you. But here's the thing. If Batman and Spider-Man really believed in what they said and everything, because here's the deal. People are like, oh, they shouldn't kill because of whatever. They shouldn't be beating people up either. That's mean and nasty. Violence is mean and nasty. Violence isn't nice. You're telling me Batman can't afford a stun blast for his batarangs? He can't afford some kind of like little stun device where he just like an advanced stun gun, really, with his millions of dollars. A long-range stun gun where he just sees a bad guy and goes, soup. The guy wets himself and falls over. Batman takes him in. Like, done deal. Like, he doesn't have Spider-Man, same thing. You can't shoot some kind of, like, ether laced. Now, I know, Michael, somebody would tell me, well, ether can actually be very harmful. Is it ether? What am I thinking about? Yeah, ether, right? That's the stuff that knocks people out. But, like, you can overdose on that very easily from what I understand. You don't want to go there. But like, you can't develop something with your super brilliant brain that just neutralizes criminals from a distance. You just shoot your webbing at them, and it just has to stick on them, and they go, oh my gosh, and they just pass out. There's plenty of chemicals and all that kind of stuff out there. I'm sure they could find a non-lethal way to do it. But no, they resort to fisticuffs. They punch and kick and throw, and of course, every time they do it, bad guys are never breaking anything. Their backs aren't getting broken incidentally. Despite how hard they're getting hit or how much chaos is going on now, the heroes are always able to, hit them, knock them unconscious, and no harm, no foul. But like seriously, if we're gonna start casting dispersions because heroes are doing things that are not nice, beating up people when you don't need to isn't nice. Most of our heroes could find a way to do it. At least the ones that are all about this like sanctimonious, oh, you can't hurt people. Or, we can't kill people. Oh, okay, well, you shouldn't be hurting people either, especially if you're a vigilante. They weren't condemned in a court of law. Who gives you the right to go out there and beat the tar out of them? So either they don't resist arrest, in which case, okay, Batman, whatever, you just put me in bat cuffs, or don't, just escort me to the police station. But like, yeah, I think a feasible, legitimate hero, either because of effectiveness or because of brutality, there should be a reason for the bad guys to go, do I really want to do this? Like, if Batman catches me, it's not going to go like, I don't like the last time Batman got a hold on me, I was drinking through a straw for like 6 weeks. Maybe I'm not going to push my luck here. But most of the heroes we have now, you're like, I'll commit the crime and okay, they catch me, so what? It's just like getting caught by the cops, but again, not even half as bad. Anyway. I think Schwartz is just going to have to do a just chatting stream when discussing heavy-hitting topics like superheroes. Well, I didn't mean to go. I really set out to fight. See, I feel so horrible. Like, look at that. I'm not a judge or executioner. What gives Samus the right to shoot these things? Like, she's got a freaking amazing suit on, and she's got all this firepower. Doesn't she have stun pellets or something in her vast array? Why is she killing these pirates? Like, they deserve life. They deserve a chance to live and to experience things. Like, who knows, maybe they'll turn around, maybe they'll have a redemption arc. Just because they're ugly and weird looking doesn't mean that they don't have a chance. I mean, come on, like this is maybe that's Danger Mouse and that's Splinter, and here we're just killing them willy-nilly like we're God. We just have the power of life and death. Did I just go backwards? How did I get turned around already? I just started. I've been playing for like 25 seconds. A lot of people are in jail for drug use rather than rehab. There are also massive racial disparities in the U.S. Well, I mean, and Michael, I just think it's worth pointing out. People bring up the racial disparity. There's also a possibility. I mean, I'm not saying this because I don't do research on it, but there is a possibility that there's also a disproportionate amount of people doing it. Like, people make it sound like, oh, it's the criminal system. And it's like, it could very well be. It could be the criminal system is just so overtly racist or whatever. But it could also be that there's a disproportionate amount of people doing the crimes. Or a little bit of both. Maybe some of it is disproportionate because of racial bias or whatever. And maybe some of it is there's a higher chance because there's a culture behind it that says, hey, this is what you do with your life. Again, I'm not going to go down that road. They're not trying to get into that. But every time I see that, I'm going, But I agree. Like, drug use, I'm not a fan of drugs. I wouldn't want anybody doing them, but that's something you do of your own volition. And there's no secret now. Nobody's going, well, maybe like when when cigarettes came out, like there were doctors that were recommending cigarettes. They're like, 4 out of 5 doctors recommend menthols or whatever it was. There was a time where cigarettes weren't considered to be not healthy. Until they do a little more work. But like drugs have never been that. It's never been like, well, yeah, no, crack cocaine is okay. You know, it's healthy for you. A little bit of that. It's part of a complete breakfast. You know, you have some of that with some milk and cereal in the morning and you're good to go. Like, there's no secret these drugs are bad. They do bad things to you. That you get a very brief bit of physical gratification or excitement or endorphin, whatever they do. It's very brief and temporary and it's very addictive. And it's going to screw you up in the long term. There's no question about that. So you do it. That's your freaking choice. Like there's no deception. There's no like, oh, I didn't know any better. You know damn well what it is. You're choosing to do it. That's a life choice. Society should not be footing the bill to house you somewhere. Now, I also don't think it needs to be like society needs to be footing the bill for rehab. Again, you make your choice. You do the thing. That's kind of it's a personal responsibility thing. And I just, the more you put it on, well, society needs to help people solve the problems that they got themselves into. Okay, if we're not going to punish people for making stupid decisions like that, then we sure as hell shouldn't have to cover for them either. You know, it's just, it is what it is. School to prison pipeline. I mean, there definitely are a lot of the prison system. There's just a lot of problems with it. But it's just as much a lack of punishment as it's two sides of it. It's ugly from both sides. There are people that are in there that shouldn't be, and there are people that shouldn't be or should be that aren't. And so it's like it's a losing proposition. But really, what's the better solution? Do we have something better? I'm not saying there isn't or there can't be, but it seems like there's not a lot of this is the best of what you get. But I think a system sans corruption, sans bias, or whatever else would at least be 50% better or 60% better. I think a lot of the problems come from it being like there's nothing inherently good about a judge. There's nothing inherently good about lawyers. Nothing inherently good about any juror who says, "Oh no, I don't have any biases," and lying their asses off. Like, they're all people, and people have all kinds of things. And if you don't go out of your way and say, you know what, my bias needs to end here. I have my personal thoughts, my personal views, but I need to look at this objectively. If you can't do that, or you have no desire to do that, you're not fit for the bench. But we have plenty of those. We're seeing more and more of them uncovered that have these incredible biases, and you're going, so why? It's just messed up. Anyway, Story does a bunch of Minecraft video. Is anyone interested in checking out her channel? Oh, there you go. Good. Thanks for posting that, like my show. That's for Story Bouquet. Did I say that right this time? I know last time we talked about it. I think it's Bouquet or Bouquet. Story Bouquet? Or Bouquet? I don't know. I thought I got it, but Lagmeister got it, and maybe I didn't. But anyway, but yeah. So Minecraft, very popular game. If you want to see that, obviously you guys have been looking at that link for the past 40 minutes. So I agree, Honey Badger. The entire time I've been on screen, he's moved about 5 feet. Hey, no. Okay, there we go. That was 30 minutes ago. I moved more than 5 feet. You don't shoot a gun at night at a moving target against an unknown background unless it's like a battlefield, right? The best part of the Matt Reeves Batman movie is the Penguin show. Matt Reeves, holy cow, that's like the original Superman, isn't it? That's like receding hairline, somewhat balding. Right? Matt Reeves, like he was the original. He was like in his 40s or something. Oh, Batman movie, not Superman. Wasn't there? Okay. Oh, that's the guy who directed it. Never mind. I'm thinking of whoever the original Superman was. But no, you were saying Batman. And I have heard very good things about it. But see, and that's another thing. Now, I'm not saying I have not seen it. I've heard nothing but good things about the Penguin Show. I've not heard anybody say anything bad about the Penguin Show. And I have huge respect for Colin Farrell for putting on enough makeup where you would never recognize him and acting through all of that makeup and the prosthetics. That's a phenomenal job. The question is just why are the shows about villains more fascinating is the question. And I'm not arguing that they aren't, because I do think we have this very polarized, again, you have these squeaky clean good guys that people can't relate to because they're not even aspirational. Like, aspiration means you can feasibly reach that. When you have what we call aspirational heroes are figments. They don't exist. They only exist in their perfect little worlds that allow them to be aspirational. There's no way to aspire to it. It's perfection. And we don't aspire to perfection. You're a crazy person if you try to aspire to perfection. So I think we have a disconnect between what we've considered to be good, upstanding heroes, which are actually just completely ridiculous in virtually every single way, from power scope to effectiveness to their altruism and to the degree that they use it. And then it's like, so the only room left for any kind of realism or relatability to a large degree is the flawed characters, but you can't have flawed heroes per se, so you're left with villains. I mean, like, the Penguin is a villain. Like, he's a bad guy. Now, I don't know about in the show. I don't know if he's murdering people left and right like he does, in the comics and everything. But although maybe not. Maybe is Penguin more of a thiefy guy? Like, he's more of like a sticky fingers, like Catwoman. She's not really known as a killer, right? Or a murderer. She mostly just steals stuff and does like shenanigans. But she's not like, I don't think. Well, it probably depends on the version, right? We've got 55 versions of Catwoman. Who knows? There's probably a psycho dominatrix type out there. Which actually, that was Batman Returns. Now, she didn't kill anybody who wasn't a bad guy. She went after Shrek because he actually did kill her, and she just had 9 lives for whatever reason, because cats nibbled on her tongue or something. But, she was kind of domination. She had the latex, the high heels, and all that kind of stuff. But and then you have the Halle Berry Catwoman, which we'll forget about that because that hurts my brain. Oh, by the way, all new StyraPro video? What's StyraPro? The third Nolan film is the weakest, but that wasn't the original plan. It was supposed to focus on the Joker more, but Heath Ledger passed away and they had to scrap the entire script. See? Now, hey, in all due things, I mean, obviously it's very tragic that Heath Ledger died, but if they did Batman the right way, a la Batman, Michael Keaton's Batman, Joker, they wouldn't have been trying to drag Joker into the next movie. So, I mean, that to me is a flaw of Batman and a flaw of Nolan and how he works with Batman. Like, Joker, he should have written an end to Joker and not anticipated Joker surviving. He should not have survived that movie. Because, I mean, and especially because he didn't know that, it was going to be such a breakout performance. You never really know how well things are going to catch on. So it wasn't like, this is a banger, this is an amazing job, we're going to have to, we want to roll forward with this. If Batman did what needed to be done, they could have written it, planned for it. But you're right, I did hear that. I mean, and they did leave it open. And probably would have been a good Joker movie. Would have sucked. The Dark Knight, to me, sucks as a Batman movie. Great for a villain movie. Great Joker movie. Probably would have had a third great Joker movie. I just don't know how much more impotent they could have made Batman than he was. Like, literally, that interrogation scene was the most painful thing to watch. Because, like, Joker's just like, okay, you're going to throw me around, you're going to punch me, whatever. Like, I don't even think he made him bleed. He's just like, you can't do anything to me. Like, all you can do is get mad and go, and you can bark at me and do whatever, but really, what are you going to do? Like, your code, everything, like the way you live your life, the way you do everything makes it impossible for you to be effective. So I can sit here and you can be as angry and you lock the door so they can't come in and intervene. And so then you get really mean, you really punch me super hard. And it's like, okay, what? Like, I'm a psychopathic villain. I really couldn't care less if you rough me up a little bit. He probably even gets off on it. And it just made Batman look so weak. You just went, wow, this is really sad. This is really, really sad. Like, the villain is just making Batman look like a chump. And this is after Batman went out of his way to make sure he spared Joker's life. It's ridiculous. Victor Zaz. Okay, there you go. Styro Pyro is crazy? Is that a video? So it's a game? Oh no, you mean, oh, maybe the channel, maybe? Victor Zaz. Yeah, you're right. Okay, I remember that. I was like, wait, what? That's the name? But I like how informed you are, Honey Badger. You know your stuff. Well, I mean, you have the factual knowledge, just the way you interpret that knowledge is very peculiar to me. But you have the knowledge. You know Green Lantern's quotes. You know who the hash mark guy is. You just don't put it all together the right way. That's all. You're very close, Honey Badger. You have a great deal of knowledge. You just need wisdom. And I'm trying to impart that to you, but I'm doing my best, Honey Badger. The hero narrative is basically that you should excuse everyone and maintain a perfect morality even in the face of absolute evil. And this is what the oligarchy wants you to grow up thinking. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about the oligarchy in general, but the 100%, the first part, and that may fall true just as a result of that. But yeah, and folks, here's the other thing too. We're not talking about a guy who, down on his luck, falls in with the wrong crowd, makes a bad decision, goes, damn it, I've ruined my life, or damn it, I really made a mistake. Those aren't the guys we're talking about. We're not talking about people who were deceived, brainwashed by a cult, and they or by some bad guy or whatever. And, Batman, they go to prison and they go, you know what? I really screwed up my life. What was I thinking? And they fly, and they're like, I'm going to fly straight. We're not talking about those guys. We're talking about overtly evil. Carnage. Well, I did a whole video on this, and that does get featured in the Spider-Man roast that I do. Maximum was the most obnoxious. And the guy, if you read the foreword, the guy literally says, like, this is what the right thing to do is. We're trying to show that every guy deserves a chance. I'm like, you made him a psychopathic. Like, you don't get much more evil than, what is it, Cletus Cassidy or Cassidy Cleety, whatever the guy, Cletus, whatever the guy's name is. He's a serial killer who merges with a serial killer symbiote thing. Like, you don't get much more evil than that. And Spider-Man is going out of his way to spare this guy's life. Like, it's taken to such an extreme. And same thing, Joker, this is pure evil, folks. This is not bad guys. This is not people who've made wrong decisions in their lives. I'm not advocating for, somebody makes a mistake and whatever. We're talking about people who kill without remorse. They're like, look, yeah, of course I killed him. He had something I wanted. Of course I killed him. He looked at me wrong. Of course I killed him. He said this thing to me. Of course I killed him. He was on my turf. Like, people who think they're justified in taking another human being's life because of pretty much anything other than legitimate, like, my life is threatened, I'm fighting for my life, or I'm fighting for somebody else's life, or we're being attacked, or, again, on a battlefield or something. Somebody just thinks, well, because you're inconvenient to me, or because you have something I want, like, any of these reasons, like, that's alignment with wickedness. You don't execute wickedness any better than doing that. And especially when we're talking about comics, we're talking about repeat offenders like Zaz. Yeah, the Zaz guy, like I said, hundreds, I think, at least. If the hash marks are any, like, that's how many people innocent. And he even says innocent people. Like, these are people who thrive and desire. People talk about, like, we're growing up, the Bible has talked about, like, Proverbs and Psalms, and will say, like, the wicked laugh. They say, let us go up and kill. Let us drink their blood or whatever. And I'm like, come on. Like, okay, the Bible, it's going to do the Bible thing. It's being melodramatic. Nobody actually thinks that. But then you actually see in real life, there are people that are like, they rejoice. They get excited about the idea of killing people. Or they just don't care. They're just like, yeah, I killed him. What of it? Like, he had it coming. Like, that kind of mentality. Those are the people we're talking about here. It's not just, a ruffian, a thug, a gangster who's, gone south. Like, it's not like a bloodthirsty thing, but it's like these are people who have, like, there's no question. Green Goblin, I think it took 31 issues before he actually killed anybody, but, like, there's no question this guy throws his pumpkin bombs, blows like 25 people up. Like, it's not a question of whether they're guilty. It's not a question of whether or not they meant to do it. It's a question of how much are we going to let them do this? And it's like, well, humane society does not allow its people to be victimized. When you realize something is a threat, you don't just let it keep going. Like, that's not responsible. That's not what a civilized society does. Civilized society has zero tolerance for evil and wickedness, which is displayed in certain ways. It's not just a oh, you sold drugs to somebody, therefore, you deserve to die. Like that's a whole other thing, but it's a very certain kind of thing. And unfortunately with our superheroes, they decided to escalate it from villains who just, rob banks or try to, do whatever to like, we're actually going to kill, and worse, like there are villains in the comic book world. I mean, that have done horrible things, to gals and to, like the really bad stuff. And it's like, okay, why? Like, if you don't want, it's weird. It's just weird. Bruce Willis movies? You mean those Christmas movies, Underhill? I mean, pretty much every. I don't know of any other. I don't know. I haven't lived in any other country, but I mean, it's one of my issues with political climate in the U.S. If we treat people like they're evil, if they have difference of opinion and perspective. Well, and that's the other half of it too, Michael. And that's why well, obviously I didn't read your comment. I'm now an hour behind, but I mean, that's the distinction here. When we talk about evil, it's not, I would say you kill somebody and your justification is he looked at me wrong. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we need to list out all the examples, but like there's very few where killing somebody is a good thing, is an okay thing. Like there's murder, which is malice without justification, or killing with malice without justification. And there's killing, which is taking a human life. Like you can take a human life and it not be murder because you're defending yourself, you're protecting somebody. But yeah, but it's that duality where you say, okay, people who have actually committed crimes, well, they should get a pass. They should be, that's okay. But you said something I don't like, you posted something I don't like, you voted for the wrong candidate, or the candidate I don't like, you deserve to die. Like that's where we're at. That's, I see a lot of quotes, people are saying inverting good for evil and evil for good. I'm not saying that, who you voted for is good or bad, but the idea that we need to punish people who have a difference of opinion or who say things how many times do you hear people, I try to use the word very sparingly. How many times do you hear people say, this is dangerous? Like what this person did is dangerous. Really think about that. Like that needs to be used very sparingly because dangerous implies an actual danger, an immediate danger, not, well, if you interpret what they said this way, or if you understand what they're implying, blah, 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 blah. It's ridiculous. Or a dog whistle. It's like, no, knock it off. If something is dangerous, it means it is a direct threat to somebody's life or well-being, not, well, if they take it this way, or if somebody takes what they said and they don't think about it the right, like, put the responsibility on people listening. If they do something, it's not because somebody said something. Like, God forbid, like, I mean, I'm not ever going to say, have a call to action for anything, but, God forbid you hear somebody say, oh, this person should do X, Y, and Z, or this person shouldn't be blah, 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 or whatever they say, and people are like, oh, well, because this guy said it, and he has a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel or whatever, that means I should go do it. And he goes and does it. And well, he incited him by saying that. Well, no, you need to take responsibility for your own freaking mind. And I mean, but the problem is there's a place where you just can't definitively say, well, yes, this was an actual, anyway, going way off the rails here. But yeah, that is kind of the same thing with the prison system. You have people that are in there that shouldn't be, or they do things that really should not, are not deserving, like a fine. If you say, okay, you want to fine somebody who does a drug deal, well, the guy who's selling drugs is doing it to make money. If you fine him and it's more than the money he was making, he might stop because he goes, you know what? It's actually more expensive. If I do this and I get caught, which is a pretty good chance it'll happen, I'm losing more money than I'm making. This is not a viable career for me to be doing. I'm not saying, that's pie in the sky ideal, highest ideal. The guy's probably just gonna be like, I have to try harder. I have to do it more secretively. But the idea is we don't need to be putting those people away. They're not a detriment to society. They're a detriment to people who are willing to buy a crap product from them. But I mean, golly damn, if we're gonna go that route, then fast food shouldn't exist either. I mean, you look at the nutritional value of most of that stuff. I mean, ramen. I mean, I heard this and I'm not 100% sure, but the nutritional value in ramen is such that you could starve to death and be eating it. Like it fills your stomach, but it doesn't actually contribute anything to your body. Like, should that be illegal? That's not healthy either. Who are these hooligans selling this ramen? Obviously, I'm not equating drugs to ramen. I'm just saying if we're going to go after people selling things that people are willingly buying, knowing they're definitely not good for them, they're actually a detriment, and that includes pretty much all candy, anything that really has no nutritional value of any significance, they're all bad for you. Again, drugs are a different story, addictive, all that kind of stuff. But it's very bizarre. But that's the same thing too. It's the same thing. I've talked about this before. People treat war like it's a game, and they treat games like they're war. When it's like, talking about football, it's like, you got to give it everything you got. You got to hit them hard. You got to do all this. Like, there is no tomorrow. You leave it all on the field. You do whatever it takes to win. Like, I don't care what you do. I don't care if I want you to, like my coach used to say, you hit them so hard, I want to see spit fly out of their mouth. I want to hear their insides rattle. I don't know how that works, but like, it was like this bloodlust in sports. Like, you got to go in there and eviscerate them, and there is no tomorrow. And again, I mean, do whatever it takes to win. Like, it's like, why'd you cheat? Well, we got to do whatever it takes to win. Oh, really? Cheating? That's how you prove you're the best in a competition, by playing outside the rules? Anyway, but that's the language that you hear. That's the mindset in sports. But when you're talking about a battlefield where people are actually fighting their life, well, you got to wait and make sure that the person is, when they're firing at you, that they're actually firing at you and not trying to hit maybe a rat that's behind you. Make sure you got to verify, hey, are you trying to shoot me before you can shoot back? Like, obviously that's taken to an extreme, but like the idea that we have rules in war, like, you're fighting for your freaking life. We're putting you in a danger zone where we know there are dangerous things going on there, where people are actively going to be trying to kill you. And we have rules for how you can defend yourself. Like, but when it comes to sports, anything goes, cheating, do whatever you got to do. It's like, but when your life is on the line, not my life. No. I'm making the rules about how you are going to be able to protect your own life as I send you into the lion's den. I'm going to send you somewhere where you can be eviscerated and torn to shreds. But I'm going to tell you, you gotta be nice. You gotta be gentle. And God forbid, you're fighting for your life. We need to make sure that people have a good perception of what you're doing. Oh, it just boggles my mind. So it's that kind of inverse thing. It's like, wait, why are we going so hard on people with dissenting opinions and calling those dangerous and radical and extremists and horrible people? But then the guy who just said, yeah, I totally killed this guy and meant to do it, and because he looked at me wrong. Well, think of how he might have grown up. Think about all the circumstances. You just murdered a guy in cold blood, essentially, and you're trying to defend that, but yet this guy said something you don't like, and that's the end of the world. This person should be imprisoned or have their head lopped off. It's crazy. I think lots of people just want basic amenities, but due to poor circumstances aren't able to have that. See, the problem, Michael, though, is the problem that I have with that idea is you have people who grow up in poverty, who grow up with nothing, and they don't kill people. They don't rob from people. They don't break the law. And they turn things around. Not all of them. Some of them don't, whether it's for want of trying or whatever else. Like, there is no hard and fast rule. We can't say, well, if you grew up in poverty, then you've got an excuse. And I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, but we have this mentality where, oh, well, look at the conditions they grew up in. Yeah, but look at his neighbor. He's a lawyer now. Because he worked his ass off, and he didn't stay out, and he didn't mix with this group of people, and he went over here and he did this, and this is what he spent his time in, and he had mother and dad there with him, like any number of factors, and saying, yes, grew up in squalor doesn't make you a criminal. Growing up in this horrible situation doesn't make you a criminal. It still has to be a choice, because not everybody that doesn't. I don't even know what the percentages are. It may be more people do than don't. I don't know which way it goes, but the fact is, it's not an outlier. I don't think these are exceptions, like 1 out of 200 people get out of this neighborhood. No, maybe like 20 people, 30 people. Enough to go, if you really want to, you can. If you have the right people in your life, you can. We can't be justifying people doing really stupid things to other people because they didn't start off at this particular, and then what do you draw the line and say, well, if they live in this particular part, well, then that excuses. And again, I'm not saying that this is, I'm not strawmanning here. I'm not saying, well, this is what you're saying, but that mentality of, people just want to make a living and they don't have that chance. Well, I mean, I was $30,000 in debt, renting a room for $400 in Colorado for 6 months. I finally got I couldn't get a job for 2 months. That's with a degree. I finally get a job working as a security guard, the lowest, like a contract security guard, not even a guaranteed, no benefits or anything like that. Started there, showed up to work every day, was willing to work my butt off. Now, it's not patting myself on the back, but I'm just saying, you go from 30 grand in debt to, working at a, was working then with computer security and everything like that. And it was levels, one thing at a time. And it was I was available for Christmas. I was available for all the holidays to work so that I could be put in those positions. And I'm not saying that everybody can do that exact same thing, but you can go from a crappy circumstance and work your way. But you have to wonder, it's the same thing. There's homeless people that don't want to be homeless, and there are ways for them to work their way out of it. There are places where they can go. It's like, hey, as long as you've got a job, and you like, we'll get you a job, we'll get you this, but you have to work 40 hours a week. You got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do these things, because these are what are going to enable you to get out of this homeless situation. There are people that use those systems, and there are people that don't. There are people that don't want to be homeless anymore. They want to move on with their lives. There are people that are homeless because things aren't right upstairs, or they just don't give a rat's ass. And so it's the same thing. It's so I don't like, and I'm not saying you were saying this, but in general, I don't like giving people passes because they grew up in a craptacular situation, because there are plenty of people that grew up in similar, if not exact circumstances. They don't choose to do crime. You go, I'm going to find a way to get where I need to be, to get out of this without screwing other people over, is what it comes down to. So I don't know. That's, and now they want to tax the poor so they can tax the rich less. Short didn't finish Invincible, I'm assuming. No, I did. No. Yeah, no, again, I'm an hour behind now. But no, yeah, I didn't finish on Invincible. I didn't finish The Boys. I just started. Like I said, you didn't watch enough Invincible. But like I said, he's playing Johnny Cage in the new Mortal Kombat movie. Who is? Me? It's rather stupid. The two biggest tax deductible things are employees and property. Well, I do have community service sentences handed out daily. We do have some of those sentences can be hundreds of hours long. Now, see, yeah, community service I think is great. Like it's a function of, again, it's not about, to me, it's not so much about punishment as it is about squaring the victims. Which, like I said, for theft or whatever, that's about restoration as best as you can. Now, you're talking about intellectual property. That's very rare. Usually, when you're talking about theft, it's something that can be replaced. It's not like you stole my son's finger painting. Like, thieves aren't grabbing that. They're grabbing something that makes money. It's something that usually can be replaced. It should be replaced. And it shouldn't be on the taxpayers to do that. It should be the person who stole should have to return what they did, plus maybe a little bit of interest, a little bit of something to say, hey, don't do this again. Like, it's going to cost you more to do this if you get caught. But like, or community service, where it's like, it's a functional thing. It's not about punishment. It's about, hey, we need things done. If you're going to, but then again, then you get to the situation where you've got, okay, we need cheap labor, so we're going to fudge the system a little bit to make sure we get more people doing it. There's no right answers, but yeah, but hundreds of hours. I mean, that's significant, especially if you're having to work a real job at the same time. Yeah, I just Boys is hilarious. I mean, hey, it was very popular. Now, I think season 4, there were a lot more people that were going meh on it. Like, it started going a different direction or started doing whatever. I don't know. But I mean, hey, the shows are popular. It means there's an audience for them. So I'm glad that there are shows that resonate with people enough where they get this kind of support. Like I said, it's just not my cup of tea. Ironically enough, as I drink my cup of tea. Does it really? Okay, you know what? That's Discord being a jerk. That's Discord. That's like, okay, this guy isn't actually playing it. You know what? Does it change now, Vincenzo? I'm doing stuff now. OBS. Stop judging me for my chattiness. This is the most progress anybody's ever made in this game. Oh no. Killing innocent mushrooms. I'm just trying to go until I catch up. Dude, forgot he brought up how the piston jump. Wait, what? Oh, how the piston. Oh. Okay, that was what Underhill, that comment, the actuator, right? The thing from Batman's car. Yep. Okay, I got there. Gosh darn it! I need a little kind of, guys. You got to remember, I'm 30 minutes at least behind. I need you to speak in complete sentences. Don't just say it is this. Be like, the thing, the Batman thing is done by an actuator or whatever. Without complete sentences, I can be very lost. I'm telling you, Silver Surfer is the best superhero, exemplifies terrible comic book tropes. Well, now wait. Now I'm confused, Michael. Now, so how how is he the best if he's exemplifying terrible comic book tropes. Are you saying he's the best at exemplifying terrible comic book tropes, or are you saying he's actually a good character, a good hero, because he exemplifies all the comic book tropes? I'll be honest, Fantastic Four is as crazy as it is. Like, I know very little about them, and Silver Surfer is more in that world, I think. So I don't know much about him. I do know he was a herald for Galactus, and I think he rebels or something and becomes a good guy. And then he has a surfboard, and that his Nintendo game is incredibly difficult. So that's the extent of my knowledge of the Silver Surfer. And he's silver. Or I think now in the new movie, he's not even a he, though, right? I think they sex swapped him. So he's not even he. He's a gal now, I believe. I like the comics more. The Boys series was serviceable, but I really didn't want to see all the ways they changed the story in later on. Well, Snyder's Batman was heavily based on Frank Miller's Batman. Ah, yeah, Frank Miller. Boys just so graphic, like to an extreme. Yeah. I mean, gratuitous. But I mean, here's the thing: I can get past moments of gore, moments of whatever, if I like the story, if I like the really, it comes down to if I like the characters. And I just and to be fair, I didn't give it a whole lot of a chance. I think it was maybe 2 or 3 episodes like that, but I was just like, man, nobody's really making great choices here. Like, everyone kind of sucks. And I mean, maybe somebody would have developed, but Mad Men, like that's what I went through a whole season of Mad Men waiting to root for somebody. I thought I could root for the secretary gal, Maggie, or what her name was. I thought I could pull for her, but she was she went jerky as well. Somehow, even though I've been playing the game, I forgot how to do the things. This is an elevator, right? Yes. Okay, good. Hello, Big Hein. Joined literally an hour. I'm an hour behind. So, wow. Mystery Men, best super film. Oh, Michael Bailey. There you go. That's my man right there. Yes. Love Mystery Men. That is a fantastic film. Hank Azaria, Ben Stiller. Oh gosh. Wow, how am I blanking on the other guy? Greg Kinnear. No. Yeah, Greg Kinnear's in it, and William H. Macy. I mean, a great cast. Oh, and then Janine Garofalo, when she was still doing stuff. You know, not the I don't know about the absolute best, but by God, it's got a lot of great. It's like Monty Python and the Holy Grail in that it's like a movie with a bunch of small sketches in it. It's not the same kind of humor as Monty Python, but it's like, and then the guy from freaking Last of the Mohicans, that was a trip. Seeing, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was played Magua in The Last of the Mohicans. That was the only role I'd ever seen him in. And then I've seen him play the Sphinx. They're like, he's terribly mysterious. He's like, when you can balance a tack hammer on your head, you can head off your foes with a balanced attack. I mean, that's great. And then the whole Mr. Furious thing, like that, I feel like that was such a poke at like Goku and like all these other heroes where they go, and then he gets pissed off and then nothing happens. Just, it's great. Oh, and then freaking, oh gosh, they got, cause he just won like an Academy Award or some big award. The guy from, King's Speech. Oh, geez. You guys are you're gonna mention his name down below, and that's fine. We'll get there. But you know what I'm talking about. But it was like, because I remember them doing watching the commentary on it. Is like, I'm watching this guy put his butt in so and so, the Academy Award winner's face, and just blowing a fart in his face. Obviously, it wasn't real. But and then Paul Rubin was in there too. Pee Wee Herman, he was in there as well. Just a great cast, and that doesn't mean that it's a good movie. But yeah, no, that was great. See what you started short. See, now I haven't seen the Joker movie, Big Hein. I'm curious about it. I've heard great things. The first one was great. Yeah, heard they ruined exactly the same thing. Would it be Murcielago Hombre? Because I mean that's the English. That's like Casablanca is house white, but in English we would say a white house. So that's Batman. That's the literal translation. But in Spanish, wouldn't they swip those around? It would be Hombre, either del Murcielago or Hombre Murcielago, right? Lamborghini car names derived from combat fighting bulls. But isn't there a Murcielago? Okay, let me see. There's a Lamborghini Murcielago. Boom shakalaka. Who said that? Big Hein. No, wait. No, that was, who is it? No, it's Big Hein. Yeah, that's what you think. But there is a Lamborghini Murcielago. Now, wait. Is that different than the Murcielago for bat? No, I think it's the same word. The Lamborghini Murcielago is a high-performance variant of the Murcielago known for its track. What is Lamborghini Murcielago? Now, it's got an accent mark. Translate. I think in Italian, it probably still means bat. Yeah, in Spanish, translates to bat. While the car's name also refers to a famous fighting bull, the literal translation is bat. So, okay, we're both right. We're both right. Murcielago is the Spanish word for bat, but it is referencing, as Big Hein points out, a famous fighting bull. So it was a famous fighting bull named Bat. Okay, the world is a weird and wacky place. Yep, I was on a game night. We played a really tough co-op horror game called The Night Cage, and a futuristic civ builder with elements of mythology called What a Wonderful World. Interesting. Okay, were any of these? What do you call them? Americrap or Crap America or whatever that word is that you said that is in a lot of board games, and it was some derivative or derisive American thing, or Americana crap, or I don't know what it was. You know what I'm talking about, Valdrick. Did it have any of that in there, or was it just pure non-American crap stuff? And did you win the totally tough co-op game, or did you fall prey to the Night Cage? Okay, there you go. Answer my question as soon as I asked it. We lost a co-op game. The darkness swallowed us whole. Keaton's Batman is a joke compared to Bale. What? No. Honey Badger, how are you doubling down? How are you doubling down on this? I don't understand. Keaton's Batman kills the Joker. I mean, indirectly, but he tried to kill him directly. Keaton's Batman has a freaking missile launchers and Gatling gun on his freaking bat thing. No. But I'm glad you had a good time, Baldrick. Even if the darkness did swallow you whole. Sometimes, are you guys going to play that again next week? 'Cause I feel like that's the one good thing about, well, not one good thing, but like one of the good things about losing in a game like that, where you're going, okay, we know it's rough, but now you've got something to beat. Like you failed, now it's time to prevail. You know, I feel like that would be the good thing. Versus like, okay, we played the game, especially when it's like a co-op, which is what it sounds like, where it's all of you against the game itself. We can all be like, all right, we got to beat this thing. We can do this. We have to be able to do this. Unless it's like super RNG based, which I guess would mean that you're at the mercy. But I aside from Keaton not being able to move his neck, which Batman Dark Knight Batman Begins had the same issue. He had the same, like you see him take his helmet off because it wasn't even really a cowl at that point. He still has the same neck issue. He fixes that in Dark Knight where he has like the pivot point. But aside from that, I mean, really not a whole lot of difference. Nolan encapsulates what it would be like if you were living within the universe of Gotham. Thousand times better than Keaton? Wow. You can name this next dragon that I will sell tomorrow at a festival. What name do you want it to be? Any name. Ooh. I appreciate the honor, Underhill. A dragon at the festival. I mean, honestly, I would Smaug. What came to mind because I'm looking at Underhill. I'm like, well, it would kind of fit your theme, but then I guess there might be like copyright infringement or something. A dragon, you say? I'll think. Hopefully I won't lose you before I get to the end. But I appreciate that. But let me think, because I don't want to use a name that already exists. I always want to say Murcielago or Mercy. I'm not the best at naming. I'm trying to think of a derivative just because it's kind of a theme, like the Murcielago. Because Murcielago sounds pretty rough, right? But if you can name a bull Murcielago, can't you name a dragon the Murcielago? Mercy. No Murcielago. Ha ha! There you go. It's better than what's the bad guy in Magic the Gathering? Nicholas Bowl or something like that? The hell named the guy? Like what kind of name is that for a villain? I'm the great dragon, the Nicholas Bowl. But I would say work in progress, Murcielago. As an ode to our conversation today, a mighty bull was named after it. We know it stands for bat. And honestly, some dragons kind of look like bats in a way. They got the batty kind of wings and the face, depending on which dragon you're looking at. I would say tentatively Murcielago. Or a variation of that. Maybe tweak it a little bit so it's not literally Murcielago, but I think that would be a badass dragon name. So on the burner now, if you hate it, I'll think of something else, but I would put a pin in that one for the time being. I think that might work. But Bales is realistic. It's not, Honey Badger. That's the thing. It tries to be. It tries to be realistic. It still doesn't work. You've got Batman jumping from a height of what? Dropping from a height of, it was like at least 5 stories in that car. The car thing. I don't care what his costume is laced with. He lands on a freaking van and crunches the van in. No broken bones. No, like doesn't hurt his ankles, doesn't break anything. Literally drops from a height of 50 feet, 60 feet, directly onto the roof of a car. It crumples. He's fine. You can't sell that as realistic. You just can't. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem with Nolan's Batman. He tries to have it both ways. He tries to have the rule of cool and also make it realistic. You don't have both. The book that I'm writing, the book that I want to write, that I'm trying to write, like my main character, she's going to be awesome, but well within the confines of what she's actually able to do. There's not going to be any flashy flash and doing whatever. If she gets enough momentum and she's moving fast enough and she hits the guy with the right thing, it can knock him out or break his jaw or whatever. But no, in a normal, anyway, I don't need to go off on that whole thing. That's its own entity. But I'm just saying, he's trying to say this is how it could be done, but it's still ridiculous. Batman does not translate in real life. It just doesn't work. It's the closest we could say, but I would prefer a movie that says, this is still whimsical. We're acknowledging that Batman is still a whimsical idea. It's still a notion that doesn't work in real life in any way, shape, or form. Bad guys are not going to be terrified of this guy. Never going to happen. Like I said, once they get it, Nolan's Batman doesn't hurt people. He punches them in the face. He tosses them around. He's not going to hurt anybody. The guy even says it. I think it was in the second one, if not the third one, the second movie, right? Where he's like got the criminal guy and he's like, oh, tell me where he is. And he's like, look, the guy that I'm protecting would do far worse to me than you would, so go pound sand. That's not, who wants that in a hero? Like, who wants to see the hero be like I said, it's emasculating. It's like, he's supposed to be all big and bad and tough and scary, and the villains are just going, like, what are you going to do to me? You're a mall cop, dude. Seriously. You run around, you beat people up, and you take them to the authorities. Ooh. Oh, no. So effective. So amazing. It's a joke. It's a joke, but it works as long as you say it's in a universe where we say this is whimsical. Let's pretend that these guys don't realize that it's just a guy in a costume. They're like, whoa, what are you, man? Oh my gosh. Have you guys heard? There's rumors of a bat-like creature who preys on criminals and drinks their blood. We can do that in a movie that doesn't try to be realistic. As soon as you try to put it in that setting, I'm afraid of bats. It's time they share my fear. Not going to happen, dude. Really not going to happen. You're running around. No, just not going to happen. And how is Wayne paying for the property damage he does with his stuff? I mean, anyway. Is it a cool looking or goofy? They're all cool looking. Oh, hang on. Here's a link. take a look at this bat. Or not bat, but a... Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. If that's not a Murcielago, I don't know what is. So what is it... Like, because I'm seeing a chain. So is it a necklace? You might have said that. Like, Nolan was novel. When Batman Begins came out, it was a novel idea because it was saying, no, let's take the whimsy out of it. Let's just pretend Batman's a real thing. Like, it was a fresh way of looking at it. Like I said, if they stop with Batman Begins, I think we're okay. But that only works. It's kind of like, in football, we had that brief time where you had like the running quarterback, like Cam Newton and Colin Kaepernick, and I don't know if Michael Vick was active at the time, but you had this brief window where you had these quarterbacks that had amazing arms, were pretty darn accurate, and could run like the wind. Like, you couldn't blitz them because they'd get away from you. And it was great for like, I think it was a half a season or maybe in the one season. But then defenses figured out what you need to do, and you really didn't have the running quarterback isn't really. Now, I haven't watched the NFL in the past like 5 years. I just don't give a rat's butt anymore. But the last time I watched, the defenses had figured out those things, and Cam's, effectively went down. I mean, a lot of them were good quarterbacks in general, but their effectiveness, which was like being able to run or pass, was kind of limited because the defenses figured it out. Same thing with Batman. The shock factor of this guy, doing roughing up bad guys. But again, like, how much better is Batman than a cop? Really? Like, how much more effective is he in there? Yeah, okay, he's doing a little more than the cops would, but he's turning him over to a corrupt DA. They talk about in the first one. The DA is corrupt. The whole criminal system is corrupt. You didn't fix that. Don't know if you can, really. So you saying, well, it's my job to put the bad guys behind bars. Well, then what? Then they just get back out. You're not helping. Gotham did not get better when Batman showed up. That's the key. One of the keys, anyway, I would say. If things don't get better, now that doesn't mean that, there isn't a spike or that crime doesn't, try to react or whatever. But if the hero himself is really of no deterrent whatsoever because he's so freaking harmless that all he is essentially an ambulatory pair of bat cuffs that just goes out, captures the bad guy and drags him in. If that's all your hero is, then he's not doing jack diddly squat. He's not moving the needle at all. I really am. There's been a lot of socializing here. And a lot of fascinating conversation stuff. I did not design those dragons. Oh no! Oh, okay. I thought they were different angles of each one, but no. There's just There's like There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. 10 of them. Are they necklaces? I'm seeing one with a tail that looks like it's a necklace. So are they jewelry? Oh, there we go. Okay. I can do 3D modeling, but I am more of an engineering and less organics. I did make some small jewelry items, but they didn't generate that much interest, like earrings. Parallax was too big of a villain for Green Lantern's first movie. Build up to it, and they needed to charge the ring. And they need to charge the ring in the lantern there, buddy. I know, but that doesn't make it better, Honey Badger. How does that make it better? It's a phone charger. I don't care if it's a lantern or a USB charge thing. They have to charge the ring. It's like, imagine if you had to charge the One Ring. Like Sauron's like, once I have the One Ring, I can rule Middle Earth as long as I can charge it in my magical charger thing for a little while. Okay. Oh, it's got a full charge. My ring has a full charge, guys. I can do this. I can go all day. Well, technically, I probably have about 12 hours with this puppy, but let's try to get this fight over with. Like the whole idea of charging. I mean, I get it. Hey. I applaud limitations on heroes. I applaud those much better than weaknesses. That said, Green Lantern has an obnoxious weakness in the color yellow. Yellow. His weakness is the color yellow, for fark's sake. My gosh. So he has a weakness that is ridiculous, and he has a limitation. Limitation is fine, but that really just means, okay, at any given moment, I could be like, oh no, my ring's out of charge. For some reason, I didn't check it. It's the most important part of my ensemble. It's the most important thing in my entire life, really. It's what my entire identity, literally, is based around. But I'm not, it's not going to be, maybe I won't charge it, or maybe it won't be fully charged. Like, that's what you do. If you're not using it, you're charging it. That's you're eating your food and you're charging your ring. That's what you're doing. Like, you're never not charging your ring, so you have you know, it's always charged. You should never run out of charge on the thing. But then what's the point of having it have a limitation? I just don't get it. But I don't know who Parallax is. Honestly, I knew who Sinestro was. I didn't know who Parallax was, but it just didn't play right. Yes, the Sinestro design and the guy who played him, the guy from the villain from Sherlock Holmes. That's what I know him from. Didn't know of him before then, but yeah, but they did a good job with that. To be fair, the Green Lantern movie did give us Deadpool shooting Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, no, yeah. That is very true. That is very true. And yeah, no, that is true. Space Pirate Lives Matter. I remember that other reference. Well, Gotham is a functional city most of the time. People go to work and raise kids. It isn't mirror, mirror. Yeah, it's just, I mean, the crime is so prevalent. Like you're really, I feel like if you leave your house in Gotham, you got to have in your back of your mind, I might not come home tonight. Whereas like even the crime in cities now, which it's pretty high, but again, usually if you look at where the crime is happening, it's usually in certain pockets. It's not just like, oh, you're walking down Main Street and it happens. But even then, it's not so high that you're like, I might get shot today. Like it's not a real thing. Whereas I feel like Gotham, enough stuff happens. You have enough villains in rotation and enough stuff happening on a big scale that you're pretty likely. And that's not even mentioning all the little petty thugs. When Batman's going after the big fish, you got a bunch of little guys doing the stuff down here, and it was so corrupt. Like I don't think we have an equivalent currently. I mean, you know, as bad as New York or Chicago is, I don't think they're as bad as Gotham. So it just like you can function, but I just feel like your overall mentality as a Gothamite has to be, this could be my last night. This could be my last day, because who knows when some crazy psychopath is going to come out and, you know, put a bomb somewhere. It's going to because you remember most of our comic books and the stories start off with the inciting incident. So even before the hero, like Batman's just doing his thing, he's playing with his thumbs or whatever he's doing, and then there's an explosion. And we never really care about that, but it's like, people screaming, people running, the carnage, the chaos, the villain shows up, I did my thing, I'm so bad, blah, blah, blah. And in our mind, we're just thinking, okay, we're just getting it. This is gonna get the hero into the story. Not even thinking this guy just blew up 25 people, and it's the same villain from 3 episodes ago, or 10 comic books ago, or whatever. So the guy just got out and he just killed 25 people to start the whole thing off with. So those 25 people are gone. And that happens like on the regular. I think now, but I mean, you're right. Maybe, Gotham's big enough that we're seeing all the stuff, it's like the news where it's putting all the bad stuff in front of us. Everything else is honky dory. So it's like, all right, well, that's actually not so bad, and there may be moments of respite when most of them are behind bars before they break out or they're let out or whatever. But I don't know. In Gotham, I'd just get out of there. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to hang out. It's a occupational hazard without the occupation. It's just a hazard. That's the thing, Honey Badger. That's the thing. You're doing the crime. Batman shows up, and you just go, okay, Batman, you got me. He's not going to beat you up, right? That's not what a good guy does. That's not what Batman does. Heck, you could kill somebody. You could shoot him point blank. Batman shows up, you go, drop your gun and go, okay, Bat, you got me. It's the end of the deal. Like again, he's not judging. He can't hurt people. He can't do whatever. Like, and people would have a fit if he did. And I'm not saying whether that'd be right or wrong. I'm just going like, begin, Honey Badger. Like you got to look. No, we're talking because you're saying Nolan's Batman is the best one. So we're not talking Snyderverse. We're talking about Nolan's Batman. Watching what he does. He hits the guys. Like he hits them in the face. They go down. And he moves on. I mean, cost of benefit, that's what we're looking at here. Like, yeah, if you're going to get $25 or $100, you're getting paid $500 to do this job, and Batman shows up, and you try to fight him, he punches you, you'll go down, feign unconsciousness or whatever. In Nolan's Batman, he doesn't necessarily pick up all the thugs. He just keeps going until he gets the big guy or whatever after he's going after. So you may not even end up incarcerated. You maybe just end up with a black eye, or, you get the wind knocked out of you or something. You try to go toe to toe with him, and he might put you down. But once you're down, you're down. Like he's going to be done. So, but you go, okay, put that against a heist or an armed robbery or something where with larceny, I believe that's called, like the legal term, where you can make millions of dollars, and you go, I'm willing to risk getting punched in the face by Batman, who I know is going to hold back. He doesn't want to break my jaw. He doesn't want to, debilitate me for life. He might hit me, or if he shows up, I just go, okay, you know what? Better off just, okay, you got me, dude. Not resisting arrest. The corrupt DA will get me 2 weeks in Gotham and I'll be out again. And I can try it again. And one of these times I'm going to be able to pull it off and retire, go off to Hawaii and live, or the Caribbean and live my life, whatever. Cost to benefit ratio. The punishment needs to be severe. And by punishment, I don't mean like judgment punishment. I mean like if Batman shows up, I might end up in a coma kind of thing. Yeah. Then I started going, okay, you know what? I'm risking my life here. That's the thing. What villain thinks I'm risking my life doing this? I'm risking my well-being. I may not, I want to be able to walk again. That kind of thing versus what are they saying? The risk. I really hope I don't get taken to jail like I would if I did this and a cop caught me. I really hope I don't have a swollen lip for a few days. I really hope I don't chip a tooth. For $1 million, for $100,000, I'd probably risk that, if I'm being honest. Now, not as a criminal, because I don't have an enemy to commit a crime like that. But if I was so disposed and I'm going over a cost of benefit, what Batman does, I would risk a heavy payoff for that. So I call you weak, Honey Badger. I call you weak. Honey Badger is labeled as weak. Stunnering. There you go. Spoderman shoots web. Spoderman shots web. Yeah, see, I mean, it can happen. Somewhere there's a continuity where Batman gets beat up by Mike Tyson. What? Oh, somewhere there's a continuity. Yeah. Mike Tyson in his prime. I don't know, though. I mean, obviously, Batman is just, and that was my beef with the guy. That's why I said he's pretty much a Chuck Norris meme at this point. Because, I mean, look, I just out of curiosity, I was, looked to see if anybody was talking about like my pick, my favorite hero, and would Batman beat him? I was like, oh yeah, easily. Yeah, Batman would beat Superman. Batman beats everybody. Give him enough prep time, and that's what Batman's all about. That's his ID. He can beat anybody. It's a Chuck Norris meme. It's like he can do any of the most ridiculous stuff, beat any of the most ridiculous guys because he's Batman. Like that's the joke. Like you see like YouTube shorts and stuff, and they're like, I'm Batman. You know why? Because I'm Batman. It's like, and it's a joke. It's a joke, but it's but it's actually like a legitimate joke because it's. A normal guy can't do any of that stuff. They made him too big for his britches is the problem. I don't think I said this here, but the conversation with Big Hein, I think it was, or no, somebody I was talking with. The problem with Batman is, it was a gentleman who I don't know. He's actually in the Discord, but I don't know who he actually is in real life here. When we had Super Friends and the Justice League, Batman has no business being there. Like he can be there as an administrator, be like, hey, I'll pay for the watchtower, I'll pay for whatever, and I'll do my detective sleuthing or whatever. But I'm sorry, any villain that's going to menace Wonder Woman or Superman should be more than enough to take care of Batman. Otherwise, who needs Superman or Wonder Woman? Like, now Superman obviously has kryptonite. Wonder Woman doesn't have a discernible weakness. So if it's like, okay, this villain can take on Wonder Woman, well, Batman doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell. He shouldn't. And if he does, what does that say about Wonder Woman? Well, you have to nerf Wonder Woman to make Batman relevant. And it's the same thing with the Super Friends. Like, as soon as they said, we need him to be a part of the Justice League, they had to have him ramp up. That's when you started seeing this, like, well, he can bench 3,000 pounds, which is just the pinnacle of human conditioning. He can run a mile. And, like, I saw it on a Reddit thing. They were like, what's the most unrealistic thing about Batman? It's like that a guy who is capable of lifting 1,000 pounds can run a 5-minute mile. It's like, if you can run a 5-minute mile, you do not have the muscle mass and the size and whatever to be able to bench press 1,000 pounds or deadlift 1,000 pounds. And if you're deadlifting 1,000 pounds, you sure as hell can't run a 5-minute mile. Like the body just doesn't work that way. And again, I know it's a nitpick to a degree but that's what we're being presented with. Batman is a contradiction in physics and in everything else. Like what he can do should not be able to be done. And so now, granted, Nolan doesn't try to go too far with that, but I'm saying I don't believe a guy can drop 50 stories, 1,000 stories. I'm just going to make it 20,000 stories like that. We have in the comics. He like, I don't know if you saw it in the video, like literally he re-enters the Earth's atmosphere and lands and he's okay. Little singed like that. That's who we're working with. I love how Schwartz is a comic nerd, yet he's crapping on the most recognizable characters. Because, Honey Badger, my eyes have been opened. Because I'm looking at them more objective. I'm looking at efficacy. I'm not looking at them as a starry-eyed, like the kid that I was. I do have the figures. They are icons from my childhood, but I'm stepping back and going, because I now have this idea of what the greatest hero is, and I'm going, okay, how do these other characters compare? What makes them work or not work? And when I do that, I go, they're deficient in so many ways. And it's fine. I don't know to a degree of whimsy, but again, to me, it's just fun. It's fun. You roast them. I'm not outright condemning it, whatever. But and I honestly, I didn't read that many. I have read most of Captain America and Iron Man comic runs, like the original runs. Spider-Man up till I got to Maximum Carnage, and I said, "Screw you, dude. We're done." Sorry, Spidey. You were great in my childhood, but this is garbage. Superman. I think probably it dipped. He was it for a long time. And then honestly, when I was in my 10, 11, 12, 13, my heroes were sports figures. Walter Payton, Bo Jackson, Joe Montana. I looked at actual athletes who were actually doing things and were, overcoming adversity. Joe Montana with the famous, flu chicken soup bowl or whatever it was called, where he played with a fever and the flu or whatever. And Walter Payton, you hear about his workout regimen, as it transferred from these fantastical, almost somewhat ridiculous and comical, no pun intended, heroes to more practical and realistic guys who were actually doing it. They were living the life. And it doesn't mean they were perfect, doesn't mean they were aspirational necessarily, but they were what I consider to be heroes at that time. And then the death of Superman happened, and I was like, "Oh, Superman! It was a pretty impactful incident. It was in my yearbook. I can't find it anymore, unfortunately. But my 6th grade yearbook, they had at the very end. It was like what was happening this year that you were in 6th grade, and so it was a full color spread in the back, and it had Blossom apparently was the big show on TV, and it had the gal from whatever her name is, I can't remember. Anyway, they had the Bulls winning a championship. It had the Super Bowl winner. I can't remember who that was. And then it had the death of Superman. The world was shocked as Superman dies and blah, 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 blah. It was a big deal. And it made me interested in him for a little while in comics, and then it went away again. So anyway, I'm not as much of a nerd as you might think. I'm a nerd, just not comic book nerd. I didn't delve that deep into it. It was more of what my imagination could conjure and how much I could work with that as a child. And then as I got older, they didn't really grow up with me. I started seeing things different. But Iron Man is that Iron Man movie was fine. I didn't have a problem with that. I thought that was a nice. I feel so weird to be playing the game right now. Sorry, guys. You probably deserved better. You probably could have turned things around if I just spared your lives. But I'm Samus. I'm a ruthless bounty hunter. I'm gonna have to put a qualifier and just say this video features only 5 minutes of actual gameplay. Ghost Rider would persuade me not to do things or anything. He'd probably turn my mind inside out and leave me as a drilling plant. Ghost Rider's a badass. Ghost Rider works. I don't know the ins and outs of the character wholly, but what is it called? The penitence stare or something he's called? It's not the Care Bear stare. I think it's called the penitence stare. But where you can pretty much just bring up all the crap you've done in your life. He kind of uses your own wickedness against you. I think that's the perfect weapon to have against criminals. So yeah, if all you do is rob a liquor store and do whatever, it's petty crime stuff, it's probably not going to break your mind. But you start doing some really messed up stuff and he's able to bring that back to you and it just fries your brain. Well, that's what you get. That's justice doing what your seared conscience failed to do. So I dig on that. Batman always wins if he is prepared. Also, that goes for anyone. Well, no, but nobody says that, Underhill. Nobody says Superman can win any fight as long as he's prepared. Because he doesn't need to be, really. Batman is the only way, because they need Batman to be able to go toe. He's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous concept to think that Batman is in the realm of any of the superheroes. That anything what was it? There was an episode. I'm sure they did this in the comics too, but there was an episode in Batman where him and Superman switch places. And so Clark is dressed as Batman, and he's having to go against Batman's villains, and it's just like nothing. It's like they're shooting at him. He's like, eh. And the guy's like, what the heck? And he's like, throwing people across the room and all this. It's really cool to see, but it just emphasized like the bad guys that Batman struggles against, the ones that really make, really pull out the worst, the most. Bane, for crying out loud, the guy who broke Batman's back. Superman just be like, bloop. So it's like, they should not coexist. I mean, they can coexist, but they should not share the same adventures, because same thing with Avengers. I mean, did anybody else, I mean, look, I liked the first Avengers movie well enough, but did anybody else just kind of go, what the heck am I watching, when you've got the Hulk standing next to Black Widow with her little 9mm? And it's like, they're bulletproof. Like, yeah, you got your guns, and if you're against a bunch of naked thugs, okay, that may do something. Get your little sparkly things, whatever, your little spark deals. But I'm not believing for a second that you, and to a degree, also, what's his face, bow and arrow guy, Jeremy Renner. How am I remembering the actor's name before the Quicksilver, Quickeye, False Hawkeye? There you go, Hawkeye. Like, these two characters don't belong here. They're not going to be able to pull their weight. These things are armored. They're flying. They're shooting ray weapons and stuff. I'm sorry, you guys are just out of your. But they made it work, kind of. But if you really, you're like, no, put the guns away. You're not fooling anyone. It's crazy. But it's the same kind of thing with Batman. Let's see. I just think seeing Ghost Rider would do it for me. Hell exists. Yeah, there you go. Michael Bailey, good call. Good call. Yes. Hell exists. Okay, I'm done. There is a bad place. There's a horrible place where bad people go. I don't want to go to there. Scary to see in the middle. Exactly. Yeah. 100%. Baldrick, how dare you? How dare you? I get lost. I know where I am. Oh, wait. Are you talking about when I did get lost? An hour and 5 minutes ago? Okay. In that case, I apologize, Baldrick. You were absolutely right. I did get lost. I got turned around and went back and ended up back where I started. I thought I was going to beat the game today, folks. I had it in my head that I was going to beat the game. Y'all were going to be really impressed. Like, whoa, this guy is a true gamer. And instead, my body count is what? 15 maybe? And I've been actually playing the game for about 4.5 minutes total. Oh, I hate those things. Die, cockroaches. Or not. How dare you defy Samus? What in the world? Show yourself, you ugly little bastard. Drugs are great. You just can't sit around doing nothing but drugs. I don't know if I can endorse that myself. I mean, there's very few things that we can indulge in or partake in that don't have some kind of consequence. So anything where the end result is pure physical gratification. And now look, I'm somebody, I will eat things that I shouldn't eat. So I'm not above that in my own way. Like, it's like we all have our things we won't do, and then there's things we will do. I'm not giving myself a pass. I'm saying, though, included in that, like, if you eat unhealthy, even just here and there, you do it enough. Now, everything in moderation, right? Everything's fine in moderation. But, like, I don't know. I feel like some things are riskier than others, even in moderation. But I don't know. I'm not an expert on drugs in any sense. Maybe you can do them, and if you don't have an addictive, like you're not addicted to them, you don't get addicted to them. Maybe there's some people that aren't, so you don't have that working against you. And if you take them, in certain things, there's not going to be any long-term effects, and you just get a little bit of the buzz or the high or whatever it's called. I don't know, but I mean, there just seems to be so many between overdosing and dirty batches and everything. It just seems like there's so much peril involved in it that I just don't know that it'd be worthwhile if you're really wanting to live. And yeah, what has this to do with pizza? Big Eye trying to bring it back to the normal Battlefield, the no pineapple on sight, which is great. And now he calls me being a people. It gets worse and worse. What? Do you think Batman ever farts into the cape when he drops down on someone? Yeah, I'm sure he does, and it billows out behind him. Underhill. That's what I mean. That's an effective weapon. I'm sure he weaponized that. He probably has bat briefs that magnify the stench of flatulence. But if you see like there's a close up of like I think it was Batman and Robin, if not Batman Forever, and it shows him like clasping the belt, and then he turns around and you see his bat butt. Like there's no orifice. There's nothing's getting out of there. So I don't think I mean, maybe in the comics you can because it's still cloth, but at least in the movies it looks like it's like a thick, like rubbery type thing, and I think it would just blow down into his ankles or something. Imagine the fart stays in that tight. Exactly, Baldrick. There you go. Yeah. I think this might be a great signature move and sound. The bat tear gas. Yes, Big Hind. Everything is called the bat. The bat batulence. There you go. That's a good one. Batulence. that is a nice. Yeah, it's the bat computer, the batarang, the bat pole, the bat mask, the bat pill, the bat. Yeah, it's always. Holy moly, Batman! Did you release the bat gas? I never saw 2019. Underhill. I mean, but we got to remember, it's not. I'm just going to say that because my understanding of that is it's him getting kicked around until he eventually kind of snaps. And it's one of those things where like I draw a distinction between understandable and justifiable, whereas justifiable means healthy. It means right. It means it's the thing to do versus understandable. Understandable going, I get why being treated like this would make you do this. I get why this would drive you to this point, but it doesn't justify it. Because if it did, anybody who got picked on, anybody who got kicked around in life or had a really bad season where just one crap thing after the other, everybody could just snap or should be expected to snap and act like, and start killing people. Like, I think there's it's more realistic to say, okay, it's understandable people would give up, people would become ill-tempered, people would recede into themselves. Anyway, so my point being, I think evil can be arrived at in different ways. And it is the succumbing to evil. Because, I was talking to somebody. It's a friend of mine. He's struggling with something in his life. He's struggling with a weakness or a proclivity in his life. But the fact that he's struggling with it is the indicator that he's not aligned with it. He's not okay with it. He's going, I am opposed to it. I don't do this. But there are times where I screw up, times of weakness, times of whatever, and I relapse. But I say that's not okay. But I can't just give up. I got to keep going, and I got to put that behind me and keep moving forward. That's not aligned with wickedness or aligned with whatever. But when you eventually just say, you know what? Life has kicked me around so much. I give up. It's time for me to start making other people's lives miserable or entering other people's lives or whatever it is. Then to me, that's alignment with evil. And it may be you say, okay, there's some sympathy for it, but you're still making a choice. Like I said, we do have a choice. Even when we're at our weakest point, we do have a choice of how we handle that. And I would say, look, I can relate if it's self-destructive, because that's my typical bent. Like I will, I can do things that will destroy my own life, but I'm not going to screw other people. Like if I'm going to do something that's going to mess with other people, that's where I draw the line. And I'm not going so deep with that. And that's, again, it's not a pat on the back, but that's just, I don't want to do that. It's like, okay, if I do this and I don't get to do X, Y, and Z, that's on me and I have to live with that. But if me not doing this means that somebody else doesn't get to do it, well, that's not okay, because now I'm screwing somebody else over. So I don't know all the story behind Batman. All I would say is, if Joker says, screw it, I'm going to align with this, it doesn't really matter how you get there, how sympathetic the story is or the journey is. If you eventually go, hey, I'm just this guy now, then you're that guy then. I mean, you've decided to be bettered by your circumstances, and that like I said, then you have to go out of your way to go, I no longer care about other people. Or you're just crazy. Like your mind breaks. I don't know if that's what happens. And your mind literally breaks, in which case that may not be wickedness, but you're now, again, you're like a rabid dog. Like what is society to do with somebody who is so crazy that in his sane mind, he would never think of hurting anybody or hurting a fly, as they say. But where he's at now, he's broken so much that he's killing people and not caring about it. Well, that person, sadly, doesn't need to be around anymore. Like that's not, we don't just go, well, you got to understand, he had a really hard life. Okay, but he's still killing people. Like, what do you say to the populace? What do you say to society? What do you say to other people when you say, well, we can't not do something? I mean, You know, he may have killed 12 people, but he's just a little crazy. Well, what difference does that make? Like, honestly, like if I was crazy enough where I started losing it and I started doing people in, I would say, yeah, go ahead and like get rid of me, lock me away, whatever it is you want to do. But I don't need to be around people because obviously I can't think straight anymore. I don't know. Yeah, no, it is Lagmeister. It is. And I'm glad you're not exploiting it. But yeah, I'm literally an hour and 2 minutes. I'm 62 minutes. Does Robin fart in a lower octave than... Absolutely, Baldrick. I think that's a silly question. Of course it's a lower octave than Batman. No, not a lower. It's higher. It's a higher octave. Why would Robin... Yeah, exactly. He's doing that like the silent but deadly. That's Robin. Robin is silent but deadly. I'm sure that's canon. I'm not really the bad afterburner. The Bafterburner? I am slightly disappointed with the amount of fixation we're having on flatulence right now. Ramen has 0 nutritional value, but a spicy ramen soup is good against hangovers. Okay. I didn't say it was without value or purpose, but that you could actually starve to death. It's literally just, it would be like eating dirt or, well, not even dirt. Dirt has nutrients. Like eating a lump of clay. Like it's going to literally fill your stomach, but it does absolutely nothing to sustain your body. Dystopian future where junk food is a commodity would be hilarious. That would be actually, yeah. Like where it's like you've got the black market for Twinkies. The basic amenities thing was unrelated to crime, was related to most people are not evil yet still end up in shit circumstances. I got you, Michael. And that's what I was saying. Like people have been kidnapped and sold in sex trafficking. That's not a choice. Someone did that to you. Right. Because Silver Surfer is hilarious when you think about it. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, no, and that's what I was saying, Michael. I said a couple times, like I wasn't trying to strawman you or say, oh, this is what you were saying. It was just, that is something that a lot of people say. Well, they're justified in doing this, or we have to be okay with this, or they should get a pass because they're doing this. So it was a little bit different, but you're not talking about that. But yeah, I mean, and yeah, so it's, they fall prey to evil. And that's why, to me, evil needs to be kind of like people who do deal in self-trafficking, sex trafficking, even if they're not killing, like they're just trafficking them, they don't need to be around anymore. Society doesn't need that. Like what is civilized about being congenial and kind to sex traffickers? Like why is that okay? When you, I mean, like it's a horrific thing to be doing, and yet, well, they deserve justice. They deserve their, I mean, look, you want to say they deserve their day in court. Okay, fine. The evidence is compulsive. You go, okay, you're done. I mean, if we could exile people, there's really nowhere to exile people to, except the moon, maybe. But it's like, it's just, but I 100% agree. Like, you don't have to be evil to understand, end up in a bad situation. I do think a lot of times, and this is not pointing the finger at anybody in particular. I'm not thinking of anyone at all, but somebody once articulated and said a lot of people do make a series of bad decisions that lead them to a place where there is no good decision. So I do think there can be. Now, obviously, and it's something like where somebody's kidnapped, where anybody's taken against their will or something is done against their will, that's different. But a lot of times, I would say the majority of times, we have people in bad circumstances. You trace it back and go, okay, you made this bad decision, then you made this bad decision, then you made this one, and it led you to a place where you had two options and neither one of them were good. But that's because you're 5 decisions back from a really bad, like you made these bad decisions and it left you in a place where you had no good decisions. But yeah, but I mean, that has nothing to, I mean, that has nothing to do with what you're talking about there. But yeah. And if it makes me laugh, it's clearly better. Fair enough, Michael, fair enough. Jeffrey Rush, yes, I knew somebody would get it. Likely, yeah. That's who. That, for reference, that was the Casanova Frankenstein, the villain from Mystery Men. That was the name I was trying to remember. Yeah, we'll probably try Night Cage again. And Ameritrash. There you go. No, they weren't that, but I have several in my collection which I like to try. I love it. It's called Ameritrash. Doesn't sound very sexy, but it's like, I want to try these Ameritrash games. Nicol Bolas is the evil elder dragon from Magic the Gathering. Yeah, he's a disappointment as a villain. I mean, I was just going based off the name, but okay, so it's not as bad. When I say Nicholas Bowl, it's really not that much better. Nicol Bolas. I am Nicol Bolas. I've come to suck your blood. Yeah, you can't get much worse than that. They touted him as something big, ominous, and an evil genius. Now they have reborn Pharaxia, a big villain plane from older lore, and the story is even worse now. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get too far into Magic the Gathering lore when I was getting into it. Like, I mean, I geek out on stuff. Like, I'll go super deep for a while, and then if I don't find something that I really, really like about it, I just kind of back away from it. So I went super deep with Magic, but like as soon as I started getting into lore, I'm like, I mean, I like the idea of planes, different planes of existence and everything, but it just, there was nothing that really, there was no character really that captivated me. There was nothing really that drew me into it. It just, and then apparently, like, from most of what I was seeing, a lot of people, especially that were old school, they're just going like that. They used to place a lot more emphasis on the lore. There was a lot more on the characters. And then you had Planeswalkers that a lot of people didn't much care for from both a gameplay perspective and a lore perspective. And now we've got Universes Beyond, which is just, you got Scooby-Doo and SpongeBob and Transformers and Jurassic Park, and they're all in the same existence with all these fantasy characters. And you're like, I don't know. Did I miss the name? I got distracted by the internet people. If you're talking about Jeffrey Rush, yes. But hopefully you got that there. But every single character in Magic the Gathering now, except maybe a dozen, turns out to be a brainwashed sleeper agent of the big bad Phyrexia. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I remember seeing the word Phyrexia a lot. And I know there's, what is it, the 7 of 7 or something? There's a Phyrexia thing. It's ridiculous. It's like Dagoth but like worse somehow, because he can't be banished, or he can't be killed. He can't be. You have to have a banish card for him. Like, and people act like, oh, everybody's got a banish card. I'm like, I don't. You have to be running black, I think, to have that. I don't remember. Or no, I think there's some white cards that do it too. But it was just like, it had 7 attributes. It was 7 damage, 7 defense, and it couldn't be targeted outright. That was just so obnoxious. And it's like, people are like, oh yeah, no, you have to have the answer in your deck. I'm like, well, yeah, do you have any cards in a deck? I've got 5 lands in my hand. Not exactly an answer to a 7/7 that can't be killed. Niv Mizzet was the coolest character in Magic the Gathering for me after Weatherlight Crew. Niv Mizzet. They may be just as bad at naming things as I am. Oh, dragon. Oh, he's a cute little dragon. Well, okay, there's a cute little version. I do. Oh, wait, I might actually have this card. Oh, no, he's got an equation. No, that's not. Whenever you draw a card, Niv Mizzet, the Fire Mine, deals 1 damage to target creature or player. Oh, that's a pretty cool one. I don't know about the red and blue. I just try to avoid blue. When I was playing, I didn't. Ugh. Like I said, if I hate playing against it, or if I hate playing against it, I don't play it. So I never played blue or black. I played black once or twice, and I just felt so dirty. I'm not no shame on people who play blue or black. It's just my personal mantra, my personal code. Like a hero, like I'm a superhero. That said, I did buy a dragon themed blue and red deck. I don't remember the name of that combo, but I don't have that one. But I do like that effect where you draw and you get to deal a damage to a target creature. He's expensive though. 2 of any kind, 2 blue, 2 red, 6. So that's an end game guy right there. That's pretty cool though. He's better than Nicholas Bowl. I can't do Smog because yeah, you got it. Okay. There are many, many dragons. I know that is a massive cap in sets. Murcielago. Nice! Murcielago, the dashing dragon. Heck yeah. Moondragon. There you go. Awesome. Hey, thanks, man. Cool. That's how name a dragon. Hey, Retrosake. What's going on, man? Had long time no see, my friend. Long time no see. Just so you know, the Triforce can easily be the Trifourth if you want to jump in. We're doing Final Fantasy VII right now. I'm being swiftly overtaken by my much more savvier compatriots, i.e. Froglos and Lagmeister. But if you want to jump into that, and you're still here, wait, am I almost caught up? 6:34, 6. Hey, somehow I'm under an hour behind. I think the conversation just probably stopped. That's what happened. Sunsoft's Batman is my choice. He punches people, items, and anything else till literal explosion. And best part, he's murderous and toss the Joker off the balcony. Hell yeah, Retrosake. You're speaking my language. You're speaking my language. I'll take that. So you've beaten it then, I guess. That's a hard game. I have not tried it. I do have it, but I have not tried to beat it because I heard it's very difficult, especially the Joker. And he's got lightning strikes and everything, which is crazy. But I heard the music is great and everything. But yeah, I'm guessing you beat that. Okay, it is of Toy Dragons, the one that had, just a ridiculous long tail. So not a necklace, just a long tail. That was a very long tail. A lot of heroes that are just Batman, but yeah. That's why I tried to go, that's why I said I took Batman, Superman. These are kind of archetypes in a way. Like I said, they bring up issues that, and pretty much all the heroes. Batman was kind of on his own because he doesn't have powers. He doesn't have quite as many foibles or issues as somebody like Superman or Spider-Man would, because there's not as much room to fluctuate. But I mean, even within that, there is. My thing with Batman is, like I said, he's just kind of, he's supposed to be a human being, but he doesn't ever behave in one. We've got the image of him, at least in the animated series. He dodges Omega beams. Like Superman, who can fly 20 times the speed of light and moves almost as fast as the Flash, can't dodge Omega beams, but Batman can. And he drops down like 75 feet, lands on a guy, and jumps off of him like he's pirouetting off of a balance beam or something. It's like, come on. Like, stop trying to tell me this guy's a human being. He's a meme. He's Chuck Norris. He can do anything. He just does anything. He can do anything because he's Batman. Like I said, he was a warm-up. That's why his is only 4 minutes long, because it was just more like, really? Dressed up as a bat? Trying to pretend you're a human being, but it's pretty obvious you're not. But there's nobody else really like him per se. You've got other vigilantes, in that same vein. Like you said, he's Batman, but so I wanted to kind of capture that idea. But the other ones are and there's a lot of overlap. Like the problems that beset Superman also beset a lot of other characters and vice versa. But I tried to focus on the big ones for each. Oh man, I'm gonna have to start again on Monday. I just need some downtime from it. But Sauron is a Maya, which means he's basically an original angel like Satan in the Christian sense. Oh yeah. No, Eldar, I believe. No, yeah, Sauron. Yeah, Sauron's Maya, but Malachor, I believe, was a Eldar, which was they think there were 12 Eldar, so they're like, I don't know, you call them like archangel types, but they were like the big dogs. They were like almost like mini deities. You had Eru, who was the big, like the only one who could create. That was pretty much the main distinction. Big, the big god, the big bad, not the big bad, but like the big guy. And then he created the Eldar, which by their singing were able to create and weave the universe. But Melkor was a chord of, sung in dissonance and screwed everything up. He was Eldar, and then Sauron was, a Maya, which, like you said, like an angel, like Balrog, same thing, and Gandalf and Saruman. So he just kind of is powerful. He doesn't have a source of it, right? Which is a big distinction. My friend refuses to accept this. There was even a video I found on YouTube where another guy who's a big Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings fan, but he was like pointing out the differences. And it was like Tolkien actually had a word, like he's like Gandalf is not a wizard in the traditional sense. I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but he's like wizards are kind of sketchy, because they operate, they have their own power source and do all this sorcery or whatever. He's like, Gandalf isn't that. And it's the same thing. Like most of his creatures are not magical. They just are. They have inherent power. Just like we probably see magical. If a squirrel could perceive with a human intellect, it'd be like, wow, they're able to speak. They're able to communicate with these vocal words, and they have these opposable thumbs. They're like these crazy cool beings. And like we're not magical. We've got these things. And it's the same thing. Elves had their skill sets. Dwarves had their skill sets, their attributes, but they weren't. There's very little malleable magic in there. They can create some items that do, but like pretty much everything that was created to be magical is shirked. Other than the 3 rings that Gandalf, Galadriel, and who was the other guy? Who had the other ring? Elrond, I think. And those rings, it was crazy because you read about them. They're really not sexy. They don't give him like fireball power or anything. It really was like, I think Gandalf's was hope, and Galadriel's was like the will or something. So it's like these very subtle but very broad powers that you wouldn't really pinpoint and go, oh, look, she can do this cool thing. Like, I've got the power of wind. Like, this isn't earth, wind, and fire nonsense. Like, the rings had a very subtle but very powerful impact, but it was to help sustain leadership to continue to do. It was for Gandalf to be able to bring hope, I think is part of what it did. And anyway, it was very subtle stuff. So I'm not saying there was no magic, but the biggest malleable magic or ideal or, ostensible malleable magic is the One Ring. And it's very clear, made by evil, not good. Good tries to use it. Good turns to evil. That's the way it works. Whereas you have other things where it's like, oh, my power is good, or I can challenge. And it's not saying it's wrong or bad, but it's a distinction. It's a pretty significant distinction. This is what Batman does. It stalled on me again. Dagnabbit. I'll have to watch it afterwards. Man, I don't know what deficiency my computer is at that it struggles with this kind of stuff, but it's very frustrating. LOTR is basically like most of English history prior... Gosh darn it. Why is this... Okay. English history prior to a certain point was unrecorded entirely, and it seeks to fantasize and somewhat replace that. Well, I mean, he said, Tolkien actually said, and Tolkien was a devout Roman Catholic, so it's basically a Bible story. Well, I mean, he said he's not for allegories. So, I mean, he can't help it. I mean, that pretty much everybody is going to write what they know and come from a certain frame of reference. That's anybody, whether you're religious, non-religious, whatever. It's going to translate into what you write. But he's like, he didn't write it to be an allegory. It wasn't like, oh, this character represents this or this idea. At least, I mean, that was not his intent. He wasn't trying to write, like, where C.S. Lewis is very obvious about it. Like, that's a very, like, Aslan is Jesus. Like, don't need to stretch your imagination there. Whereas Tolkien informed his universe by a lot of things that happen in, like, Christianity or whatever, like the kind of the creation. But even then, it deviates quite a bit from at least, traditional Catholic understanding. But he did say, think of Lord of the Rings as kind of or Middle Earth as it could fit into Earth's history, but in a different reality kind of deal, where it's like it's supposed to be Earth, but only if things had gone a little differently kind of thing. So he's not saying it's genuinely what our present, actually stemmed from, but he said it is supposed to be a place in history that could have happened. I believe it was an interesting deal. Well, Batman is purely a crime fighter. Superman originally kind of was, but then in later became comics. He started taking on the role of world saver and then planetary defender as the canon evolved. Hey, Ronald, what's going on? Good to see you, my friend. What is what is the wind or we were just talking about farting not too long ago. So I'm seeing what looks like breaking wind 3 different times, but I'm sure that's not what that means. It means something else. And I'm only 20 minutes behind now, so I'm sure you can correct me. What does that mean? Other than gusty winds or speeding, maybe like you're shooting past? I don't know. But it is funny because like 5 minutes ago, we were having a conversation about flatulence. But hello, Ronald. Crack-a-lackin'. Yeah. And that's kind of the thing. Underhill with the evolution of comic characters is instead of, what was, and you know this very well, Underhill, I'm sure, as a creative type, limitations breed creativity. You have a limited budget, you got to be creative with what you do with it. If you say, okay, my characters can do these things, and that's it. It forces you to be creative. It forces you to come up with solutions that you wouldn't otherwise do. It forces you to create villains and find ways for those villains to be effective, but where the hero can overcome. It really just forces you to be very, very creative and maybe stretch things a little bit, maybe jump the shark once, but like it forces that, where I feel like comics mostly, I mean, you look at comics when they were first written, they weren't like top of the food chain. You weren't necessarily getting the best of the best artists, the best writers. I'm not saying they were bad writers or bad artists, but they weren't what they became, at least in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I would say. or 60s, 70s, and 80s. I mean, they were definitely a thing. They were popular to some degree, but there's a reason why the older comics are so valuable, because few people kept them around. Like the original Superman comic, like you can't find even a bad condition one anywhere, because they weren't really a thing. It wasn't until later on that they kind of caught on. So bottom line is their origin wasn't take this seriously. Let's try to flesh out this world, flesh out these characters. It was just kind of like, oh, hey, let's have Superman do this now. Oh, that seems pretty cool. Well, yeah, but if you're thinking continuity wise in general, well, now Superman can do that. So this villain that we were going to do this week isn't really all that effective, because Superman now has this power. So like we made him super fast in the last one because that was the only way he could beat that particular villain. But now this other villain who wants to do X, Y, and Z, well, Superman, if he's just does the same thing he did in the last comic, he's going to beat this guy because he's super fast. And so now it has to be like, oh no, we'll just forget that Superman could do that. I mean, it's what happens in He-Man episodes all the time. I mean, like serialized cartoons, which I give them a little pass because they really were glorified commercials. So it's like, let's tack on a story to sell the new figure. But it was like, you have one episode where Skeletor invents this thing that can unmake matter, and He-Man's able to thwart it by finding the gem of Crocoball, and he uses the gem of Crocoball to save the planet. It's like, well, why doesn't Skeletor just use the same, remake his device and do it again? Because there's only one gem of Crocoball that He-Man can use. So why doesn't he just try to do it again? That his devastation beam is in the canon now. It exists. Why are we forgetting that it exists? But He-Man wasn't really serialized either, or it wasn't done like in order. It was just kind of like one-offs. So I don't think we're supposed to have memories of goldfishes when it comes to that kind of stuff. Forget whatever happened in the last episode. This is a new thing. Hulk is an awesome hero. I've always liked that Banner is actually kind of the terrible person, while Hulk is actually like a decent dude. Wait, what? Is that for real? See, I don't know all that much. I mean, the TV show, I don't know. Is that really the thing? Like, doesn't he lack any kind of like awareness or anything? Like he just Hulk smash, like very single-minded. I'm not contradicting. Like I said, I never got into Hulk too much, just because like I don't like when you've got two different, like if when Banner hulked out, he was essentially Banner, just bigger and hulkier. I would be okay with that, or I would be more interested. But when it's like a completely different character, it just didn't work for me necessarily. And Hulk is, I mean, there's a reason. I think there's a very good reason why we haven't really had a good Hulk movie. He works on an ensemble level, more or less ish. But I mean, they made him in the comics where he just gets, the madder he gets, the stronger he gets. So you just keep pissing him off, and he just exponentially gets stronger. I remember there was a website that was like superhero matchups or like death matches or whatever. It was like hypothetical. So there was one where it was Doomsday. I think it was Doomsday versus Hulk versus Juggernaut. And it's a very interesting matchup because you're trying to, like the guy who was writing it was trying to use the lore of each and the history of each character. But it just got ridiculous because like, well, Juggernaut can't be stopped, but you could punch him and, you could, like Hulk could punch him and he'd fly away for like 3,000 miles and then you'd have to run back, but you really couldn't kill him because he's magic. But you can't kill the Hulk either because the more you punch him, the more angry he gets, the harder he hits. I don't know. But then Doomsday regenerates and adapts to everything. It was an interesting battle. I don't even remember how it turned out, but I think Juggernaut got the raw end of the deal on that. I think he was the first one out, but yeah, I'll just say I didn't get that. I never picked up on the fact that Banner was actually a bad guy and that Hulk was decent. I thought Hulk was like anytime I hear about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde as in reference to the Hulk is the Hyde and Dr. Bruce Banner is the doctor. But I could have it all twisted because like I said, I haven't read too much of the material. But the problem, again, him being pretty much like every Hulk movie, it's like, oh, he fights another Hulk because he's been written in such a way that it's very hard to sell a villain that can go toe-to-toe with the Hulk realistically, or believably, I should say, in universe. Well, the elves and dwarves have magic innately, but man has little access to magic. Well, that's what I mean. But I mean, that's the same thing. Like we're talking about under like the Maya. They have, we call it magic, but it's just innate to them as angels. Same thing. Like they have, the dwarves and elves can do things that would be considered magical, but they're not like casting spells necessarily. Like they can make things of exceptional beauty. They can infuse things with certain properties. They can run light-footedly, which would seem kind of magical, but that's kind of innate. But I mean, that could be splitting hairs. But yeah, pretty much humans got the raw end of the deal of that. The only good thing is that we don't, I think, well, I don't know about good. It's just the big difference. We're not bound to the earth. Our fate in Tolkien's lore is unknown, whereas the elves are bound to the world. When the world ends, the elves go away. But we humans, we have a much more limited time on the earth, but our fate and how we relate to Eru is uncertain. I see you're saying it turns it on Jekyll and Hyde on its head. Do we have a source for that, Michael? I'm not saying wrong. That's never been the way it's been presented. In any of the media that I've seen, it's always the Hulk is the X Factor. He's always trying to control that. He's the manifestation of anger, which anger is not inherently a bad thing, but unchecked anger usually results in not great things. They apparently went west to east and south to hinder Sauron, but little was described about that. So what you're saying is Captain Planet can beat Sauron. Did I say that? Who said what? What are we... Wait, so first, Banner's the bad guy. Now Captain Planet couldn't beat Jack Diddley squat. I can't think of a single thing Captain Planet can do. Why is Captain Planet in this discussion? Captain Planet was the equivalent of like a Bible themed hero. Like it was just for a different group of people. It was like, oh, I'm scripture scribe, and I defeat people. I defeat evil with my when I open my chest and the words of the Bible spill out. Like it's kind of a cheeseball thing. It's like Captain Planet was such a lame concoction. I mean, he had a mullet, which that was probably the coolest thing about him, to be honest. Well, to the south are like the cannibal men who show up as Sauron's servants at Helm's Deep and such. Yeah, the eastern, well, I guess they would be the south or southerners, but yeah, there's some bad dudes in the south. Captain Planet would turn Sauron into a tree. Oh gosh. Trees, everyone a tree. The power is mine. Yeah, right? Not the power is yours, the power is mine. Superman couldn't originally fly around, leap tall buildings. Right, yep, that's very true. That's very true. He solved the Entwife problem. We lost the Entwives. We could not find them. I'm like, dude, I could tell you pretty quickly why the Entwives left. It's like trying to have a conversation with Treebeard. We're at a groceries. I'm gonna run to the store. Now maybe we should consider the... And she's like, all right, so screw it, dude, I'm out. Like, the Entwives probably spoke, like, normal rate of speech, and they just got bored out of their minds with the Ent guys. Like, what is this? You're sitting around talking for 6 minutes to say hello? Nah, this ain't gonna work. I mean, I can't blame him. When he said we lost the Entwives, I'm like, yeah, I get it. You're annoying. Like, you're a big old nuisance. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's very true, Underhill, though. Yeah. Leap tall buildings in a seat. What was it? Yeah. Faster than a speeding bullet. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. The fans and writers wanted them to fly, so they did. Now everyone can fly. Yep. Yeah. Well, but they do now, Underhill. That's the thing. So Wonder Woman is on the list, by the way. Spoiler alert, because Lagmeister asked me to spoil it. So after Superman comes Wonder Woman. So I'm pretty much giving you a list. It's not that many. It is not 100. It's not 50. It's much, 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 much less. Because I just ran out of time. I was like, dude, if I do this to every hero, if I do even the top 10, I'm going to be here forever. And again, the whole point is to say what I do like, not necessarily go on for too long about what I don't like. So I had to cut it off at some point. But yeah, Wonder Woman, she didn't have the jet. But that's the thing. It was like all the heroes were just chasing each other. So like Wonder Woman also started off, she was 5'8", and she kind of looks like a gal. Like she's supposed to be an old Amazon, right? But she's kind of just has this girlish figure. Well, but then it's like, well, no, she needs to be an icon. So then she was like 5'11", and then it's like, well, Batman is 6'2", or I think Superman or Batman, one of them is 6'2", one is 6'3", I think. And it's like, okay, now Wonder Woman needs to be 6'2" because she needs to be able to go toe to toe with him. And okay, well, she had her own powers, but now she needs to be a god. She needs to be the daughter of Zeus, so now she's like a god. So it's like all of them, they're all guilty of it. They all kept trying to go, okay, well, instead of saying, you know what, this is a certain hero's milieu. This is what Wonder Woman is good at. This is what where she excels, where she's going to have problems. And they eliminated all that. She doesn't have a weakness anymore. Superman still has kryptonite, which is lame, but there you go. He's also got, the red sun. You turn on some red lamps that mimic red sun radiation, and same thing, becomes like a little puddle. Wonder Woman, she has some horrible origins. Marston was a messed up dude in a lot of ways. Her initial weakness involved bondage and whatnot, which isn't great either. And weaknesses in general are kind of lame, but there's nothing to rein her in now. She really has no cap, especially if she takes her bracelets off. She takes those bracers off and she goes berserk. She can pretty much beat anybody. She's killed Superman before in certain timelines. She's beat him up many times. And this is Superman. This is the guy with like every power in the world. So it's just, that's why I'm saying, like, to me, to try to make a tier list is a joke for superheroes, because what version are you talking about? What iteration? Who was writing the comic? Because it changes drastically. Like these the comic book world made no, and not even comics, just in general, whoever's holding the license to these characters gave 0 Fs about continuity and character integrity. They were like, they can do things. A video game, we're going to have them do these things. Oh, on the movie, we're going to have them do this. TV serial, they can do this. So when you talk about Batman, which Batman are you talking about? There's like 25 different versions. And within those 25 different versions, if they went on for any length of time, like the comics, there's because I think Batman originally had a bat gun. I think the very first, before Robin hit the scene, I'm pretty sure Batman had a bat gun. He was pretty much a ripoff of the Mist, I think it was, or the Shadow. Like a direct, like even the panels, like there was a YouTuber that did a comparison, and like the initial panels, like of a Batman, they're like almost completely ripped off from, I think it was the Shadow. But I think Batman, if I'm not mistaken, Batman had a bat gun. In the original, no, not Batarang, but I'm pretty sure in his initial run, because again, he was like, the Shadow was like a gumshoe. You know, he had the kind of like Question. He had the hat and the whatever, and he had a gun. Like it was like a noir type setting. And so I think before Robin came in, which was, trying to get more of the young readers involved, then it became much more of a child friendly book. I believe Batman had a gun. So they've changed him so much. Is Swamp Thing on the superhero list? No, like like I said, I could only do so many because it was just, there is a wide variety. There's so many heroes that we don't get to. Most of them we don't really, because like I said, this was not a let me roast superheroes for the fun of it, for lulz. I started off talking about, in fact, the very first draft, which was nothing like what it is now. The very first draft was a quick timeline of the development of my superhero fandom, trimmed down because who really cares about that too much, but just to show how I got where I got. But as I'm writing that, I was going into more detail about why certain superheroes stopped resonating with me, why they stopped working for me. And those parts started getting longer and longer. I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just do a part that is essentially just, without going into my history, just talking about these heroes and where their shortcomings are, and what I think they get wrong, or where I think they stumble in relation to the character that has worked for me, that has resonated for me, even as a 40-year-old. So it was more of like supposed to be a more elaborate introduction to the crux of what I wanted the video to be. It got kind of bigger in that sense, and it was fun. I enjoy it. I enjoyed doing the script for it and everything. But like I said, I the gag of starting off with 100, then going down to 50, and then going down from there. I wanted to go top 10, but I just looked at the list and it was like, this is, I don't know. Maybe I'll expand it later on, but there's a lot of really, and Wolverine was going to be in the list too. Now, I didn't have a lot of beef with Wolverine. The only thing I was going to say bad about Wolverine, or not bad, but like not great about Wolverine, is that from a superhero standpoint, he is more of an anti-hero. Like he's a little bit more of that. He's not quite the Punisher, but he is not a beacon of heroism. He's not like, you know, a symbol of hope. He's not aspirational in really any way. He's effective. I like him. He's probably my favorite of all the heroes I would have listed. He's probably the top forerunner. He has a healing factor, which in and of itself doesn't seem like a big deal, but then they got very creative with what they were able to do with it, and I think they were able to make it work. But he's still, you know, he can still die, or he can be perpetually in the process of dying. I remember I looked up, and again, this is how much of a fool's errand it was, looking up can Wolverine drown? Because you know, the initial thought is, yeah, he's got this heavy skeleton, probably makes it harder for him to swim, but if you could weigh him down, yeah, he can regenerate, but how much can your body regenerate when your brain cells are dying, when you're just like drowning, essentially? And eventually I think somebody was like, yeah, eventually he could, but it would take a long time because his brain cells would regenerate. It's like, okay, how much of this healing factor, how effective is it? How much can it work? And really, what's the difference if he can't, you know, get away? Okay, so he's just drowning forever. Like that's nightmare fuel right there. But I mean, that's the ridiculous thing with comics. You can take their abilities to the umpteenth degree and go, well, no, his powerful regeneration would make it so he could never really die. He would always be brought back. People pointed out that he's, you know, been like I think got hit with a nuclear bomb that pretty much destroyed everything. But because this much of him remained, he was able to regenerate everything. It gets preposterous. So trying to reason, trying to do a tier list of any hero in terms of power or scope or anything, it just seemed like a very, that's why I say it's a mundane measure of merit, featuring a deliberation over petty nuance with a goal of establishing an hierarchy of mediocrity. I mean, it's a little bit more substantial than that, but it really is just, okay, what version of this hero is better than this one? And is there a consensus on what because the writers don't even have a consensus. You know, it's enough for people to speculate, but then the writers themselves, it's like, well, this writer had him doing these things. Well, this writer says he can't do those things. Well, this writer went back to what this writer did. This writer kind of split the difference. It's like, there's just no integrity. They don't even try to make these characters have any kind of stability or, you know, where you could say, well, no, this hero can't do this. He's never been able to do this. But yeah, I mean, to your point, Underhill, we do now have women flying and punching things. That's kind of all we have now. Well, Hulk smash, but Hulk must smash. Hulk only knows smash. Hulk not bad guy. Well, not bad guy. Call Hulk liability, I think is the best word for it. He's not bad. He's not evil, but he's liability because Hulk smash indiscriminately, in theory. I knew of a gal once in Southwest that called the creature from the Crack Lagoon. Wait, what? I knew of a gal once in the Southwest that they called the creature from the Crack Lagoon. Apparently she would show up all over the North New Mexico area randomly on crack rants. Oh, okay. So the gal in the Southwest who traveled that they gave the nickname Creature from the Crack Lagoon. She did crack. Oh gosh. Oh, I forgot Underhill. Yes, Don Cheadle. I forgot Don Cheadle was Captain Planet. Yes, Don Cheadle's Captain Planet could do it. The cartoon Captain Planet couldn't, but Don Cheadle's Captain Planet. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Comic Hulk lore has been pretty expanded over time. If you haven't seen Funny or Die's Captain Planet, no, I know what you're talking about. If that's the Don Cheadle one, yeah, it was a joke about Captain Planet having his own rings. Oh, I see. That was the tie-in. Okay, it took me a second. I was like, how did Captain Planet enter the conversation? I forgot that they have the rings. The board fed up and twice. All right. There's also Lasso of Lies. She spent an issue or two in bondage. Oh, no. The lasso of truth, she used that all the time. Like Marston actually, he didn't develop the lie detector, but he developed the polygraph. He had a hand in developing the polygraph. So he had a, so he was, I'm giving up some of the Wonder Woman intro here, but he was a feminist, polyamorous feminist. So he lived with 2 other women, all 3 feminists. All 3 had this idea. His whole thing was, he said, women, the merits of women, or the powers of women, or the whatever, the virtues of women are disparaged, and women are not proud of being women because they don't have powers. So I've created a hero who is literally, he said, Wonder Woman is propaganda for what I believe is the ideal woman who should rule the world. And his ideal woman is a woman who has the attributes of a woman and the attributes of a man, and believed in sex, love, bondage. Literally, that's the phrasing. To induce eroticism in children, and that men would gladly be submissive slaves to a woman who is stronger than them. Like, we're talking really effed in the head stuff. That's but with the lariat of truth, that comes out of his work with the polygraph and everything. And whatever the hell, I don't know what all his stuff was with the bondage and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, really not great origins for one. I mean, it was great that she was original. You know, she wasn't Supergirl or Batgirl, you know, essentially just knockoffs of the other heroes, but pretty messed up stuff. In terms, I mean, literally, you're saying I'm writing this for children, and I'm acknowledging that it's propaganda. I'm trying to push my idealized version of a woman and use eroticism and kinky stuff to get kids into this thing. It was just like, and it worked. You can get on any number of Reddit threads involving Wonder Woman, and you can find guys who have definitely bought into that whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. But I just think that's a pretty dastardly way to approach comics. Is, oh, this is my chance to impress my particular views on impressionable minds, and I'm going to try to propagandize this ideal woman who uses bondage and sex stuff to change minds. It's very interesting, but that's where I think Wonder Woman went wrong, to be honest. Apparently in the 39 and 40 detective comics he did. Oh, you're talking about the gun. Yeah. By the time of Silver Age comics, Batman's aversion to firearms solidified. Yeah. Well, and again, I mean, and that's when it was like, oh, comics are really kind of taking off here, and our main audience is kids and young teens. So probably having our hero run around shooting people. And I think that's when the whole concept, hey, we need villains. Like, oh, the Joker is a really cool villain. He's in prison now. Well, great. What are we going to do now? We got to come up with another villain. Like, I think, what is it? Batman has 800 issues, I think, at least, the main line. I think Spider-Man does too. Over 800 issues. Even if you want to go, okay, we don't have to introduce a new villain except for like every 3 books. 250. You've got to write 250. And trust me, watching the Batman TV show, like scrubbing through that to find the right villains or to pull the footage out, there are some really lame Batman villains. I mean, Penguin, Joker, Catwoman, who else? Riddler. Riddler was a psychopath, man. In that Batman series, like all the other villains are like, oh, I just want to get away with my crime. Riddler's like, I can't wait to put Batman in this vat of molten wax and watch the flesh burn off his bones. Like he was the most like sprightly and like least terrifying. Look, he literally wore ballet slippers, was like dancing all over the place. But he was like literally the most macabre and sicko out of all the villains in the Batman 66 series. It was just kind of freaky. But those are like your and then they did have Mr. Freeze. They had some other ones, but they got some really lame-o villains, like really just not great. And you're like, it would be ridiculous to try to have a writer come up with a really good, compelling villain 250 times. Like that's a lot of creative juice going into villains that are going to be one-offs. So you're like, they got to stick around. We can't have Batman ganking these guys. Like we need them. Swamp Thing versus the Man Thing. Wait, there's something called the Man Thing? No. There is something called the man thing. And that's different from the swamp thing? Come on. Wow. Wow. They are definitely two different things. Swamp thing and man thing. Was there, I mean, did they just hit a wall of creativity here? What was the impetus? Like, what was the reasoning for creating? I don't know. Maybe because he kind of looks zombie-like. I just never really. I can safely say I never read or watched anything featuring either of those characters. I mean, can he do anything outside the swamp? Like, is he limited to like the Everglades and the Bayou of Louisiana? I mean, Swamp Thing. Can Swamp Thing hang out in Metropolis? Or does he have to wait for the bad guys to come to the swamp? How many bad guys are doing things in the swamp? Like, is the swamp really like a place where crimes happen? I mean, maybe eco crimes, but how many times can you dump sludge in a swamp? You know? Wonder Wolverine didn't make the list. Well, really, because Lagmeister, as I said, the ones that were chosen were functional. Wolverine, aside from being an anti-hero, really doesn't really lack a whole lot. Like he's not what you think of as like the benevolent good guy, but like he's a pretty cool dude. And again, he has limitations without weaknesses per se, aside from magnetism. Kind of sucks for him, but depending on the version, because we had a spat where Magneto ripped the adamantium out of his body, and I think his healing factor went up exponentially because it was being used to compensate for the poison that was the adamantium in his body. So he lost the unbreakable bones, but he gained not really, was no longer super hyper subjective to magnetism, and he his healing factor just became ridiculous, as I recall. And and apparently that's when they decided he always had claws, that they weren't part of the adamantium process, or the adamantiumtizing process, that he always had bone claws. That was another, like a secondary mutation, and they just like plated them, which I think that's kind of a lame retcon. It's like, no, I'm like, let's just, I mean, you lose the claws. You want to get rid of the adamantium, you lose the claws. Like, but no, it's okay. Now he always had the claws. They just made him adamantium. But yeah, so because he didn't have anything to directly point out as a fallacy, really, of the characters, he didn't. I mean, and I'll be honest. I mean, when I was growing up, I loved DC. DC was the main thing. You had the Super Friends. I had books on Superman. Like, DC was where it was at growing up. But as I got older, Marvel really became more relevant. Captain America became more prominent. Even Iron Man to a degree, even before the movie. And Marvel was much better at creating heroes that were not bulletproof. So they could still be menaced by a knife, whatever. I mean, again, you got a healing factor. But whereas like DC, they were essentially godlike unless you had some kind of weakness. And like I said, Superman, yeah, he still got his. And it's really bad, honestly. Just how bad. I mean, really, it doesn't take much to kill off Superman with the whole kryptonite thing. And they have different kinds now. I think we talked about this already. Like, I knew about red kryptonite. I didn't know about blue. Didn't know about periwinkle. Didn't know about pink. Those are modern incarnations. Yeah, really, really, really good. It's like the Lucky Charms of kryptonite. But like Wonder Woman doesn't have any real issues. She regenerates, has hyper regeneration, so she can be cut, but she heals almost immediately. She can fly now. She's just as she's maybe said to be a hair less powerful than Superman, and not quite as fast, but still fast enough to fight him toe to toe. Like, what do you do with that? Like, there's no. Where do you go? What can't she do? And now she was sculpted from clay, so, and just given gifts from the Pantheon, but now she's actually the daughter of Zeus. So, I mean, you're talking about a little literal goddess, demigoddess. Like, what the? Where are you going to go? So DC has a problem of deifying their characters, making them do impossible godlike things. Whereas Marvel, try to do more with keeping it grounded in a sense. So I think that makes them more compelling. So there's not a lot of Marvel characters on the list. Even when I was making the full list, I mean, I'm trying to think who the initial ones were. Cause I did try to grab the top 10. Like when I sat down, it was like, okay, here's when you look through all the different balls, with CBR, any of these websites, you find the top 10. Here's the ones that keep going. Wolverine was on there. The ones that I included are on there. They were in the top 5 always. Thor got on there somehow. He was not popular at all until the movies came. Oh, Ragnarok even. He wasn't, even his first 2 movies weren't all that popular. Avengers, I think, is where he finally kind of turned the corner, and then Ragnarok, he got a little more popular. But for some reason, he was there. Hulk was on a lot of lists. Wolverine, like I said, was very frequent. And then after that, it was kind of hit or miss with anybody. Like sometimes, like one guy had all the Fantastic Four on there. One of them just had Reed Richards. One of them just had Invisible Girl or Invisible Woman, Sue Storm. Deadpool was on some of the lists. So it was kind of a hodgepodge after that. But yeah, and their monkey. And their little chimp too. I like Storm. She had cool outfits and a cool backstory. Yeah, Storm was cool. And again, very much a human. She just could control the weather. She had Longshot has the craziest origin story. Longshot. What does he do? Oh gosh, has that been beeping the whole time? Strong presence. Look, I'm playing the video game that I was supposed to be playing this whole time. We've covered a lot of ground. I mean, granted, at this point, if I turn the game off, I will have accomplished nothing. But I made these little bastards think twice about attacking me next time, that's for sure. They're not even trying to attack me, they're just chilling out. Samus is so mean. The chorizo have corrupted her and made her evil. As far as heroes I identify with, I got nothing. Yeah. Mojoverse? You talking about Mojo Jojo? Spiral. I know Spiral from Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I think. Marvel. That's interesting. Yeah, she's got the 4 arms. Well, I mean, I've got the 4 arms too. See, the 4 arms. But she has literally 4 arms. 4 distinct arms. So you see, and I don't know about it's not identifying. So again, I'm laying it all out there, but for me, heroes, it's not necessarily about identifying. What I look to heroes at is they bridge the gap between the real and the ideal. In reality, we don't have a justice system. In reality, we do not have anything that guarantees or fights for justice. The best we have is a legal system, which is not interested in justice. It's interested in the letter of the law. That's it. Justice is an afterthought. Heroes bridge that gap. They say where the law fails, we're going to step in. We're going to bring justice. We're going to protect the innocent, and we're going to beat the crap out of evil so that it is not a threat. It does not continue to threaten people. That's an ideal. That's what I personally crave. That's what I want to see, because you don't really get that a lot of times in real life. So it's not a power fantasy. It's not a trip. It's not identifying with this particular hero. But I will say that anytime a hero goes through true adversity, that's not self-inflicted. It's not because they make stupid decisions. It's not because of some power thing or whatever. But they actually go through really something very difficult. They have to deal with, grapple with a loss, and not just a loss of life like that. That's, again, as Spider-Man, Uncle Ben, but like dealing with consequences. Anytime there are sacrifices where they go, okay, this is not a good thing. This is not a great situation, but I need to do this. I know the consequences are going to be this, but I got to do it anyway, and having to deal with that. So the more they had to grapple with reality, the more I could identify to a degree, but like it was never like a require. I never looked and been like, I can see myself in this character, but I did want to see the justice. I did want to see the fierce protection of innocence. I did want to see a righteous fury against evil. That was a point I made. I don't want heroes to be compassionate towards evil. And again, we're talking about evil here. We're not talking about somebody who voted for a candidate I didn't like. We're not talking about, somebody who said something really, a bad word or, said nasty things online. I'm talking about legitimate evil. Like, I want to take over the world and I'm going to step on whoever I have to do to get there. Somebody who's already killed people, who is in the process, that's their modus operandi, is I kill to get what I want. We're talking about alignment with evil. I want that to be like a merciless, just, I'm taking you down, period. End of discussion. Like, I'm not here to be nice to you. I'm not here to give you a second chance. I'm not here to wonder about your past and how you got to be this evil. You need to get gone, period. Like, that's it. And so those, if you want to talk about identifying, heroes that have that mindset, heroes that have that approach, I can identify with, because I identify with that perception of what justice is and what they're there to do and what their actual purpose is. So to a degree there, but like Wolverine, I'm like, he slices and dices all the time. Like he's not bloodthirsty, but he's not exactly a nice guy. Captain America, he does come up in some fashion in this discussion, but like, I think I did a search on there. He's directly killed 100 people and approximately 10,000 people have died based on him doing his thing. So like, he does a hero thing. He blows up this bad guy base. It kills X number of people. So, but he's not Punisher. He has a shield, not a gun, but he is still, he's doing the things, I guess is the whole point. But I don't know what the Mojo verse is. I'm curious about that. All I know is Mojo Jojo. Mojo verse. Ew. So it's an obese guy with moobs and no legs. Huh. Yeah, I'm going to go with you on the weird thing there, Underhill, for sure. Spiral was a sick design. They never got to the Mojo verse or talk about it in X-Men, but it was in the comics. Oh, that's MODOK. I recognize MODOK. He seems to be a part of that group. And then I guess that's where Spiral came in. It's crazy that they actually had that in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Like they really got obscure with some of their picks. Yeah, interesting. A Mojo Jojo verse. Ew. They got figures of this stuff. I would not want... Ooh, that one's got Wolverine's severed head. Yeah, I'd say they took a dark turn with that. It almost looked... Honestly, when I saw the initial guy, I thought it was... Who's the guy who did Spawn? Who's the Spawn guy? McFarlane. Todd McFarlane, I think his name is. Like he like the whoever the man with the creature is with the moves, he looks like kind of like the clown guy from Spawn. So I thought he fit there. Oh, that's so disgusting. Like seriously. Ugh. Makes you crave the aesthetically pleasing villains. I'm back. Has he caught up on chat? I have, Honey Badger. Muhaha. Well, okay, not at the time that you sent that. Everyone in Mojo has 3 fingers? Really? Oh, wait. 3 fingers and 1 thumb? Yeah, okay. Yeah, interesting. And again, disturbing. I think my life was a little better before I knew about that. Huh. Well, knowledge is power, but the power has cost me my appetite. Pretty devastated there. DC and Marvel love to rip each other off. Well, yeah, I mean, what? One has Plastic Man, one has... They're kind of like Coke and Pepsi, right? They have... They develop like knockoffs of each other. Yeah. Like 0 of the Uncanny X-Men villains end up in the movies or shows. It really is a shame. Yeah, I don't know. Just the way they handle comic book villains. I don't know that they've really ever done a great job with it. Like Nanny and the Skybug and Storm dying. That was Uncanny X-Men. Oh. And Lady Deathstrike and her squad. Oh wait, we got Lady Deathstrike in the Wolverine movie, right? What was it? The one where Wolverine, he ends up fighting the samurai guy who's like made out of adamantium or something. No, she was in the third X-Men movie. No, second one. Lady Deathstrike. She's got the long nails. Yeah, she was kind of a nod, but not really. Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, she didn't look like her. She didn't look like the comic book counterpart, but she definitely, that was her name. I think he actually called her Lady Deathstrike or something, but yeah, she wasn't. Didn't have a lot to the part. And that's the thing. I think they yeah, I don't know. Can I? Does that shut off the alarm? Like, I'm tired of hearing that thing. Oh. Wow. Huh. Could have done that from the get-go. But then I would have had to, like, play the game. I'm a ball again. I'm so glad this planet has ball doors. Baldur's Gate. Oh, what's up there? I want to go up there. Oh, I need the spider ball. Holy cow, time flies. My gosh. 7:30. And yeah, I've done absolutely nothing in this game. So I apologize for anybody who tuned in. One, who thought I was going to be talking to chat directly instead of an hour behind them. Two, to anybody who thought I was going to be actually playing the game that is on the thumbnail. Yeah, I ended up just really talking about superheroes. Almost redundantly. So, but hey, thanks for anybody who hung out this long. Underhill, Michael, Flagmeister, it seems, and Honey Badger popping in at the very end. Thanks you for hanging out. I do like it really, that was why I wasn't playing, because I was trying to catch up to you guys so that I was actually part of the conversation and not just saying things after the fact by an hour. But clearly I failed in both things. I didn't play the game, nor did I catch up to chat until the very, very end. And that's only because chat stopped. If it had kept going at that pace, which I'm not going to complain about. Hopefully, there was... no, I would love to see Omega Red. Omega Red and Onslaught. No, but Onslaught is Magneto plus Xavier, right? So that'd be kind of hard to pull off. Maybe not. But yeah, I Onslaught is a cool character. It's just a freaking cool name. But Omega Red for sure. And I don't understand why they didn't. He's got they can do the tentacles easily enough. Like there's no visual impairment or difficulty with that. I don't know why they never. Mojo, though, they are totally missing out on Mojo. I don't know. I think I go with your I think I go with your original comment, 707. The whole Mojo-verse thing is really weird. I go with that. And I will say, as much as I don't like, corporatizing and corporate decisions and all that kind of stuff, where it's like, oh, we just got to do whatever, because a lot of times it does ruin the stories or it just makes them bland or watered down. Mojo-verse is probably not, it's probably harder to find an audience for, just because it is very far off the beaten track. But it's not like Spawn is way out there too, but that has its own fan base. Like people who like Spawn aren't necessarily, they're you're not trying to get fans of the X-Men to watch Spawn. Like it has its own fan base. Doesn't mean you can't like both, but from like a movie perspective, you go, okay, we know who our fan base is. Who is your fan base for Mojo? Because it's not in the Spawn universe. And it's not really what you'd consider like kosher X-Men necessarily. I think it'd be kind of might be hard to sell it. Imagine a modern Mojoverse where everyone is on their phones every single second. It's much. I don't know what the Mojoverse is aside from 3 fingers and a thumb. But Mojoverse was like everyone is addicted hugely to. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, no, that would be relevant. I'm just looking at like character design and depending, like I said, just depending on how it just looks wacky as hell. And visually disturbing to a degree. I all I'm saying is whereas it could very well be interesting, the storylines could be on point. I'm just from a like financial backing, I think it would be, yeah, because it really, I'm looking at it like the creatures I'm looking at. I mean, this is Spawn, essentially. Character design. I'm not saying they ripped each other off. I'm just saying it looks like nightmare stuff, like just creepy from the depths of hell kind of thing. And although that may not be the origins, I could see them going, who is our audience for this? Because it's not going to get your Magneto and the League of Mutants folks necessarily. Yeah. So like Longshot had super terrible luck in the Mojoverse and came out to our universe and had powers of super luck. Oh, and this weird alien kind of guy named Mojo runs it, and they bring in combatants from all over the universe to fight on TV for them. Oh, okay. So kind of like, what is that, World War Hulk or something? Or I guess the Hulk movie, Ragnarok, where you got, it's just kind of like a battle zone. That made for a pretty brutal fighting game. I mean, which is kind of like, I mean, that's like what Mortal Kombat is, right? In theory, it's, and you just have to have, it would just be like nonstop battles, whatever. Obviously, I'd have to read it. I've never, like I said, I saw Spiral from Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but I assumed she was a Capcom character because I'd never seen her in comics. MODOK, I have seen at various points, and they even did one of the best anime series ever. Best anime series, Megas XLR. Remember the name? It's amazing. They actually did what's his name? Campbell. Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell actually does a voiceover of a MODOK-like character. Essentially, it's a giant Bruce Campbell head with little arms and legs, and he hovers and he runs, kind of like the Mojoverse. He actually runs an intergalactic battle royale match thing, but it's with mechs. Megas XLR is like a mech anime thing. It's not really anime either. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's because it's American. Anyway, it's funny. It's funny. They're missing out ignoring that storyline, I think. Possibly. Unfortunately, as you said earlier, or was it you or it might have been Michael? Somebody mentioned earlier, there is kind of a superhero fatigue. Which, I'll be honest, I'm surprised we haven't seen more parodies. Because usually that's kind of the death of... That's when you're in the death throes of the genre, is when you start seeing like spoofs. But instead of doing... It seems like instead of doing spoofs, they decided to go... not even anti-hero, just villains masquerading as heroes. Is really what we've come to. So it is kind of a parody, but it's a grotesque parody. It's not like funny, haha, oh, it's we're making fun of superhero movies. It's like we're making fun of the concept of superheroes in general. So I don't know, maybe that'd be perfect with the Mojoverse, but it seems like, bottom line is I feel like we're on the tail end of the comic popularity. I feel like it has, for better or for worse, been kind of beaten into the ground, so we might not see a Mojoverse for a while. I don't know. It's disturbing imagery. I'll give it that. Oh, yeah. Because like X-Men movie was more reality grounded without the crazy characters. But X-Men just has just as weird of a multiverse as DC. Yeah. Right, yeah, the what is it, the Gem of Cyrax or Cyrodek? It was essentially like a demon creature guy or something with unlimited powers. Like, he doesn't even need the helmet. The helmet's just for Xavier, so he can't get with his head. And he's the brother of Xavier, right? Cyrax? Something. The red gem of Cyrax. But yeah, like he's pretty much invincible and unstoppable, as it says. And yeah, just pure magic. A lot of stuff like DC, they just seem to ignore it. Well, I do think, again, I'd have to read some of the books, but like, how do you have from a movie perspective, if you're going to make a movie, so it's not a serialized thing. It's not just like, oh, we can just have this go on. If you're going to have a beginning, middle, and end, and a satisfying end to a villain, how do you do that when your villains can't be killed, or, you don't want them to be killed because, you want to see them in later movies or whatever. Like, I think it's harder to adapt comics successfully into movies because the movie structure requires certain things to be satisfying, versus like, I think it would be easier to do a TV series based off the comic books than it is to do a movie, because I just don't think the way comics are put together, I don't think they translate very well to movies as a medium. I mean, obviously we've got a very popular, Marvelverse to the contrary, but I'd say, to your point, it varies. I mean, the Thanos whole deal, the Infinity Gems, like stones, they went wildly different from the comics to pull that off. Like, it was nothing aside from the fact that it was Thanos, and he, I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've only saw it once in the theater. Aside, I think he does dismember some of the Avengers, but like, which is what he does in the comic. Like in the comics, Reed Richards gets turned into like spaghetti. Thor gets turned into glass and shattered. Iron Man gets his head ripped off. I'm trying to think what else happens, but it's pretty nasty. But then you have Galactus. You actually have, like, I think it was Galactus, but I mean, it escalates, and Thanos' motivation isn't in any way like nice. It's like, I'm trying to impress the actual embodiment of death. And so I figure killing half the universe is a good way to do that. Which I don't think those are uncinematic. I think they could have got away with it, but they shied away from it. So I just wonder how much, the weirder it gets while it is sustainable in comics, I just wonder if that really works out as movies. Oh, they're stepbrothers. Okay. Oh, no kidding. All right. Juggernaut is not a mutant. Right. He doesn't care about the mutant struggle. He just wants He's just after Professor X. Yeah, he's just a normal dude. He just, like, he found that gem, right? It was like an excavation or something. He ended up going into the tomb of Cyroax, and he got the gem, and it's like, bam, here you go. Oh yeah, they went with, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it wasn't even a good rendition. Like, the best one we've seen was, I think, Deadpool's version of Juggernaut, which is pretty much like the actual Juggernaut. The one in X3 was horrible. I like Vinnie Jones as an actor, but he was not. Just no, and just no. The whole thing. The gimp outfit, and just yeah, and the fact they making him a mutant, because yeah, it doesn't. That's the way they stop him, is they put the little bald kid up there, and he's like doink, and he runs into the wall and falls over. Like, what? But to their credit, like, they shouldn't have introduced him. They shouldn't have brought him in, because you don't have an answer for him. Like, Juggernaut is a hard character to have an answer for, I think, in a movie, because there really is not. And that's the problem with a lot of these heroes and villains, especially like a DC, and then these certain ones like Hulk or Juggernaut in Marvel. You either have it, take Juggernaut's helmet off and Professor X gets into his brain and shuts him down, in which case there's really no fight there, or you don't really stop the guy. You punch him so hard he flies off towards the sun, but he'll be back in Juggernaut Returns. So I think it was a mistake to bring him in there, because if you can't do him right, you can't have a satisfying way to deal with him, then don't bring him in. It was a mistake. He's not dumb. Yeah, exactly. The whole multiverse is the Iron Man Lost in Time arc, basically without some of the time travel. I didn't read so I haven't read anything probably past the 90s for Iron Man. I remember the drinking. I remember where he like has a whole thing where Rhodey becomes Iron Man for a while Tony is just completely like off the rails. They try to do a little bit of that in The second one, I think, but just kind of barely tapped into it a little. Honestly, I only saw the old comics one time. I just know the canon of it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like, that's my beef with a lot of adaptations, where it's like, I understand if you need to make changes that make it work, make the character or the story work as a movie adaptation of a comic. But when you make changes that make it worse, it's like you went out of your way to actually do it, but not as good. Like, you made the change, but it didn't help anything. Like making Juggernaut a mutant and making him kind of gimpy and, oh, I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Like, it's, even if you want to say it's for laughs, like, again, that's not the character. Anybody who knows the character is going to be like, what the hell is this? And people who don't wouldn't know they wouldn't care if he's missing or not. I don't understand. If the adaptation doesn't make it work cinematically, then you failed. And you making changes to it, it just seems like you're an idiot. I don't get it. Someone I knew from the game stores had like every comic ever, and sometimes we just go read heaps of comics. That sounds pretty cool. I would dig a comic reading party, like the old ones. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't read too much from beyond the 90s. I don't know that I would jam with too much of the modern stuff. But I think like classic 80s and 90s comics would, and even 70s. I don't know that I want to go back too far, like Golden Age, because part of it is the artwork. It's really kind of like, just not great. Like, I feel like there was probably a stride artistically, maybe in the 70s or so. And the language becomes a little less stilted. It's less of "Gadzooks, this nefarious fiend has come to slay me, but justice shall prevail, or else I fall or perish," I guess you would say. So it's like you get a little more human heroes, closer to like the 60s and 70s kind of stuff. But yeah, that's kind of a fun deal, especially if you get the physical copies, like the actual books. It's kind of a cool experience. But yeah, I didn't read much of them. Like I said, I found like the omnibus for Iron Man and Captain America, and caught up on those at one point. And they were entertaining. They really were. The last prints are on the printers. Been going crazy trying to make the product for the next month and tomorrow. Oh, you talking about the dragons? Did you ever solve that problem? I can't go too deep into the weeds because I do need to. I'm gonna have to probably 8 o'clock. I'll dip out. But I remember you were frustrated because it was not doing what you wanted to do, and you didn't know why it wasn't doing it. Did you solve that, or did you just have to move on from that project? And what's going on with the dragons now? Are you're printing them now, and you're going to go to a convention or a fair or something to sell them? All 3 of my flagship printers are running now. Oh, nice. Okay, nice. And running the way they should be, right? Like they're cranking, they're firing out. Yeah, there's a local festival tomorrow. Nice. Okay. Good deal. Could do anywhere from 200 to 1,000. Whoa. Wait, you talk about sales, or that's the amount that you can produce? I'm guessing that's how many you could sell. Okay, nice. Well, hey, yeah, I guess it just depends on how many. Yeah. So do you have a booth then? Do you pay money to have like a table or a setup there, or is it pretty much kind of anybody can come? You just have to bring your own. First festival I did last year, I made 7. Damn. Nice. That ain't bad for a day. That was my first festival ever, and it was kind of addicting. Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Heck yeah, man. Heck, you could start touring with that. Like just find us, festivals popping up. I mean, that would cover, depending on how far you go, 700 might not cover travel expenses, but that's a sizable chunk. Now, that's profit, like after the printing costs and everything, that was like take home. So now I have a few co-signers with shops with my product, and I'm doing festivals. Oh, that's right. I do remember you said you've got some shelf space in a lot of places. So they get a cut for putting it up, but then, so what is it, like every month they just say, here's how many you sold, or here's how many units sold, here's the money, and we'll buy, or do they buy it from you directly and they mark it up what they want to and sell it? Or is it they give the shelf space, and then when it sells, they send you your cut of it? You set the price and they take a cut. Okay, that works. Okay, yeah, I remember us talking about that. There was a little bit of controversy in terms of like what is fair, but it's like, it's the venue. If it puts it in front of people's eyes, like it is kind of steep. But I mean, I think YouTube takes 35% of like pretty much everything you get, like all super chats and all that kind of stuff. They take 30. It seems to be kind of the standard, 30%. But my profit margin on a piece is very high. I still make a lot. Nice. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Well, man, hopefully it takes like, you just kind of like climbing, just get a foothold, become established at that level, and then climb up a little bit more and get established at a higher level. Prices went up everywhere, so mine did too, but my mortgage did not. Oh, hey, there you go. Viable year, or at least summer. And ain't that the dream? It's sad. I don't know if it's sad to say, but it's not the most sexy thing to be like a viable, but that's the exciting thing. If you're running your own business, viable is exciting. Viable is like, I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing. Like, I am sustainable. Like, that's a very appealing idea. If you're running your own business, you're doing your own thing. Viable is, at least for a while, that's really what you're going for. Oh, jeez. IRS and Enter chat. That's why Underhill jumped ahead of that. I lost money. By the way, I lost money. Man, $2,500. Jeez. Oh, buying the okay. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. No, you should be in good stead this year then. If all you're talking about is your the overhead of the electricity, I guess, of running the printers and the materials. First year in business is always a loss. Yep. Right. Well, and then what is it? Restaurants, they're not profitable for like 5 years. I think they said you can't expect to make money like in the restaurant game for like 4 to 5 years. Like you're going to be operating at a deficit for a while. If you're not losing money in your first year, you must not be in manufacturing. Which I can understand. Like you said, you got the overhead cost is ridiculous. So unless you have like one of those fluke things, which I mean, obviously we only have examples of like major toy companies, but like Beanie Babies or, Tickle Me Elmo that one year, or, Cabbage Patch Kids the one year, where like if you happen to develop a product that for some reason catches fire in your first year, then maybe, you have enough demand to break even. But that would be like a 1 in a million situation. I'm a sole proprietorship, so it's all just my personal taxes. Oh, there you go. You can report a loss for 5 years. Well, you should be able to report a loss for as long as you have a loss, right? I mean, they may look into it, but you go, nope, seriously, I just kept losing money. Sorry. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm an entrepreneur, or on-trap manure, as my mom might say. I can't do that for 5 years. Yeah. Taking a $2,500 hit for 5 years would be not viable, unviable, inviable. Tickle Me Elmo wasn't saying my dad bought one. Just people freaked out. It did. I hated that thing. So I was working in Toys R Us. It wasn't the year they came out. It was the year after they came out. So our warehouse, we had like 3 boxes. We was in Toys R Us. We had three or four boxes of Tickle Me Elmo and Tickle Me Cookie Monster, because of course they ordered a bunch thinking, hey, maybe, they were so popular last year, but they weren't popular that Christmas. Unfortunately, they were very unstable. So it didn't take much to get them laughing. And once one of them started laughing, it triggered the other ones laughing. So I remember warehouse, we're trying to clean up. It's quiet. Nobody's in the store. It's 10 o'clock at night. It's dark. We're shutting the lights off. I'm in there sweeping the aisles. And I start hearing, and then, and just the whole thing erupts. And I'm like, what the hell is that? Because it was far enough back you couldn't really hear it clearly, but I'm like, and then the box, is vibrating, it's moving, it's starting to move towards the edge. And I think the damn thing actually vibrated itself off the shelf, if I recall correctly. It freaked me the heck out. When you're all alone, you're sharing this maniacal laughter. Totally forgot about them, and the boxes were gathering dust because nobody was buying them. And then you share this demonic laughter, and the box falls off the shelf. It's like, what is going on in this Toys R Us? But yeah, that's the fads, man. They're crazy. Once I get the business a little bigger, I need to look at grants and stuff. Oh, yeah. I have to do well this year. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't very popular, Lagmeister. Like I said, they made it because, I guess if something blows up the way Tickle Me Elmo did, you go, well, let's make bank. We'll just make all. But yeah, they had a Tickle Me Cookie Monster. He was like, ha 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 ha. Tickle Me Cookie Monster. Yep, there he is. 1996, 1997. That's when I was working in Toys R Us. 1997. Yep, Tickle Me Cookie Monster. You can buy them for $15 on eBay, used. But yeah, well, it's so weird. It's always a disappointment to a degree to see what catches fire sometimes. There's yet to be anything that's a hoverboard. If people wanted to go bat crap over a hoverboard, I get it. That's a really cool thing. Tickle Me Elmo? Seriously? And the fact that it was there for one season and was gone, it wasn't like society needs a hero that laughs. And we have Tickle Me Elmo. And so every year people are buying more and more Tickle Me Elmos because it's just a thing. People need to laugh and they need Elmo to laugh with them. It's like it's just like a fever dream. Very strange. I think I'm going to Airbnb the house or part of it. Converting the garage. Ooh. Yeah, you got plans, Underhill. You got stuff cooking. I think ours would go off randomly. Yeah, there is no rhyme or reason. I do know vibrations would, if you shook them, I think is what it took, or you squeeze them. So if you have a box of them, and like I said, one of them goes off arbitrarily, it triggers the rest of them. I use Google Deep Research AI to find festivals, and on Monday I'm going to sign up for everyone. Nice! Hell yeah, that's the kind of aggressive go-get-em attitude you need to succeed in the business. I really hope it pays off, man. You're working your butt off for it. I really hope that this is one of those cases where it's like working out. You put in the work, your body shows it. You've been working, you believed in it, you went all in on it. You're busting your butt. Hopefully that yields the results it should. My dad's Coker was going to give him $1,200 for the helmet, but he didn't sell it. What? Dude, that's 1997. If your dad took that $1,200 and invested it, he could be a millionaire now. You could be a millionaire now. Oh, what a lost opportunity. You got to seize today. Carpe. Well, what are the reverses of carpe? You don't want to seize the Elmo. You want to give away the Elmo or sell the Elmo. Can you imagine somebody willing to spend $1,200 on a freaking Elmo? Goodness gracious. I'm seeing you now, so I have to buy a bunch of shorts and sandals and button-down shirts with geometric patterns. Wait, what? Underhill, we have, to quote was that line from Avengers, you and I remember Budapest very differently. You and I have very different ideas on a CEO. I think suit, tie, Florsheim, or Hanover shoes. You're like, I gotta buy shorts and sandals and a button-down shirt. What? What CEO wears that? That's like $75,000 today. Yeah, with inflation, factoring inflation. That's a lot of money back then. Ah, man, seriously, that guy is probably sitting in his going, oh man, thank God I was able to put my kids through trade school instead of buying that Tickle Me Elmo. Dodged a bullet on that one. Well, the big thing is eventually grants. I need tax records and stuff to show for that. If you're a U.S. manufacturer, there's probably about to be a heap of grants for you, and I want to be ready for that. Nice. Yeah. Nah, I'm a tech CEO with a heavy industry corporation. Come on. I'm not doing that one. I'll have to be a disruptor on that. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, but isn't that the cliche from like GoldenEye? You got the guy with the, well, it's not a Geo pattern shirt, it's a Hawaiian shirt, but yeah, break the mold, man. Break the mold. Although I kind of like in my mental image, I feel like you're a sandals and shorts guy anyway. Like I don't picture you wearing, walking around with khakis and a polo shirt and be like, now I've got to wear these shorts and sandals. I'm pretty sure that was kind of, maybe the geometric patterns wasn't a thing, but I'm fairly certain that's ever ready wear. I have to dress biz because fry all the times. I've literally been wearing slippers, dress jeans, and black t-shirt for days. But what are dress jeans? Like obviously that's not like a skirt dress, but like what's the difference between formal wear jeans and regular jeans? I feel like Tyler Durden. I just don't give a fair enough. Hey, look, if you don't have to be at the office, you don't have to be at a job. Wear what works for you. I mean, dude, I wear jersey shorts and usually I'm dressed up. When I wear the 3/4 tees, this is dressed up for me. It's usually sleeveless or just like, worn out t-shirts and jersey shorts every day. Which is what I needed because I don't think I would fit into my jeans right now. Gosh darn it. I am getting better though. I'm spending about an hour on the stationary bike and I'm burning those calories, baby. And I think I'm starting to see some of the fat come off. But I can't do it every day. I get saddle sore and it just wears me out. I'm in that bad of a shape. Like an hour going hot and heavy on a stationary bike, that just kicks the crap out of me. So I've got to do it tomorrow because I couldn't do it today. Formal jeans cost more. Well, that I assumed. I should know visually what it looks like. Dress jeans like the kind of expensive $90 jeans you buy to wear to an office job. Okay. If you got a nice ass. Well, I don't have one of those. I made the mistake. I bought, I don't remember what they were called. There's some brand of jean. They were $300. I bought it because it was the first time I actually had like super expendable income. I'd worked my way up, had that really good job. I was like, I'm going to buy a $300, because my theory was you buy the $300 jeans and, if $50 jeans lasted me 4 or 5 years, 6 years, $300 jeans should last me like 10 or 12. Damn thing's ripped within the first 2 months. Split right down the pocket. I had my phone in my pocket. I was bowling and I put too much weight on that leg, and my massive thigh flexed, pushed the phone up and tore. I was like, these things are made out of freaking paper. So that's when I learned I will never spend $300 on a pair of jeans again. Maybe 90 is a nice sweet spot. Most of the time, Levi Strauss. Boot cut, 50, 60 bucks. But I mean, 90 is probably a nice pair. I still have clothes that came out of a dumpster 15 years ago. Yeah. No, not Jeanco or Jinko. No, it was, Buckles. That was the store I bought them from. I don't know if that's the brand, but the store was called Buckles. Nope. Yeah, that was them. I think. Oh, no, Lucky. Maybe it was Lucky. But the ones I'm looking at are no. Okay, there you go. Well, I mean, that's Diesel. I didn't have Diesel. I mean, I kept the receipts for a while just to say, yeah. Oh, there's. Is that? They kind of look like that. I mean, they're only selling for $50, so that's not. It was obnoxious. That's one of those. Like, I don't regret it because my idea behind it was not I want name brand jeans. It was I'm going to buy jeans that'll last for decades. And that's just not how it went down. So my heart was in the right place. I wasn't doing it to be stylish. I was doing it because it's like, what was it? Only rich people can afford to be cheap. Like, you can buy the cheap stuff because you can replace it every 2 years. Whereas if you're not just awash in cash, you've got to save up, buy the more expensive version that's going to last you longer. So I was like, hey, I can afford it now. I'm going to buy jeans that are going to last me forever. It's like, nope, you're paying for the name. Like, you're not, at least whatever I bought at Buckles, whatever brand it was, whether it was Lucky Jeans or whatever. I think it was Lucky. They may have been lucky, but they were made like crap. Like you're not getting what you pay for. You're getting your freaking brand. I like to try to find branded shirts from defunct tech companies. Oh yeah, I still have my Circuit City shirt. Kind of qualifies. I mean, that's because I work there, but I maybe I'll wear that again. I haven't worn it in a long time. I don't know if it'll fit me now. My closet's like a cartoon character's wardrobe, all white t-shirts and blue jeans, like Homer Simpson. That sounds appealing, Underhill. I like that. Sil nylon liners, reinvent jeans for comfort and be cooler in hot weather. I mean, I do. I've got a couple pairs of Kevlar jeans. Well, they're Kevlar down to the knee. They're for biking, so they've got like places to put your knee pads and your hip. Well, not the hip pads, I don't think. But you can put your knee pads in there, and yeah, they're Kevlar, half of them. They're pretty comfortable. They don't breathe, of course. They're still jean material, but I got a sewing machine and some canvas, but I got busy. Yeah, it seems like you've got your finger in a lot of pots, iron in a lot of fires. Wish I had a Circuit City shirt, but it has to be authentic, like from the thrift store. No, like buying a Circuit City shop on Amazon. No. Like I said, I work there, so I had the shirt from working there. Like that's what I wore to work every day. I had two of them. I don't know what happened to the other one, but yeah, I still have the one. So it would be a shirt you would get from the thrift store if I gave it to the thrift store. But yeah, I don't even think there is a Circuit City shop that you could buy it from. Not the real deal. And this was the last campaign they had before they closed up was they bought the rights to that one song. Not Simply the Best, was it? No, it was like a love song. It was really weird. It's on the back of the shirt. It's like a one line. Gosh darn it, that's embarrassing. What is it? Yeah, where Services State of the Art was the original. That's when they were good. That's when they were on commission. Honestly, like I started working there. It was like right after they stopped doing commission. And that was honestly, I think that was the death knell because they lost a lot of good salesmen. I was talking to a guy, sales, he was making 60 to 80 grand a year. He was moving big screen TVs. Like he was good at his job. And then they nipped that. They're like, nope, you're making $12 an hour no matter what you sell. And if you don't sell enough, we're going to ride your ass. And you need to sell the protection plan. They started going off on the protection plan and just killed it. But yeah, that was the original. Welcome to Circuit City, where services state of the art. And it was because they were making, like, it behooved them to be very good at their job and to know better than the guy at Best Buy because he was apparently just a scrub, but man, I can't. Oh gosh, I could hear it. It's a rock anthem when you hear it. PC sales in the early 2000s. It was death, cancer, hell shit. Where did you sell out of? I briefly sold. I had to sell the IBM ThinkBook at University of Virginia. Their bookstore, competing against Apple. They had 2 or 3 MacBooks out, and then they had the ThinkPad, and I think Hewlett Packard had one. So I had to read up on all of them and compare. And that's when I found out about the Celeron, where they literally gimp a perfectly fine chip. They gimp it so they can sell it for less, instead of making like it's not like the next model up had a better processor. No, they just took the processor that was in the middle of the road computer. They gimped it and sold that off as a Celeron that was good for word processing and very basic web browsing. That was about it. And sold it for $400 less. So I never sold one of those. I was like, don't buy this. This is an intentionally gimped product. It may get some of your work done, but it's going to be deficient. Go with the middle of the range or the top tier. Top tier was hard to sell too because Because like you got a little bit more memory. But anyway, it was a good time. I was there for 2 weeks. Somehow I got that through my modeling agency. Not my modeling, but through a modeling agency. That and the Dan and Tooth Power tour. That was a good time. Not Simply the Best. Dang it. What was it? What was Circuit City's? What was the song in? Just What I Needed. That was it. Just What I Needed. Yeah, that was it. And so it had the circle in the back and it says Just What I Needed on it. A local chain in Greater Cincinnati. Oh, okay. Ooh, so fancy, J Money. My jacket is made out of 600D Cordura. The pads, I have no idea what the pads are. I don't know what 600D Cordura is. Is it like super resilient stuff? My jacket isn't made out of much, but I do have, they're the hexagon shape, like honeycomb looking thing, where they're like super flexible, but on impact they harden up. I don't know what that's called. Really cool tech. But yeah, I don't know what it is, but I got some of those. I'm ready for this festival. I got my cart and table and all that shit ready to go. Nice. Heck yeah, you takes actually a lot of crap to have a booth, even a basic one. So do they provide the bones of the booth and you just have to bring your merchandise, or do you have to actually bring like the table or the cloth or all that kind of stuff, or do you kind of buy that spot and like everybody kind of has a basic setup and you just have to bring all your stuff to it? Still, I mean, I know it's a lot of work. I've had to do some setup and tear down for some booths at various jobs, and it's like you get there like a day early to set up. It's an arduous deal. So I can't imagine doing that by myself. And ideally, of course, you have very little to take home. Like that would be the best. You just have your pockets stuffed full of cash and no merchandise to pack up. But that's got to be like an insult to injury if you don't sell a ton. So you're not only like didn't make a lot of money, but you're actually having to pack up all the stuff that you didn't sell. That would be, eesh. I have an easy setup and folding tables, a chair and cooler, power station, a little solar paneling. Nice. Vendor anywhere with no power. Heck yeah. That's the measure of a pro right there. Well, good, man. Well, good luck tomorrow. Hopefully, pack it all into a show in 3 trips. Oh, okay. From parking lot to inside. That's the thing, man. You know, for us guys, more than 1 trip is, oof, that stings. But for a booth setup, I make an exception. 3 trips would be pretty damn nice. But yeah, groceries and stuff, nah, man. I got to get it in 1 trip. 2 trips is just unacceptable. It just feels wrong. It's tough stuff. My jacket was only $60. It was my keep up like my shirt was my jeans. The jeans, man, the jeans. The jacket was. There's a place called the Iron Horse in Ohio. It's about halfway between. Oh no! That's where I got my first jacket, but that didn't have. It didn't have a back pad. You couldn't. There was no pocket to slide a back pad in there, so I didn't use that jacket. Went to. I don't remember the name of the place. It was a local place in Indiana, and it was under $100. Like most everything was under. I think the jeans were like $80. Maybe a little bit more, but everything else aside from the helmet was well under $100. I didn't go crazy with it. I did want to get the good pads though, because I wanted to make sure that if I did hit, they were going to do the job. But that's why I didn't spend a lot on the jacket, because your contact points, you know, are your elbows, shoulders, and your back, really, mostly. I can't think of too many times, unless you spill off the front, that you're going to land on your stomach. It's nice to have the removable liner. Yep, same thing. Yep. Vents, even though summer's not bad. Exactly, and I'll say that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no two trip ponying the groceries. If you bought it, you can carry it with 2 hands, even if the bag's cut into your fingers for 5 minutes. You do what you got to do, so you don't have to do the walk of shame, going all the way back to the car, 20 feet away. Picking up a whole, taking the 4 bags that you weren't able to get and carry those in there. Yeah, there's no time to waste. Can't be messing with that nonsense. There you go. Yep. Heck yeah. That's it right there. Got it on the shoulders. Yep. That is a carry. That is a carry. That's a man's man right there. My mom's like, can you help get the groceries? She's like, sure, no problem. Go out there. Get them all. She's like, is there anything left? No, Mom. Who are you talking to? Don't you know your son by now? Why would I leave groceries in the car? That's just the wrong thing to do. Oh, sorry, I just saw a reply. Okay. Well, maybe I'll try that out. Cool. All right, gentlemen. I'm losing my voice, and hopefully I'm going to get up early, do some working out, and start the long road of the Superman video. Gosh, I'm not looking forward to that. Oh. Like, it's fun. It's fun putting them together at first, but then you gotta, just trying to get everything from everywhere. It's just like, you have an idea, like, this would be cool. I've either got to make it, or I've got to search the internet for it, download it, figure out how to get it, modify it, put it in the timeline. That bought me 3 seconds. I'm not whining, not complaining. It's not a bad deal. Certainly worse things to do. It's just arduous. Yep. Well, that was a 5-hour stream where I did absolutely nothing in the game except for kill about 12 bugs. No regrets. I regret nothing. You got a lift, bro? I do, kind of. I do push-ups. I do curls. I do stretching. I do the bike. Because, honestly, the leg muscles are big muscles, so that's going to burn. Because I put the resistance. It's not just biking. I actually have resistance on it. So I'm actually, the thighs, calves, they're all burning, the whole time. It is cardio, but it's a lot more strain on the legs. Bigger muscle group, in theory, more calorie burns. When it comes to upper body, I just want my chest and shoulders to be bigger than my waist. So trimming the waist and getting the upper body in a decent place. But I'm pretty much capped at an hour and a half. I don't want to do more than an hour and a half a day, because to me that's not sustainable. As soon as I start spending more time than that, I start resenting it, and then I give it up completely. So as long as I keep it manageable, an hour and a half a day, I can sustain it. And in theory, that's really all I need to keep the metabolism going. Because I wasn't gaining weight as long as I was, even if I just go on my 3-mile walk, just a walk, no exercise, other than just basic walking, I was pretty much keeping the calorie count down or keeping the extra weight at bay. But it was when I stopped doing anything and just sat on my butt all day, that's when things started getting out of hand. But I know lifting can be part of it. Because again, the breaking down and building up does do burning, and it does help. But I just don't enjoy that as much. I don't enjoy the biking, but at least with the bike, I just sit upright most of the time. I don't lean over. So I just have the TV and watching, K-drama or anime or something where I have to read the screen because it keeps my mind engaged on what it is. Do that for an hour. That's not too bad. You work out every other day unless you're doing different exercises? Yep. I do Monday. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday are my workout days. So I chill out Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Or Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Thursday and Saturday. Tuesday and Thursday I walk. I just walk for those 3 miles. Gets me out in the sun. Moderate. Just a little something to keep it sustained. But I only do the arduous stuff for 4 days out of the week. Been getting so much workout running around trying to deal with the business and horror house. Oh, hey, that's the best kind, man. A natural workout? Oh man. I would just love to be able to just run around catching football, passing and stuff, because I could do that almost all day. I don't even think about it. It's not like, hey, I'm running around for 2 hours. But, you know, you get in really good shape doing that. Like, that's the ideal. Or like what you're doing. If your lifestyle keeps you busy, or your life, the demands of life keep you busy, whether it's your job or just how you're living, that's the ideal way to go. But for those of us who aren't doing it that way, or don't have that option at this particular point, we have to resort to forcing ourselves to do it. It was fun. We'll see you on the next episode. Well, Lagmeister, I guess I'll see you and Carlos tomorrow, or no, Sunday, 7 or 8. I don't know if you heard about that. I don't know if you're able to do that. He said Sunday was better for you. So, but yeah, Underhill, let us know how it goes, man. But good luck. Yeah, and hopefully you find a target. I think you're gonna find that the Murcielago dragon is gonna sell like hotcakes. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. All right, folks, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Sucking Fun Day works for you. I can do either. All right. Well, I think it was better for Carlos on Sunday. So yeah, I think 7 o'clock Eastern time or Central time, 8 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday is the next Final Fantasy VII. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, it's been a pleasure. I'll talk to you soon.